All right, welcome to Collectible, everybody. Mike, glad to see you. I had to make a post right quick about this signed Roger Waters we're going to be selling. Let me go ahead and lay that right there. Down in a pig pen saying, keep on grinning. Pig fade down in your fat skin. Twitch. You got the old Twitchers over there. All right. The old Twitchers. Down in a pig pen saying, keep on grinning. Down on your fat chin. You got an evil one. I'm down on the inside. Anybody got a sheep? Is it dogs, pigs? It's pigs, isn't it? Pigs, I love. Yeah, that's so good. Down, 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 down. All right, down in a pig pen. Seeing Chad's gonna go mute the music. There we go. Down in a pig pen. Alrighty. Copy link. Copy link. There. All right, everybody, welcome. Got your evil tide. Real high. Down. Ooh. Okay, I'm working on sharing links. Facebook Live. I'm almost ready. There's YouTube. Paul, you got anything to say?
I'm still finding stuff like this.
Ooh, OG Pantera, OG Pantera, OG Pantera, OG Pantera, OG Pantera, OG Pantera.
Still finding stuff like that.
Wow, Paul just found the entire Pantera discography, except for the glam metal stuff. Any glam metal back there? No glam metal. No glam metal, though. Just we have everything except the ones they've tried to erase from history. YouTube live. Alright, so this is Facebook Live. And then this is YouTube Live. And then we got one more thing. The Instagram story. Paul has found an OG Tom Petty Wildflowers. Nice. An OG Tom Petty Wildflowers. Nice. All right. Looking back at me, I see that you're alive. Paul, favorite song by Crossfade? OGs?
Yeah.
Wow. Is
It's not on purple vinyl.
Is that foreign? What is that? It's got to be, I think. Cold by Crossfade.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
That's some good 2003 rock.
Brazil. That's good a little bit.
Brazil, yeah,
Brazil,
that wasn't ever in US, so yeah. Wow. OG STP Core. OG Purple. That should be US. That's available. Well, it's available in US.
It's US. Specialty Brazil, SRC.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Paul is finding some gems, everybody. I mean, he's just bringing stuff up. Everybody lock in with me. Time to crack these knuckles. Oh, that wasn't a good one. That's a little bit better. Oh, that was my neck. That was much better. Whew. Okay, I got everything back in alignment. Okay, and new vinyl almost has prices. Not everything, though. Laura on the wall. Can I get your help pricing some new vinyl in a few moments? You know, mirror, mirror on the wall. Sometimes I go, Laura. Looking back at me, I see that you're running around. So, Black Sabbath, Syracuse, Bratmobile, Bush, Candlebox, Cardi B, Faith No More, Ghost, that's new, Godsmack, that's new, Iron Maiden, that's a waiting list, Chris Isaac, that's that new Cool in the Gang, Skinnerd, Megadeth, New York, STP, James Taylor. Okay. I got price sheets filled out. Just whenever you're ready. I'm about to do our normal 2 crates of new vinyl to start the show. But yeah, I will need some assistance on those, please. Okay. Let's get started. So first, what I'm going to do is get my first empty crate over here to start filling up. And last night I did black crates. Tonight we're going to let's try to do red for tonight. Let's do red for tonight. No, let's do more black. I like having the colorful crates to put price stuff in. I put the sold in black. That's black for profit, into the black. Through the never, no, all I see ever was, will be, ever on it. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Yes, there's some CDs, and I see that Mark Morris has already eyeballed them. Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, and the Peter Criss. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I got some cool stuff here, and I'm about to move it all around. We're going to do in and around and around, in and around and around. You got to feel the mojo. You know that guy on Happy Gilmore? Feel it, Happy. Feel it. In and up and a down and around. Feel it. Harness that energy. Harness it. Harness that energy. Up and down and around, Happy. Send the ball home. Send it to its home, Happy. Looking back at me, I see that knowing right. Anybody else got crossfade stuck in their head? Hey, anyone cares? I'm sorry for the way I am. I never meant to be so cold. I never meant to be so. Okay, Michael, you need some copper, eh? Michael, I got copper for you. Give me a second, Michael. We'll get some copper for you, okay? I got copper. I got copper. Oh, man, I went up there and didn't get the crate. Let me go get that. Looking back at me, I never realized. Nothing and care. I'm sorry for the way I am. Okay. Around 8 o'clock tonight, the man behind Dark Side of the Moon, The Wall, Animals, Roger Waters, fully Beckett authenticated, letter and a photograph I got from the guy who got it signed the day Roger signed it. Auction estimate 900 plus, maybe more than 1,000. If not, I'll be disappointed. So go ahead and prepare your wallets for that one. But signed Roger Waters, Beckett, authenticated full letter, 2 hours, it's going to be up for the auction block. Okay? Now what I'm going to do is technically I've already shown these CDs. Okay? Technically I've already shown these CDs. I showed them last night. Mark's already got his eyes on some. I'm going to go ahead and take these off the table. And Mark, I'll get to those in 1 second. Okay? But first, we're going to go ahead and show these. This stack was from Hatchet Ed, $6.99. We have the Essential Jerry Reed, Dire Straits Brothers in Arms, Eagles on the Border, Heart Self-Titled, Heart Fanatic, Heart Red Velvet Car. These are all $6.99. The Essential Jerry Reed, Dire Straits Brothers in Arms, Eagles on the Border, Heart, Heart, and Heart. Those are all $6.99 each. Okay? This is some Hatchet Ed stuff I never have got to yet. So $6.99 on those. The other ones are $9.99. That's what I sold them for the first time. That's what we're going to sell them for again. George Jones wants Jerry Reed. George Jones buying Jerry Reed CD. And now these are $9.99. We have This Is Alabama Football, Crowd Rock and Stadium Anthems, $9.99 for Alabama. ABBA's Greatest Hits, Buffalo Rock City 2, Western New York Tributes to Kiss, Godsmack Lighting Up the Sky, Diamond Star Halos, Def Leppard, Dio Holy Diver, Prince Self-Titled, Police Regatta, and Police at Londo's D or More. All those CDs are $9.99. Godsmack is so to Jerry Torres. Dio is so to Jerry Torres. Red Cave Collections, next on Dio. Okay, then we had two that didn't sell, or two auction CDs that didn't get paid for. For $20, Kiss Live in Knoxville 1979. Kiss Knoxville 1979, $20. Kiss Live 27, Love Kiss from Hell. Those two Kiss CDs, 20 and 27. Dark Side of the Moon is signed by Roger Waters. It will be up for auction at 8 o'clock Central Time. 8 o'clock Central Time. Roger Waters. It's signed. It's going to be in the $900 plus range. It will be up for sale at 8 o'clock. It's signed and Beckett authenticated, Roger Waters. Okay? Let's run through these CDs one more time. For $6.99, Heart Red Velvet Car, Heart Fanatic, Heart Self-Titled, Eagles on the Border, and Dire Straits Brothers in Arms. So Far Away, Money for Nothing, Walk of Life. Red Velvet Car has There You Go, WTF, Red Velvet Car, Queen City, Hey You Wheels, Safronia's Mark, Death Valley Sunflower, Sand, and bonus tracks Boot Full of Beer and Closer to the Sun. And then the $9.99 CDs was The Police, Regatta de Blanc, The Police at Londo's D or More, Prince, Self-Titled, Def Leppard, Diamond Star Halos, Buffalo Rock City, Western New York's Tribute to Kiss, ABBA's Greatest Hits, and This Is Alabama Football. The other ones was Kiss Live, Kiss from Hell, $27. Kiss Knoxville 1979, $20. Those were unpaid auctions. Heart Red Velvet Car is sold to Bob Riger for $6.99. You got it, Red Velvet Car. And now we have these Kiss CDs. All right, the way we're going to do these is by album. Mark Morris has already laid claim to a few of the solo albums. The only way you can claim these is by saying the name of the album, okay? The only way you can claim these is by saying the name of the album. Album only. Animalize, Hot in the Shade, Self-Titled, Destroyer, Lick It Up, Dynasty, Hotter Than Hell, Destroyer Resurrected, Crazy Nights, and Monster. Monster. Kiss Monster. Okay? Now, Mark, which of the solo albums did you need? Okay? Matt Nichols wants This Is Alabama Football. Sold to him for $9.99. Done. Okay? But Jerry Torres wants my Monster drink. Buddy, you can't afford that. That one right now is ice cold as it is. I just chugged one of my Demas' steak. He wants Peter, Paul, and Gene, okay? Peter, Paul, and Gene. So Ace Frehley still left, $9.99. I'm not going to show these again till later tonight. So that's your final call on CDs. All the Kiss albums, $9.99 each. They're beautiful condition. Ace, Monster, Crazy Nights, Destroyer, Resurrected, Hotter Than Hell, Dynasty, Lick It Up, Destroyer, Self-Titled, Hot in the Shade, and Animalize. Mark Morris also wants Animalize for $9.99. Matt Nichols wants the Ace Frehley, and that leaves the rest of those. All those are still available. Mark Morris also wants Hot in the Shade and Lick It Up. Hot in the Shade and Lick It Up as well. These are all $9.99. That leaves Monster, Crazy Nights, Destroyer, Resurrected, Hotter Than Hell Dynasty, Destroyer, and Self-Titled, plus the 2 bootleg CDs, and then all the other stuff. Will I show these again? Probably. It'll be a little bit later tonight, but now it's time for Venal. It's time for Venal. And guess what? I have Japanese, David Johnson. I have Japanese in the building, David Johnson. Uh-oh. Lick it up. And Mark also wants Crazy Nights. All right. And then Self-Titled, so to Matt Nichols. Chipping away at the Kiss CDs. Thank y'all for actually buying these and paying for them. Sean Holford wants Kiss Knoxville for $20. Sean, you got it. Let's go ahead and cut the price on this one. Who wants Love Kiss from Hell for $20? Love Kiss from Hell for $20. $20. It's a double disc, really well made Kiss CD bootleg. Love Kiss from Hell. Okay. All the CDs, the Kiss CDs were $9.99 except that bootleg. I have left Monster, Destroyer, Resurrected, Hotter Than Hell, Dynasty, and a regular Destroyer. Sean Holford says he'll get Kiss Love Kiss for $20. That was from all those Kiss bootleg CDs. We had, what, 100 of them? It looks like only a couple didn't get paid for, so that's a good percentage. Bill Samus next on that. And then we have, for $9.99, The Police, Regatta de Blanc, Outlandos, Prince Self-Titled, Def Leppard, Diamond Star Halos, Buffalo Rock City 2, Western New York's Tribute to Kiss, ABBA, and then these are $6.99. We have Heart Fanatic, we have Heart Self-Titled, On the Border, and Dire Straits. Those last 4 were $6.99. Bill Samus, you were second to Love Kiss, and Scott Arnold wants Resurrected for $9.99. Destroyer Resurrected. You got it. All right, took a big chunk out of those. A bunch of CDs just sold if you just hopped on. That was the last thing I showed last night. And when I brought them out, there was about 101 people. We were down to about 101 people. And most of those people were asleep and just had me on their screen, so they probably wasn't even really watching. When it's 2 a.m. and there says 101 people watching, and there's only like 4 or 5 people talking to me, I usually go, let me tell you something right now. There's not 101 people watching. I'm on 101 people's screens, but most of these people are dead asleep, and they don't know that I'm bringing out CDs right now that they would probably love to buy, or most people's already went to bed. Matt Nichols, yeah. So I saw where Ed, luckily I hadn't ordered those Nirvana box sets. I went to order them, and I only ordered one because I was unsure how many to get, and I'm glad I didn't order you one because that would have been not really bad, but we would have had maybe one left over. But yeah, I'll make sure you get tagged for a mothership. I actually saw where Ed ordered that, and Ed, if you're listening in, I canceled it because I know we had a couple more of those in stock, and I didn't want to have too many of them, motherships. But yeah, Matt, before the end of the night, I'll make sure you get tagged with one, okay? All right. And let's pull up this. And let's pull up this. Oh, my mother's here. I heard her voice. Don't forget, the Kiss sign that everybody was asking about is up for pre-order. Folks, there it is. $59.99. Just like the Black Sabbath. Look how cool that is. With the dotted bulb kind of logo, LED, multicolor changing. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I didn't even see where somebody asked about the dimensions. I need to reply to Jason. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We got 21 pre-orders so far on the Kiss lot. 21 pre-orders so far on the Kiss lot. And I guess my mom's here. And if you're not on Facebook and you want to be put down for one, let me know. Metallica's next, and so is Rush, and King Diamond, and Led Zeppelin. I'm actually going to probably post more often, okay? Because I've figured out we can do this. So if you're not on Facebook and you want a pre-order, let me know, okay? I'm going to write down your name right now. Now that we know the price, what it looks like, and they should be here 1 to 2 weeks. Could they show up at the end of next week? Possibly. Could they be here in 2 weeks? Also possible. Okay, Iron Maiden. Yes, I got the list. Iron Maiden, Metallica, King Diamond. I got one person who really, really wants a King Diamond. If I could get 4 or 5 other people, that would be great, because I think we have to have like 5.
What do I key this under?
New vinyl, LP. Yeah, just new vinyl. All right, and Beatles. Yep, there's a bunch. Yep, there's a bunch. And of course, that night we show them, I'm probably going to order like 10 extras. So if you're not one that doesn't like pre-orders, you'll probably have a chance to claim them live. Okay, was there a crate of Japanese over here underneath this? Do you need a
oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, let me grab a couple of these for you. There's that. And here's this. And I got Japanese vinyl right here. Okay. First thing, Japanese pressing of a compilation. I've never seen this cover before. Let me get my trash can a little bit closer to me. This is the best of Three Dog Night. The best of Three Dog Night. Japanese, super clean, near mint minus and pristine. I've never seen this particular cover before with actually a picture of a band. Looks like they're inside of a steamship or something. That's pretty cool. Three Dog Night, a $35 start. And Ozzy, yes, Ozzy, yes. I need to write all these down. I have them already wrote down. Rolling Stones. How about 10 of the most collectible bands on earth? We've done the first 2, Black Sabbath and definitely Kiss. Next would be the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Iron Maiden, Rolling Stones, Rush, yes, Van Halen. Van Halen's got to be up there. The most collectible merch, Misfits. Keep naming them, Laura. Leonard Skinner, I don't know, Aerosmith, Pink Floyd, Motley Crue, Grateful Dead, oh my gosh, Megadeth, the most merchandised bands of all time. I bet Craig could Google that. The Beatles, Metallica. Top 5 most merchandised bands is Kiss, Metallica, the Beatles, Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, whoever has the most merchandise in the world out there. The Kiss light's probably about this big. It's probably about this big. Okay. Minuendo, yeah. Metallica's got to be up there. One of the biggest brands ever. Black Sabbath, we've already, Ozzy, AC/DC. The most merchandised bands of all time. Okay, let's see this. I have totally lost track. How about we get the show started? We're going to get the show started right now by showing this yesterday's new vinyl from the flip video. It looks like we got 9 comments. We got Halford Sold, Faith No More, Pink Floyd, Ozzy, and Too Short. Okay, Prince is another one. Yep, he's got to be up there. Okay, Halford Resurrection, first record sold, and this is sold to Kevin Voitosh. 2 LP red vinyl, limited 1,000, $44.99. That was my last copy of that. Three Dog Night is a Japanese pressing, really cool with Obi, a $35 start, near mint minus and pristine. We got some cool Japanese stuff to get started. We got an Obi-less Boston, Don't Look Back. The day is breaking. It's been too long since I felt this way. Boston is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is beautiful. We're going to put that up for a $25 start. There's the insert. There's the inner sleeve. There's the cover. No Obi, but a nice Boston. A little bit of edge wear right there. $25 start on that. Leeway, we still got both copies. I forgot to tell the price in the video. Luckily, somebody asked. Leeway is numbered on black vinyl. We have number 299, and we got number 355. Leeway is $34.99. We have 2 in stock. Too Short, Shorts Dogs in the house. This actually did sell to John Howard. Thank you, John Howard. Too Short is sold to him. That was my last copy of that again. And then we got 2 copies here of Testament the Gathering. Actually, that's sold to John Howard too. And now there's 1 copy copy left of Testament Gathering, $29.99. Oh, yeah, we forgot about the grunge bands, everybody. What about Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam? Yeah, those are going to be popular. Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam. Who am I thinking of? Stone Temple Pilots. Yeah, we forgot about all the grunge bands. How could we forget about grunge bands? And don't forget about the new people. What about a Taylor Swift lot? Whoa. I bet Guy Sharder want one of those. Taylor Swift lot? Who's down? What about a Paul McCartney signature one? That'd be cool, just like his autograph, and it lights up. Nirvana, I knew I was forgetting somebody. Nirvana, oh my gosh. They're up there, top 50, yeah. Deftones, Adrenaline, probably merchandise bands, probably more than that, honestly. How many Nirvana t-shirts have been made since 1991? Oh my gosh. Chevelle, this type of thinking, Chevelle is $24.99. We have Ice-T Original Gangsta, $39.99. Ice-T Original Gangsta, that is $39. Lots of Pink Floyd in here. I have Metal with Echoes and Fearless, so good, $33.99 on that. And then AC/DC, this is a live unofficial, live at the Paradise Theater, Boston, 1978, $29.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell that Three Dog Night to Joe Salamone for $35. Thank you on that one. Boston's moving to a final call. $25 start on that Rick Astley lot. Sticks. I'm looking through my crate over here of albums. Sticks, Elvis, Christopher Cross. A good old Christopher Cross light up sign. Michael Jackson. We hadn't mentioned him. Elvis. Oh my gosh, we forgot the two most best-selling artists of all time, Michael Jackson and Elvis. Beatles is at $25. Also, Pink Floyd, The Wall. Pink Floyd is $49.99. That's a 2 LP remaster. And we have Dream Theater, Images and Words. That's on clear vinyl, $29.99. Speaking of sticks, here we go. Sticks, and Sticks is called Paradise Theater. This is really cool. It is got an etching. It is beautiful. It's a $35 start. It has this insert. It's a gatefold jacket with Obi Sticks Paradise Theater, a $35 start. Dream Theater, Images and Words. We have Pink Floyd at Pompeii. This is a 2 LP. 2025 mix by Steven Wilson. First time that was officially released. $46.99 on that. And then Porcupine Tree, Dead Wing. Porcupine Tree is the 2017 Steven Wilson. $46.99 on that. And we have Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. There they are. $33.99. Learning to Fly. A gatefold remaster. No Beatles is up right now. But we do have Boston for a $25 buy now. That's a Japanese press with no Obi. Don't look back. Nice copy for what it is, $25. And now Sticks has a bid with Tom Kelly for $35. I do have a whole crate of Japanese over here to sell tonight. Boston can be picked up for a $25 buy now. I'm still going to try to sell some 45 lots tonight. And, buddy, do I have a bunch of them. I've got 2 more full boxes over here of these to sell. Here's our first lot of 45s. The 5 Keys, Jimmy Dean, Harry Belafonte, Sammy Davis Jr., Nat King Cole, Eurythmics and Aretha Franklin, Glenn Fry Soul Searching, and Aretha and George Michael. That should be 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 there, actually. 8 singles, some in picture sleeves and EP sleeves. $10 start. Gerald Whitworth on Porcupine Tree. That was right here for Dead Wing. That is sold to Gerald Whitworth. We also have 2 copies of Ozzy Black Rain.
Is that our Tony? Did he probably take that already?
Is it? Yeah, if it's not in there, probably. Yeah. Yeah, Ed probably gave it to him. Black Rain. Chad Snyder thinks he was already on a waiting list, though. Let me not give one to Chad Snyder yet. He might be on a waiting list, and I tagged him yesterday. But I know for sure Clifford Umstead wants Adam Hartmother. That is sold to him for $33.99. That's our last copy of that. Sticks is now at 40. The singles are at 10. Let me go ahead and introduce another Japanese pressing. And we have Greta Van Fleet from the Fires, $34.99. And then Pink Floyd, Endless Rivers, $39.99. Did my mom ever come out of the bathroom? Is she in there cleaning? Okay. My mom get in a bathroom and she'll be cleaning. Yeah, she'll get in a bathroom and she'll be in there 20 minutes cleaning. She does it everywhere, even public restrooms. Okay, over here is Journey. This is a 2 LP Journey captured. This is a live Journey album, a Japanese pressing, no Obi. There's disc 1, there's disc 2. There is the inner sleeves and the Japanese book. It's a gatefold jacket, $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Boston is sold to Mike Conway for $25. Stanley Richmond, let me know if you want backing on sticks. And Tim Graham has those singles for $10. Final call. In Abstina may be available in the other crate. I'm about to go get that other crate. Here's what's left in here. Leeway for $34. We still got Testament the Gathering, Deftones Adrenaline, Chevelle for $24, Ice-T's $39, Metal Pink Floyd $33, AC/DC $29, The Wall $49, Dream Theater $29, Pink Floyd $46, Porcupine Tree 46, Pink Floyd Momentary is 33, Momentary Lapse of Reason, Ozzy Black Rain, one may be sold to Chad Snyder, I got to make sure I had them down, and then we have Pink Floyd Adam Hart for 33, Greta Van Fleet 34, and Endless River is 39. Endless River is 39, okay? And I'm assuming you sold. I'm going to go get the other crate right now. Looks like we got some cool Japanese stuff tonight. Paul's already marked a couple of crates. Wednesday is no John, so that just leaves us, Paul and Laura to mark new arrivals for us. And Paul asked me earlier, he's like, do you want me to mark another crate or do you want me to work on Fantastic Auctions for tomorrow? I said, how about you work on Fantastic Auctions for tomorrow? Honestly, I couldn't decide, so I'll let him decide. And I think he's working on auctions right now. And so he's got 2 crates up here. There's 2 crates of new vinyl. Laura just marked those. There's 2 crates of new vinyl. Laura just marked them. And we also have, she'll be marking some stuff. And I will be showing all of that. And then I'll show some more vintage stuff. I guess my mom left. Mom, hello? Well, it's already dark outside. Dang. She left quickly. I don't even know how that happened. I need to go ahead and grab my laptop up here to check on the status of that. I did order some vinyl last night. I fell asleep. So I hope that the Rocktober stuff shows up tomorrow. It's supposed to. They shipped 12 boxes, and I kind of fell asleep without putting in a huge new vinyl order. I didn't even get to order waiting list yet from, I think, Friday night and last night. And I guess some Monday night, too, but there wasn't many because I don't think Paul really showed any new vinyl. But, Chad, I'm about to check you right now. If you were on a waiting list, and I could have already tagged you yesterday, but I don't remember. So if somebody says, I thought I was on a waiting list, I have to go check it so you don't end up with 2. So, Chad, let me pull this up right now, because if I tagged one yesterday in the sale, I didn't know. Long story short, they shipped 12 boxes of new vinyl, which should be this week's Rocktober exclusives. If all that shows up tomorrow, oh boy, tomorrow could be a show of shows with new vinyl, Rocktobers, and Bark. You already got a Black Rain. Yep. Chad, you got one yesterday. You got a Black Rain yesterday, Chad. So, yeah, you've already got one. Okay. So, let's go over here and see what's happening. These 10 singles are sold for $10. And that's sold to Tim Graham. Now, Gerald Whitworth was the only non-Facebook person who wanted a Kiss slide. Is that right? Gerald Whitworth. Y'all, whoever's watching, please make a note for me. But I only had one non-YouTube person. If you're on, or a non-Facebook person, if you're on Facebook, please comment on the post. That way you're in the correct order and you can get it in line before anybody else. If you don't have a Facebook and you want a Kiss slide, if you're YouTube only, if you're Twitch only, or you're X only, make sure you let me know right now, because if you don't, you have to wait and claim one live, okay? Over here, YouTube stream is still broken. That is why there's no comments from YouTube viewers. Is YouTube live right now? Test 1, 2. If you're on YouTube, can you please comment? Sammy Hagar. We got lucky on Sammy Hagar. The distributor I pre-ordered it from said they sold out. I went to another distributor. They had 83 in stock, and of course I needed 60 of them. I needed 60 of them. All 60 shipped today. They have shipped. Sammy Hagar will be here tomorrow with all the Rocktober stuff. Okay? Is it too late to grab a porcupine tree? It's not. Journey was at $25. Ozzy is $36.99. Richard Willis, Ozzy was $36.99. There's 2 left if you want one. Richard Willis. Matt Nichols needs a Pink Floyd The Wall, of course. I have become comfortably numb. That is so to Matt Nichols. Natasha Pickett wants a porcupine tree. Never too late to claim new vinyl. That stuff's right here behind me. Mostly Pink Floyd records I needed in stock. There's that. Next is YouTube is working. Not showing live on YouTube. I can confirm YouTube is down. Okay? Probably should have ordered all 83. I know. I actually might order some more right now if I can. I don't know what's up. Some people can see YouTube, some people can't. I don't know what's up with that. But I do know this. Sticks is sold to Tom Kelly for $40. Sticks is sold to Tom Kelly for $40. It sounds like it's a YouTube problem. Sounds like some people are having browser issues. Tom Kelly, you do get sticks for $40. Okay? Richard Willis does want an Ozzy, Black Rain. That has his great song, I Don't Want to Stop. Okay? Let's sell that to Richard Willis. All right. Your comments on YouTube are coming at half price. Oh, no. Okay, so Journey is a Japanese pressing of Captured. There is one bid for $25, and this bid is with Chad Snyder at $25, okay? $25 with Chad Snyder, okay? There's that. Normally, Rocktober stuff would be in on a Monday or Tuesday, but I got it cheaper through a different distributor that doesn't ship until the day before. So that's why we're getting it tomorrow and not Monday. It probably would have been better if I went ahead and paid a little bit more, but when you're talking about 500 records and you have to pay $1 extra per record, oh my gosh, add up the math. That's $500 extra. So I figured we could wait about 2 more days. And honestly, by the time we're done with Rocktober, it might save me over $1,000. So that's big savings, right? So we have to wait just about another 24 hours and they'll be here. Let's put up another auction. I've learned over the course of business, I used to think, boy, Walmart has some weird prices. I remember as a kid, you'd see something for $7.92. And then I've realized now, well, that 8 cents more they charge on 1 million units, boy, that adds up, doesn't it? 8 cents more over 1 million times. John Denver's greatest hits, Take Me Home. That's something I've learned quickly in business. Unit pricing over thousands of units. Oh my gosh, you don't think about it. John Denver's greatest hits, a Japanese press, $35 start. Try to save everybody some time and money. The cheaper I can get it, usually the cheapest I can mark it. All right, let's go back over here to the video. I do have Pink Floyd Pulse. I think y'all see that about every night, it seems like, because it's one of our best-selling boxes. $114.99. Eminem Slim Shady LP's $39. Scorpions Return to Forever. That's a double LP. $44.99. And then over here, we have Dead Meadow. That is $29.99. I still got a couple of those. Velvet Underground Live at the Gymnasium, that is $29. And somebody asked about In Abstina. There's the other porcupine tree, $49.99. The Velvet Underground Loaded, that's on clear vinyl. Velvet Underground is $29.99. And Scorpions Love Drive, 180 gram. Soft color touch sleeve, $44.99. We have Clutch Slow Hold of China. That's on orange vinyl for $29. And next is Miles Davis Kind of Blue. Miles Davis is $29.99. We also have Dr. Dre The Chronic. That's $44.99. Ryan Mustaine does want porcupine tree. We're sold out of porcupine trees. If anybody else decides you want one, let me know. The new John Lennon, Power to the People, $79.99. Godzilla's $33.99. And Faith No More, $59.99 for Album of the Year. We did sell one to Daryl Johnson, D-A-R-R-Y-L. Daryl Johnson got a Faith No More. There's 2 left. Faith No More, Album of the Year, and David Gilmour, the Luck and Strange concerts. I still got 2 left, $139.99. All right, let's put up some new auctions. Journey is sold for $25. Sorry that took so long, because in between a weird segment there. Chad Snyder got that for $25. Thank you. $25 sold to Chad Snyder. And we can go ahead and make a buy now on John Denver. John Denver's greatest hits. John Denver's greatest hits, a $35 buy now. $35 bot. Now, let's put Zero Tune on YouTube. Let's put them on a waiting list for Porcupine Tree in Abstina. That was my only copy that he got. I'll put you on the wait list. Take Me Home, Country Roads, Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. That is John Denver's greatest hits. And folks, you can pick that up for the price of $35 if you want that. It's got Obi. It's nice. I got to do a little cleaning up in the back because I'm going to display Roger Waters back there until we sell them. But first, let's sell Brian the second Scorpion. So the first one was, he wants a Love Drive. You want the classic Love Drive. Tim Grindstaff on the great Velvet Underground loaded. And let's put up some more auctions, shall we? And next is going to be Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway. McCartney with Obi. I'm now less than, I guess, a couple weeks, and he's coming to Nashville. I'll definitely won't be here that night. I'm going to try to get there like early in the morning and like camp out almost so I can be front row. It's going to be exhausting, but I think it's going to be worth it. Once in a lifetime opportunity to be front row with McCartney. I've got 2 booklets. It is Gatefold with Obi, Red Rose Speedway, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Absentia. Yeah, exactly, in Abstina. Next thing in here is a quick recap. We got Pink Floyd Pulse, $114.99. Eminem's $39. Scorpions, Dead Meadow was $29. The Velvet Underground Live, the Velvet Underground's classic studio album. Also, Scorpions Love Drive, Clutch Slow Ho to China. Miles Davis, Dr. Dre, John Lennon, Godzilla, Faith No More, and David Gilmour. Okay? Here we go. General admission, yep. GA on the floor at McCartney. I'm going to try to get there that morning, and I might start shoving old ladies to get to the front of the room. Get out of my way. What did Jerry Seinfeld say? You old bag. He's stealing that marble rye. All right, time for new vinyl. Chad, did you get my claim for Dream Theater? Image words not come through last week. I don't have it on my invoice. I'll give you one right now. Dream Theater, images and words. I didn't purge all the old flip videos like I normally do because I wasn't here. Usually on Monday mornings, I sit down and I go through every flip video. I go through every flip, what am I trying to say? I go through every new vinyl flip video because sometimes on Thursday morning, somebody's commenting on the Monday morning video or they just comment at random times. So I didn't purge them this week. So what I'm going to do is I'll go through and tonight and go ahead and probably start pulling some stuff out late. I haven't had any time to do that yet, but that is so to Tim Rory, okay? How about new vinyl? Folks, how about new vinyl? Let's get started. Paul McCartney's a $35 start, and I'm about to crack open that. Oh, and don't forget, this was new. I need to put these in the crates because I forgot to show these today in the video. I'm down to 4 REMs, Radio Free Europe. This is on orange vinyl. Radio Free Europe is $24.99. That's a 10-inch orange vinyl EP. I'm down to 4 of those, $24.99 for REM. All right. Next thing over here is AC/DC. Let's see what's going on with this. A nice 1979 U.S. Specialty OG press. A real OG 79 VG Plus condition. It has the Atlantic inner sleeve. This is Highway to Hell. AC/DC, $25 start on that. $25 start on that. And don't forget, around 8 o'clock tonight, we're going to put up this epic signed Roger Waters, Dark Side of the Moon. That's going to be going up tonight around, I told everybody about 8 o'clock, so we'll see what happens. Okay, first thing, we had a waiting list for these. This is the Charlie Brown Christmas Zoetrope Picture Disc. Charlie Brown Christmas Zoetrope Picture Disc. What is a Zoetrope? A Zoetrope is a picture disc that has these images. They're staggered along to give the illusion that they're moving. And when you play it on your turntable, it looks like they're moving. And Paul Brothers and Rob Clark was on a waiting list. Paul Brothers and Rob Clark. And that means I'm going to have a couple extras. These are $38.99, okay? There's one, there's two, Paul Brothers and Rob Clark. I've got 3 extras. The Charlie Brown Christmas Zoetrope picture disc, $38.99. Whose signature is worth more, Waters or Gilmore? Davy Gilmore. Davy Gilmore. AC/DC is got bids for 25, 25, 25, and 28. And Paul McCartney can be bought for a buy it now of $35. Red Rose Speedway is a buy it now of $35. This is available. It's a Japanese pressing Voby, beautiful condition. And don't forget, we still got John Denver over here as well. Already got a couple Japanese no bids. Now, I wasn't expecting these to come in at all. This isn't the big delivery that we're expecting, but they emailed me and said, hey, I've got 5 Buckingham Nicks hi-fis in stock. Do you want them? And I was like, yeah, I want them. And so a random 5 copies of these showed up. Unnumbered. They are limited edition, though. And let me pull up the pre-order because we still got people on a pre-order for this. The next 5 people on a pre-order, was the following. We left off with Letty Collier. We got one for Scott Smith. He's next. Autumn Betts, Carol Puckett, Kevin Willis, and Jerry Stone. As long as y'all all still need one. I'm assuming y'all do, because they were sold out and we got 5 more copies in. So who are those going to go to? Scott Smith, Autumn Betts, Carol Puckett, Kevin Willis, and Jerry Stone. Next in line is Paul Oakley, Scott Corcoran, record guy Brent Robley, and Fred Cardinale. At any time, these could show up. Next week, the week after, November, December, who knows? Those next 5 are all sold. There's already an extensive waiting list. There's about 50 people waiting for that. It is a phenomenal sounding record. I'm seeing nothing but positive reviews among the people who have been playing that. If you want on a waiting list, you'll be way down the line, but they will come in. They will come in, okay? Charlie Brown is still available. Carol says he doesn't need his. So the next person to get one, not Carol Puckett, he says we can give his to Paul Oakley. Okay? Jerry Stone says he doesn't need his. Let's give one to Scott Corcoran. So Paul Oakley and Scott Corcoran's getting one. Paul Oakley and Scott Corcoran's next in line. Anybody else? Hopefully Kevin Willis. I think Kevin still needs one. I know Autumn, she just said yes. I bet Scott Smith's already got one, but he probably is okay with 2. Charlie Brown is $38.99. Next is Halloween Ends. Extended, expanded, original motion picture soundtrack, $36.99, celebrating the final chapter of the modern horror trilogy with deluxe packaging and never-before-heard score material. A must-have collector's release, featuring 10 unreleased cues across a double LP, new artwork and patchment by Chris Ballheimer, and exclusive 24x36 posters designed by Creepy Duck. Limited orange with red splatter vinyl. Halloween Ends, $36.99. The AC/DC Highway to Hell is a 1979 USOG specialty press, VG Plus condition. The high bid is Michael Freiberger for $38. Michael Freiberger for $38. George Jones wants a Halloween. Autumn Betts wants a Halloween. Those are sold and sold. Let me make sure. I don't think that's come in yet. Let me make sure there wasn't a wait list. I know the other night we had some kind of Halloween, but I don't think this was it. Megadeth, Bratmobile, Chevelle, John and Paul, Skinner, Stone Temple Pilots, Green Day, Metallica, Dead Kennedys, Anthrax, Megadeth, Ozzy. No waiting list for this, okay? Because I know it wasn't before the Hatchet Ed shirts on my schedule. Natasha, hold on a second. George Jones, Autumn, Paul Brothers, Jerry Stone, and Natasha Pickett. All those are sold out. The only thing left right now is Charlie Brown Christmas. And this is new for Friday. I know how you ghost collectors are, so I went ahead and ordered 2, 4, 6 copies. There was no pre-order for this. This is Ghost Meliora, a new 10th anniversary edition, a deluxe 2 LP with a commemorative Papa 3 Mummy Dust Buck. Now, I don't know what a Mummy Dust Buck is, but it's evidently in there, and it's on a new color. exclusive Surge colored vinyl. Ghost comes out Friday, a new 10th anniversary edition, Meliora, $39.99. AC/DC's at $42 of Ryan Mustaine. We've already sold 2 Ghosts, and I'm putting up another auction. Sister Christian, Night Ranger, Midnight Madness, a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has an insert. It's in shrink with Obi, $35 start. Ghost is sold to Sarah Weiberdink. Ghost is sold to Ken Crooker. Ghost is sold to Tom Kelly. Ghost is sold to Autumn Betts. Ghost is sold to Gerald Whitworth. And there's 1 Ghost left. Meliora, green vinyl with some sort of bonus, a Papa 3 Mummy Dust Buck. Collectible Ghost dollar bill. There we go. I knew somebody could tell me what that was. All right, Chad needs this. Wow, we've almost wiped out a whole crate of new vinyl to start new vinyl. Only 2 tonight. Tomorrow should be an epic night with our newest new stuff. And the next crate is mostly new releases. The next crate's mostly new releases. Here comes the monster. Whew, that's good. Oh, man. Tea and lemonade, folks. Can't beat it. All right, we're going to have a wait list for Ghosts because this is sold to Michelle Clements and Justin Deckelman. You'll be first on a wait list. Wow. The only thing left, we fulfilled the waiting list, was the Zoetrope Vince Guaraldi Trio Holiday Classic Peanuts. When you spin it, it looks like these characters are moving. If you've never had one, it's a really cool kind of special effect they're doing on these. $38.99. There's 3 Charlie Browns left. All right, AC/DC is sold to Ryan Mustaine for $42. Night Ranger does have a bid for $35. That album is kind of not in print. It is, it's really comes and goes. They did like a Culture Factory pressing one time, but this is going to be hard to beat. This is on high-grade audiophile, Japanese quality vinyl. 1 bid, $35. We're about to sell it. We've already emptied a crate, Caden. You feeling good? You feeling good after that trip to the mountains? Did we do a lot of stuff? Yeah. We did a lot of stuff, didn't we? We ate a lot of food. We ate out 4 times in one day. He's laughing because he knows it's true. I got there at 6 a.m. up in the mountains, and I woke everybody up. I said, guys and gals, mom, sister, nephew, we're going to do one thing today. We're going to eat a lot of food. We're going to eat a lot of food. Okay, Night Ranger's at $36. Our next auction over here is going to be the Beatles, Speaking Words of Wisdom, Let It Be. This is a real 1970 U.S. Jacksonville OG pressing. The last Beatles album, probably their most controversial. This actually came out after Abbey Road. It was recorded before Abbey Road. Let It Be, a 1970 Jacksonville, $30 start on that. Here we go. I've got new stuff here. We got Faith No More. This is a live unofficial. We've been selling a lot of Faith No More albums, which are pricey. This is a live concert in its entirety, a gatefold 2 LP, $44.99. Faith No More. We have 2. This, I went ahead and grabbed several because I saw them and I was like, this is going to be a great bootleg to have. Megadeth, live in 1994, Webster Hall, New York City, live at the MTV show. Megadeth, which was originally broadcast on MTV, it's on splatter vinyl, $29.99. Megadeth, live in New York. MTV, $29.99. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of those. 9 of them are available. The Beatles have bids for 30, 30, 32, and Night Ranger's at 47. I've also got, this is new for tomorrow, for Friday, Chris Isaak, Forever Blue, a Record Store Day Essential, 30th anniversary, $38.99. Record Store Day Essential, Chris Isaak, Forever Blue. Megadeth is an unofficial. No, that is an unofficial release. That is unofficial. Chris Isaak is $38.99. Night Ranger has hit $50, and we have Bush's Greatest Hits. Bush's first ever Greatest Hits collection. 2 LPs, 21 songs, 7 #1 singles. Wow, I didn't realize I had 7 #1 singles. And this is on the clear vinyl. Everything's in. Come Down From This Cloud, Glycerine, Machine Head, Greedy Fly. That's probably my favorite. Make Up Your Mind. Don't forget about Sound of Winter. That's a great one. That is Bush, their greatest hits. $39.99, a double LP. Jerry on Chris Isaac. That is sold to Jerry Stone. That is new for Friday. And I pre-ordered that somewhere else with like 10 copies, and they hadn't shipped them yet. So I looked up somewhere else, and they had 5 left, and I was like, but if they ship those other ones, I might have too many. So we're lucky to have those 2 in stock, just FYI, okay? So Beatles, 32. Night Ranger hit 50, then 55. Jerry Stone got Chris Isaac, 1 left. We have Scott Markheim on one of the Megadeth bootlegs. So does Scott Markheim. James Lavender on Bush's greatest hits. So did James Lavender. James Chilcott on a Megadeth. Jim B bid 33 on the Beatles. My gosh, Jim B is bidding. Did I miss something? Is this signed by John Lennon or something? Jim B's bidding on this. $33. Calvin's out on Night Ranger. Final call to Matt for 55. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these in stock. Iron Maiden, Twilight in Japan. It is unofficial. The legendary broadcast, Sun Plaza, Tokyo, 1981. Iron Maiden. We have sold quite a bit of these, and there's still a waiting list. There's still a waiting list over here, and let's pull that up for everybody. The Iron Maiden waiting list is as follows. Iron Maiden waiting list is as follows. Twilight, Japan. Where are you? Nobody. Oh, I've already fulfilled them all. Okay, never mind. Okay, so these are all available. If you want them, we've got them. Iron Maiden, Twilight in Japan, $29.99. My bad. We've already got everybody filled on that one. I know we do on this one, though. Stone Temple Pilots, a full concert here, 1994. And this is a 2 LP. Stone Temple Pilots, 1994. That's New Haven Veterans Memorial Coliseum. I know there's at least one. Now, if I'm wrong on this one, I'll be shocked. I will say, folks, I'm shocked. I was wrong. There's not a wait list. And this one goes to Jason Fortenrat. I'm not shocked because I knew there was. Jason Fortenrat gets Stone Temple Pilots. That's a 2 LP. That is sold to him, $29.99. We also have Candlebox. Haven't had this in stock in a while. It's a 2 LP music on vinyl press. Candlebox is $46.99. All right. Night Ranger is sold to Matt Nichols for $55. Karen's in on the Beatles at $35. Jim B, you've been outbid. Karen has that for $35. Let's go over here to Night Ranger and put this in a new sleeve. There we go. There we go. There's that. Oh, yeah, and Scott Markheim, one of the Scorpions. I forgot to do that. I read that in my head, but I didn't take action on it. Scott also wanted Scorpions over here. That's sold to Scott Markheim. Return to Forever. We've sold every Scorpions album I've ordered this week except that one. This is a 1970 U.S. Jacksonville press. EX on the vinyl. It has Phil and Ronnie in the Dead Wax, as in Phil Spector. It's a gatefold jacket. The Beatles, Let It Be, a 1970 Jacksonville. Scott Markheim also wants Iron Maiden, Twilight, Japan. That's so to Scott Markheim. Candlebox is available. And this Black Sabbath bootleg, which there should be a waiting list for, Syracuse, New York. Black Sabbath, Syracuse, New York, $38.99. A lot of unofficials in here. It's one of those days where these were all waiting list. We had a lot of waiting list, and we've had to reorder them. Black Sabbath, though, is all of them is available, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like all these are available. Black Sabbath, Paranoid. Yeah, some of this stuff I don't even have anymore or can't even get anymore. I need to clear out my waiting list tonight. Make a note, purge waiting list. $38.99. Syracuse is available, and I've got Leonard Skinner, Cardiff, Wales, and I know somebody was waiting for that, and I'll pull that up in 1 second right after I introduce our next auction, a Japanese pressing of Bad Company. This is Bad Company, their self-titled debut with Obi, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Karen, you've been outbid on the Beatles. Jim B has it for $36. Bad Company is a Japanese pressing, their debut album, Can't Get Enough, Rock Steady. So many great songs on there. With Obi, $35 start on that. $35 start on that. There it is. Let me open this up. Let's see. George Jones on the Cardiff Wales Leonard Skinner. This is a live, unofficial Leonard Skinner Cardiff Wales 1975. That is sold to George Jones. He was on a waiting list. And where did I get to here? I got to that. So there's 2 extra copies of that, $29.99. Bad Company's a $35 start. And we've got 2 copies here of Bratmobile, which was something originally Laura ordered, and we restocked it. It's an indie exclusive, limited to 500 copies on yellow vinyl, Potty Mouth by Bratmobile. Bratmobile is $29.99, and I think we're waiting for 1 person. Bratmobile, and that was Natasha Pickett. Natasha, I got you down for a Bratmobile, FYI. Okay, Natasha? Hopefully you're still hanging around. That is so to you. Thank you, Natasha. We also have 1, 2. I got a restock of the Godsmack, 1,000 horsepower. Godsmack is $33.99. And if y'all know, that was out of print for a long time. This was a pretty dang big deal when that came back available. $33.99 on that. And then we did get a couple more copies of Megadeth, Killing Is My Business. And there's quite the waiting list for this. The first person, the next, is John Oliver and Carla Breckie. John Oliver and Carla Breckie. The next people are Robert Matthews, Chad Snyder, Stanley Richmond, Michael Wilkerson, Scott Arnold, Dwayne Worley, Janet Gray, Rick Peabody. So these are coming in a little bit at a time. John Oliver and Carla Breckie was next. And that is the new Killing Is My Business. Killing Is My Business. Okay, so those 2 are sold. Roger Waters will be sold at 8 o'clock. Yes, big auction. It's going to sell, hopefully. It's signed. It's Beckett. Full letter, it's ready to go. And we have filled up a full crate of vinyl. Let's go ahead and swap these out. Let's swap these out here, Caden. I didn't say anything. Let's swap these out. Empty Matt wants a Godsmack. 8 o'clock Central Time for Roger Waters, so 1 hour and 4 minutes. Auction estimate, 900 plus. Or I'm not going to sell it. Y'all know how I am about rare, desirable items like that. It's like, good luck going and tracking that guy down and getting one yourself. James Taylor at Christmas, $29.99. James Taylor at Christmas, $29.99. Cardi B, there was a waiting list for this. It's baby blue vinyl, signed. It includes a signed insert. Cardi B, I think, let's see here. Cardi? No? Maybe, Laura, was there a note on this? Was this supposed to go to anybody? I don't see a note, or was there a note? And by the way, Laura, when you're done with the price sheets, if you don't mind leaving them on Ed's desk, I couldn't find last night's to order stuff. I didn't know what happened to them. But either way, Cardi B, that should be available. I'll confirm on that. David Doyle on James Taylor, Christmas album. And then this is new. Let me find last night's waiting list. Kool and the Gang is a new release, $33.99. Here's the waiting list. Order More Down Nola, Black Sabbath, Lights, Rocktober, LA Guns, Tom Petty, Paul, Kool and the Gang. There was no waiting list for Kool and the Gang. All right, so this is new, comes out Friday. It's Kool and the Gang's greatest hits. Get down on it. Get down on it. This is $33.99. Celebration. Celebrate good times. Come on. I like Get Down on It. Jungle Boogie, a cool dozen from Kool and the Gang. 1 is sold to Jerry Stone. Cardi B is $44.99. Baby Blue Vinyl, signed. Am I the Drama? Those are just extra copies, so that is available, okay? All right, so what do we got going on over here? Bad Company's at $45 with Matt Nichols. Time to really focus on these auctions. The Beatles is sold, no. So Karen bid $37. John Yarborough bid $40. Karen went out. Final call to John Yarborough II, a 1970 OG Jacksonville Beatles Let It Be. VG Plus jacket, nice EX vinyl. We're about to sell that. Okay, now we can really focus on our auctions and get into some crates. New vinyl takes a little bit more of my attention because I got to make sure we don't have waiting lists, special orders, pre-orders. I try to knock it out early because I think a lot of people watching early wants to see what come in too. And Bad Company is a Japanese pressing. Bad Company's at $45. Sean, I'm glad you asked about Danzig. Here's the situation on Danzig right now. It's been available almost for a week now, and they still hadn't told us anything. I think it's kind of under what they call an embargo, meaning they can only sell it right now, and our distributors can't even mention it. So I've been telling everybody, if you're worried you're going to miss out, go ahead and get it elsewhere. I never tell anybody to do that. If you can wait a little bit longer, we may be able to get them. But I know some people do not want to miss out on a reissue of Danzig. So I've told everybody, please be patient, but who knows? I hope that I can get them. But we don't know right now. Most people would just rather wait for me to find out, but I know some people said, I've got to go ahead and get it, Chad. I'm like, that's fine, but hopefully I can get it. Then you can just cancel that order. John Yarborough, that sold to him for $40. And then Bad Company, Red Cave Collections is out. Sell that to Matt Nichols for $45. We're ready for new auctions, okay? I've got a whole surprise of Japanese stuff. We got some killer stuff over here, but let's go ahead and throw up Chet Baker. Man, we got Rocky. Coltrane. Let's do John Coltrane, standard Coltrane. We have John Coltrane, a 1986 U.S. reissue, VG Plus, 1986 U.S. reissue, VG Plus, a $15 start. $15 start. Next year, I'm going to get on the ball. We need some Collectible exclusives. I'm going to get licensing. We need to get this stuff done. Collectible should have been the exclusive distributor of these Danzig reissues. I'm going to go fly and meet with Glenn Danzig, get him to sign a contract. We'll have a photo op. and he'll come to the store and do a concert. We got to get some Collectible exclusives, okay? We got to get some Collectible exclusives. John Coltrane, standard Coltrane, 86 US, VG Plus, a $15 start. We have next. How about Christopher Cross, Sailing? This is a $35 start. Cindy Pyle, she will pay for it. Cindy Yarborough, got it. Cindy Yarborough. Yeah, where is Glenn Danzig? Does he even come out in public? Christopher Cross is a $35. I don't even hear about him. Christopher Cross is a $35 start. It does have a little bit of edge wear right here, but the vinyl's beautiful. Sailing, $35 start on that. Okay. Next thing is what? Here we go. We have Faith and More live, Hollywood, November 1990. It's a 2LP live unofficial, $44.99. A really cool looking Megadeth here, live in 1994 MTV show, splatter vinyl, Megadeth. That's $29.99. Records. Wow, I can't believe we didn't sell more of these. We've only sold one. Chris Isaac, Forever Blue, 30th anniversary. This has been out of print. Jerry Stone, the only one to grab one. There's one left, $38.99. I'm going to start putting up the Aussies. It is at 7. It's 7. Okay, let's start putting up the Aussies. Bush Loaded, the greatest hits. Bush is a 2LP clear vinyl compilation, $39.99. Iron Maiden Twilight Japan, $29.99 for Iron Maiden. A lot of unofficials in here, but high-quality sound recordings. STP, this is a 2LP, $29.99. And we have Candlebox, $46.99. That's a 2LP music on vinyl. I got something to say. Da-da. Misfits. We have Black Sabbath, Syracuse, 1976, the New York State broadcast, $38.99. Leonard Skinner, live in Cardiff, 1975, $29.99. Bratmobile, Potty Mouth, yellow vinyl, $29.99. Godsmack, 1,000 horsepower, 33, one left. James Taylor's Christmas album, $29. Cardi B, Am I the Drama, blue vinyl, autographed, probably an insert, $44.99. And Kool and the Gang's greatest hits is $33.99. Okay? The track listing for Megadeth Live is Reckoning Day, Sweating Bullets, Train of Consequences, In My Darkest Hour, Tout Le Monde, Symphony of Destruction. Nice. Ra-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Peace Sells, But Who's Buying? And Victory. All right. Danzig. He's pretty ripped, isn't he? We have John Coltrane over here. This is sold one bid, Michael McCullen, $15. And Christopher Cross can be bought for a $35 buy it now. Sailing, folks. That's a buy it now for $35. You're going to get some super high quality playback on that pressing, eh? 35 on that. Tom Harris wants Megadeth. I was on the wait list for Skinner. Yep, I've already pulled you one. You got pulled one a moment ago. Tom Harris on Megadeth. Syracuse should be a full show, yeah. Black Sabbath set list is Symptom of the Universe, War Pigs, Gypsy, Black Sabbath, All Moving Parts, Stand Still, Dirty Women, Drum Solo, Guitar Solo, Electric Funeral, Snowblind, and Children of the Grave. Okay, there's that. Dan Davis gets Christopher Cross for $35. Tracks on Leonard Skinner. Leonard Skinner live in Cardiff. Double Trouble, Give Me 3 Steps, Saturday Night Special, I Got the Same Old Blues, Simple Man, Call Me the Breeze, T for Texas, and Sweet Home Alabama. Next is a request for In This Moment and Ozzy Tribute. And the only thing left from the first crate of new vinyl was Charlie Brown's Zoetrope picture disc. Will I be going through more new vinyl tonight? Yes. Friday night, there was a ton of great stuff that showed up. I never did get to show it again because I wasn't here on Saturday. And we need to show that stuff. It's some great titles because I feel like a lot of people hadn't got to see it, but maybe a half of a time. So there's the one crate. All that's been shown. I'm going to go ahead and bring up this first crate that Paul has marked for tonight. No telling what's going to be in here. And we've got some great auctions, okay? Coin the Gang is not on colored vinyl. No. We got Laura's auction. She's getting ready. Now, not everything's up here. Okay, before I start promising Aussies, hold on one second. Not everything's up here. Let me tell you what's up here right now. Slayer, Zeppelin, Scars on Broadway, Cannonball Adderley, East Memphis Music, Chet Baker, Tigers of Pantang, Rocky, Coltrane, and Chet Baker. There's no Aussies. I can't even put an Aussie up right now. She's still working on all those. Folks, it's kind of early. It's just 7 o'clock. It's just 7 o'clock. It's early. It's early. We have East Memphis Music, the hits from the Stax era. This is a 2 LP promotional compilation featuring Otis Redding, Aretha Franklin, Al Green, and many more. VG Plus, a $15 start. VG Plus, $15 start. East Memphis Music from the Stax area. Okay, Led Zeppelin's on deck. We also have a Japanese pressing to put up. A cool Elton John compilation here. A very special collection, Elton John. A very special collection, Elton John. This is a $35 start. The vinyl is really nice. Gatefold jacket with Obi, a $35 start. Coltrane that's over here. Tigers of Pantang, Making Tracks. Impressions John Coltrane is a 1980 press. Don't forget, every day, sometime after 4 o'clock, every hype picture auction is posted. That's usually about half of the auctions we put up for sale every night. They're posted on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, usually about an hour, hour and a half before we go live. And, of course, sometimes we get started selling them immediately. Sometimes Laura's still working on them at 7 o'clock, and that's the situation right now. It's early. It's early, but the hot pictures are posted every day. Mike just shared the link. I mean, every day at 4 o'clock, you can see 50% of the stuff we're going to auction. Now, you know what else? We have a whole crate of surprises. Japanese. I have a whole crate over here of Beatles, metal, and Kiss records. Those could go up at any time. There's stuff like Rainbow. We're also going to be auctioning 45s. We're also going to be auctioning Japanese pressings. And if you're on YouTube, you can see the hot pictures. If you're on Facebook, you can see the hot pictures. And, of course, if you're on Instagram, you can see the hot pictures. Charlie Brown is $38.99. But that's not everything we sell every night. Also, some people are misled by the auctions and thinking that you're only going to see metal or you're only going to see jazz. It would be the complete opposite. It would be the complete opposite. because most of the time when we're selling metal auctions, usually the bins are full of the opposite of metal, which is going to be the most of what you're going to be buying tonight or being seen tonight. All right, here's some more singles. Beach Boys, Be True to Your School. Santa Esmeralda. Pat Boone, Speedy Gonzalez, The Safaris, Wipeout, and Surfer Joe. Roger Daltrey, Leon. The Babies, Back on My Feet Again. The Art of Noise, Kiss. Ricky Nelson, You're the Only One in Milk Calc Blues. The Beatles, Twist and Shout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And The Rascals, It's Wonderful. 10 singles for a $10 start. 10 singles for a $10 start. East has a bid for 15. East has a bid for 15. Skinnerd is $29.99. Charlie Brown's $38.99. East has a bid for 16. East has a bid for 18. Elton John's a $35 start. 10 singles. 10 singles for a $10 start. Any rush? Yes. We have this White Sister, a 1984 U.S. hard rock album. White Sister is $19.99. These are sticker price, no more, no less. What does that mean? If I say $19.99, you can either buy it for $19.99 or you can pass for $19.99. They're brand new. They were priced today by Paul. These are straight from collections. They've never been offered for sale since the last person bought them. The last person that bought them might have literally bought them brand new, and they've had them for 40 or 50 years. They might have been pre-sold 5 other times. Who knows? But right now, they're being put out for sale for the first time. Everything in here. We bought all these from somebody's collection. Who knows? But they hadn't been up for bid for except right now. Leonard Skinnerd is sold to Karen Robbins. Next thing is News, NEWS, hot off the press. Sealed, $99.99. A 1974 U.S. private press country rock psych album. Paul has a note. Great album great album recommended if you like the Byrds. $99.99 on that one. The singles have a bid for $10. Final call to Chad Snyder. Clutch, Psychic Warfare. Clutch is a 2015 press, $24.99. Houston Person, Ron Carter, Something in Common. A 1990 U.S., $24.99. Pebbles, Volume 6, $19.99. The Roots of Mod. East is officially sold to Calvin Ward for $18. That is sold. Elton John, a very special collection, is a no bid. You can pick up Elton John for the $35 buy now. The singles are at 10, the singles at 11. The Elton John is a $35 buy now, a very special collection. You can pick that up for a $35 buy now, okay? There's that. Everything in this crate is new arrivals, first come, first serve, price is marked, no more, no less. All right, there's that. New auctions coming up right now. Zon, Z-O-N, Back Down to Earth, a 1970 white label promo. That's a prog album, $9.99. Dance music. This is produced by the Bombay Ducks. This is a 1981 UK experimental post-punk album, $29.99. Next auction, Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin is the classic records pressing. Oh my goodness, here it is. We've sold Led Zeppelin 2, 3, 4 houses. We've done Physical Graffiti, we've done Presence and In Through the Outdoor, and even Coda. We have just found in this collection the super desirable all-analog cut of Led Zeppelin's debut album by Classic Records, a 200-gram remaster on audiophile-grade vinyl. Led Zeppelin's a $375 start. We've sold 2, 3, 4 houses, Physical Presence, Into the Outdoor, and Coda. That is the only one we hadn't sold. We've had the whole set, which together is an extremely valuable collection. Classic Records, $325. Edwin Plum put On and Zon. He wanted On. He put O-N and then the Z. You put those together, that gives you Zon. That's sold to Edwin Blum. These 10 singles are officially sold to Calvin Ward for $11. Thank you, Calvin. Those are sold to you for $11. Let's go over here and grab... Let's go ahead and grab this right here. Rush Signals is a new sealed 180-gram remaster, $36.99. Direct Metal Mastering. That is the Rush you see over there in the corner. That's a new sealed 180-gram remaster DMM. Next, we have Paul Revere and the Raiders, him or me, Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery, Mamas and Papas, Glad to be Unhappy, Green Grass, Gary Lewis and the Playboys, Love and Spoonful, Gary Puckett, His Other Woman, Little Peggy March, I Will Follow Him, Love and Spoonful, Darling Be Home Soon, Gilbert O'Sullivan, Get Down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and Eric Clapton, I Can't Stand It. Promo. Those 10 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. These 10 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Next, Ivan R on Clutch. This is sold to Ivan R. Classic Records is a $375 start. These 10 singles is a $10 start. I've never had the Classic Records road case. That's the only reason I've sold all these individually. I'm holding out for that. So the road case has everything that we've sold in the last couple weeks individually. So that's essentially everything in one big metal trunk, which sells for like $10,000. We've sold them all individually this week at a bargain, in my opinion, because I think if you add up what we've sold them all individually, they've averaged maybe $400, and we had 9 of them. So if you do the math on that, buying them individually is a steal. If you would have bought them here this week, you could have saved thousands of dollars. So I think just a couple people has bought every one of them. Either Kaiser or Rob Fordham, I think, have bought every one of them. And that leaves just that one. How about a promo copy of Bad Company? It's a compilation. It's called 10 from 6. Shooting Stars on here. Feel Like Making Love. Bad Company. Rock and Roll Fantasy. It's a white label Japanese promo with inserts and a nice cover. $35 start on that. Next in this bin is the White Stripes. That is an unopened 2007 OG. These didn't come sealed. They came with like a strip here covering up the lid, or covering up the lid, covering up the seam or edge. $49.99 for the White Stripes. Also, we have Guffey Hollow, Clean Up Your Act. This is a 1983 Bluegrass with press photo. Guffey Hollow, $19.99. Kate and Anna McGargarill, Love Over and Over, a 1982 UK folk rock, $9.99. The White Stripes is sold to Joseph Ellis. These 10 singles are about to be a bot now for $10. Bad Company has a bid for $35. What's the grade of Led Zeppelin? This is near mint minus, near mint minus, near mint minus. Caden? Is that your headphones you dropped? Okay, I was making sure you didn't drop the Mona Lisa way you had back here.
No.
The Louvre Museum has contracted us to host showing the Mona Lisa here for a week at Coleco. Bad Company's at $35. John Hammond, Frogs for Snakes, $14.99. And Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues Singers, a 1980s mono US remaster, $29.99. Final call on the Bad Company for $35. And the Supremes, I Hear a Symphony. The Supremes is a 66 UK flipback. Nice. Ooh, I like that. $19.99. A UK beautiful condition, $19.99 on the Supremes. Oh Mama, Kristen Limbs, a 1978 U.S. folk album, sealed for $9.99. And R.L. Burnside, Come On In, that is sealed for $34.99. This is a brand new Paul Crate, new arrival, sticker price, no more, no less. Unbelievable. This $700 Led Zeppelin record can be bought for $375. These 10 records can be bought for $10, and we're about to sell Bad Company. The front is a 1984 Christian rock album, $9.99, and the White Stripes White Blood Cells. The White Stripes White Blood Cells is sealed, $29.99. And let's go ahead and sell Tom Kelly Bad Company for $325. That is sold to Tom Kelly for, $35. That is sold to Tom Kelly. That is sold to Tom Kelly for $35. Those 10 singles are about now for $10, and Led Zeppelin is sold to Danzig $35 for $375. I can't believe it. I figured we'd have our first air horn of the night. Unbelievable. Just no bids on that one. $375 sold. Next thing is Dwayne Caldwell on the front. That is sold. Pink Floyd Greatest Hits. Those should be in by Friday, if not Monday, if you want on a waiting list. Tom Rush New Year. Tom Rush is $14.99. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. I can't believe Bad Company just got a single bid too. How about Aerosmith Draw the Line? Aerosmith is a Japanese pressing of Obi, another beautiful copy. $35 start on that. Aerosmith, Draw the Line, 1 LP, insert. The cover has a little bit of discoloration, $35 star. That hurt my chest. I usually don't like selling $700 Led Zeppelin records for $375. I'm going to start telling Paul and Laura to start stashing Zeppelin records like I do Beatles stuff. Just stop putting them out for sale. Y'all are making my chest hurt. Next thing is Dinosaurs. And this is a 1988 U.S. Blues Rock Psych record, $14.99. I saw a little clip the other day. Dinosaur Jr. had to change their name because of this band. They already had called themselves Dinosaurs. I think Dinosaur Jr. was going to call themselves Dinosaur, and they had to change their name because of that band. $14.99. Next over here, Aerosmith's a $35 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Impressions, John Coltrane. This is a 1980 U.S. reissue, VG Plus condition, $15 start on that. Also, we have Herbie Mann, When Lights Are Low, a 1988 mono remaster. Herbie Mann is $9.99. All right, let's count out 10 more singles. Let's try to get another lot sold. We have Ambroy Dukes, Journey to the Center of the Mind, Bob Dylan, Copper Kettle, Carpenter Solitaire, Carole King Corazon, Les Elgert, Bandstand Boogie, Duran Duran, Perfect Day, Young Rascals, How Can I Be Sure, Tina Turner, and Archie Bell and the Drells, I Can't Stop Dancing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 singles there. $10 start on those. $10 start on those. Next is Steve Goodman. This is Steve Goodman High and Outside. That's in shrink wrap for $9.99. Al Di Meola Project, Soaring Through a Dream, $14.99 for Al Di Meola. We also have LA4 live at Montreux. LA4 is in shrink wrap, $14.99. Missouri, that is a state. It's also a name of this 1977 Southern rock band, Missouri, $19.99. The 45s has a bid for $10. Coltrane has a bid for $15. And Lionel Richie is sealed for $14.99. The White Stripes, the complete John Peel sessions. The White Stripes is sealed for $29.99. And National Lampoon, that's not funny, that's sick. National Lampoon is actually a picture disc. Check this out. How cool is that? A National Lampoon picture disc, $14.99. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Christmas Vacation. Christmas Vacation. Yep, that's a good idea. How about all the classic records? Because the last night we sold the Who's Next classic records. What else have we had? We've had some serious kind of rare and collectible audiophile stuff, and I think they've kind of slipped through, kind of unnoticed. Aerosmith, Coltrane, John Durden, and Patty on White Stripes, then Ivan R., then Autumn Betts, okay? Aerosmith can be bought for a $35 buy it now. Aerosmith, Draw the Line, $35 buy it now. Laura's bringing up new auctions. I turned around to grab a sleeve. I almost lost my train of thought. This is a $35 buy it now. $35, and that can be bought right now. First thing we have is Chad Snyder on NP. That's for National Lampoons. That's sold to Chad Snyder. What is on National Lampoons? It's already sold. Missed info on Missouri album. Missouri is a 1977 Southern Rock, $19.99. Coltrane has a new bid for $18. And then Vaughn E. Gillespie, you were third on National Lampoons. And these 10 singles are sold to John Durden for $10. That is about $1 a piece. John Coltrane is a 1980 U.S. reissue, VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that next one is going to be this right here. This is going to be this right here. And this is going to be this right here. We have Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act, a double LP Obi. Beautiful copy, Japanese press, 2 LP with inserts and a rich winter sleeve. Nice jacket, $35 start on that. $35 start. Packs of outer sleeves, packs of 100, just like the ones we use, are $29.99. Mike Conway on Missouri, John Coltrane's at $19. The Roger Waters is going to be sold at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock on that one, signed by Roger Waters. Lonnie Mack and Pismo, a 1977 U.S., only time on vinyl. Lonnie Mack is $24.99. Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn, sealed with hop sticker, $19.99. Matt Nichols wants a pack of outer sleeves. By the way, Scott Smith, I don't know if you saw where I liked your comment, but over here, just so you know, I tagged you for a Buckingham Nicks, okay? I tagged you for a Buckingham Nicks hi-fi. Sorry, I forgot what I was doing over here. I had to pull up one more thing while I'm thinking about it. Give me 1 second. Coltrane has a new bid for 20. Do something over here. Okay. All right, we're good. Next thing in here is Alex Haley tells the story for his search for roots. That's a 1977 sealed. That's a spoken word record, $9.99. Vernon Green and the Medallions, Golden Classics, also sealed, $9.99. So there's Grand Funk, a $35 start. Coltrane's at $22. Make sure Matt Nichols gets a pack of outer sleeves. And here is another stack of singles we're going to put up for a $10 start. We have Derek doing Cinnamon. Not Derek and the Dominoes. Eric Burden and the Animals, Anything. John Fogerty, Rock and Roll Girls. Huey Lewis, The Heart of Rock and Roll. Phil Collins, Against All Odds. Doc Holliday, Don't Stop Loving Me. Elvis Costello Promo, Man Out of Time. Lulu, I'll Come Running. The Tremolo, Silence is Golden. Michael Nesmith from the Monkees, Joanne. And Genesis, In Too Deep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's go ahead and make this lot 12. Merle Haggard, Some Days When Things Are Good. Those 12 are going to go up for a $10 start. Okay, next thing in here is the following. The Jacksons, 2300 Jackson Street, sealed with hop sticker, an 89 US original, $19.99 for the Jacksons. This is Jan and Dean, 16-track audiophile recording, a 1980 Canadian audiophile compilation, $14.99 on that. Also, Dionne Warwick, Go With Love. Dionne Warwick is a 2 LP compilation, $14.99. Tom Keene, Run Now, $9.99 on Tom Keene. And Union Grove, Music on the Grounds, a 1976 bluegrass, sealed for $19.99, okay? The singles are at $12. Also, we have Grand Funk Railroad, a buy it now for $35. That's a 2 LP. It's called Caught in the Act. And Grand Funk can be picked up for a $35 buy it now, okay? That's Grand Funk Caught in the Act. $35 buy it now on that. I'm going to put that in a brand new sleeve. Packs of 45 sleeves. If you give me a second, I'll see over here what we have, okay? And Coltrane, he's out. Michael McCullen, 22. I think that might be it on those. The singles have bids for 10 and 12. Laura's got 10 or 15 more auctions to research, but she did go ahead and bring some more up here. Right now, no bids. Grand Funk and Aerosmith, 35 and 35. I'll show the other few in just a second. And let's see what she just brought up here a moment ago. There's the tab for Ozzy. There's the tab for Iron Maiden. We love to see it. Tons and tons of Iron Maiden tonight. I'm going to go ahead and put this up because I found this over here in a John crate, I think, from the other night when Paul was doing a show. And I was like, boy, if we're going to sell this, we better get it sold this week. An original Walt Disney Chilling Thrilling Sounds of the Haunted House. It's actually really clean for what it is, 1979, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. The Chilling Thrilling Sounds of the Haunted House, $15 start on that. The singles are now at 13, so Larry B., you're outbid, and Scott Fellows, you've been outbid, okay? And let me restack some of these over here. Got several Japanese no bid, surprisingly. And I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here very quickly. And if you decide you need something, let me know. If you missed the price, let me know, because I'm just going to be reading the titles, and then I'm going to go ahead and grab this other crate Paul marked. And I actually have some other new vinyl over here that I think is definitely worthy of another peek. And I think I'm going to go ahead and condense all the vintage flip crate stuff, all the flip crate stuff that hadn't been claimed so far. We need to go ahead and grab all that and show it, and try to get all that sold like we do, because there's only a handful in each crate over here. Alrighty. So Haunted House has bids for $15.15 and now $20. Lots of bids all of a sudden. First thing we have is White Sister. If you need a price, let me know. News. This was recommended earlier by Paul. He's like, why hasn't nobody bought this? $99.99 sealed. Houston Person, Ron Carter, Something in Common. Pebbles is still available, which is one of these really cool compilations. $19.99 for Pebbles. We have Dance Music, the Bombay Ducks. Guffey Hollow, Clean Up Your Act. That's some cool bluegrass there. Kate and Anna Gargill, Love Over and Over. John Hammond, Frogs for Snakes. Robert Johnson was an 80s pressing, a sealed mono remaster from the 80s, $29.99. The Supremes, a UK original pressing, $19.99. Oh Mama, Kristen Liams. We have R.L. Burnside, that was sealed, come on in. And the only white stripes that didn't sell, a 2021 sealed copy for $29.99 of White Blood Cells. We have Tom Rush New Year, Dinosaurs, Herbie Mann, and let's pause right here quickly at Steve Goodman to let everybody know that John Coltrane is sold, and John Coltrane is sold to Michael McCullen for $22. The 45s are at $15 with Be Yourself Adventures. The lot of 12 45s are at $15, and the Haunted House record is at $20 with Mitch T 85. Mitch T 85, that's the high bid right now. Also, we have Al Di Meola Project, Soaring Through a Dream. We have LA4, Live at Montreux. Lionel Richie, Lonnie Mack and Pismo. Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn. Also, Alex Haley tells the story for Roots, Vernon Green and the Medallions, The Jacksons, 2300 Jackson Street, Jan and Dean, Dionne Warwick, Tommy Keene, and Union Grove, Music on the Grounds. Music on the Grounds. Next thing, Scott Fellow says, had it at 16, Chad. He must be talking about something. How much was R.L. Burnside? R.L. Burnside was sealed, $34.99, and Autumn wants the only white snake, or excuse me, the only white stripes that was left over. That is sold to Autumn, okay? And then somebody evidently claimed an Aerosmith, and I missed it. Who claimed an Aerosmith, and I missed it? Josh Brown. Somebody evidently claimed an Aerosmith, and I missed it, because I don't see Josh Brown at all on my chat. Evidently, there's a lot of problems on YouTube tonight. So if you're on YouTube trying to squeeze in some comments, you may be invisible almost, okay? Scott Fellows said he already bid 16 on the 45s. Be Yourself Adventures, you're out. Be Yourself Adventures, you're out. Josh Brown is trying to claim the Aerosmith for $35, okay? Let's go ahead and claim them. YouTube is evidently pretty problematic tonight, so you got to make sure your bid pops up on Restream. Otherwise, I can't see it, or my phone might not show it anyway. All right, so that's sold for $35, okay? That's sold for $35 to Josh Brown. Aerosmith is done. Now, the singles are at $16. Did you sell Porcupine Tree Dead Wing? I did, unless you want to go on a waiting list. And then Haunted House is at $22. Haunted House is at $22. Okay. One second here. Okay, I think we're good. I was throwing a lot of activity there. I was throwing a whole lot of activity. I'm making sure I don't miss much. Plus, I have people commenting on the post, sending us messages, wanting to know how they can buy the signed Roger Waters. It will be up to the highest bidder in 27 minutes. That's why I got it back there, so everybody will ask about it until it's sold. 27 minutes. Somebody put a timer on the screen. It's going to sell to the highest bidder. The singles over here are at $17. The Haunted House is at $23. $23 on the Haunted House. The singles are at $17. Scott Fellows, you're out. El Pisca, you're out. That's the high bid. Now El Pisca at $24. Okay? Here so far are the no bids. I won't show the 45s because I don't want to read all those out 10 times. The only no bids is Elton John, a very special collection, $35. Paul McCartney and Wings is sold to Patrick C. Smith for $35. John Denver's $35, and Grand Funk is $35. Okay? There's that. There's about 10,000 requests for me to start selling these Ozzy records. I'm not surprised. If I was surprised, I'd be lying. Let's go ahead and put one up right now. There has been an enormous amount of requests for this picture disc. I'm talking about there was been between 3,000 and 5,000 requests to put this picture disc up for bid. Between 3,000 and 5,000 requests. Somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000. Somewhere right in that number. So we better go ahead and sell it. This is a 1986 US OG limited edition picture disc. There's the original plastic. There's the original sticker. It does have some chemical reaction because this is a horrible thing to store records in, especially picture discs, these plastics. You can kind of see what's going on there on the vinyl. It's still not bad whatsoever, and it has a slight warp to it. It has a slight warp. Laura says, still a great display piece. $15 start. Ozzy is now up for bid. $15 start. Alan Parsons Project I Robot release. Those came in yesterday. We've already sold out, and there's a waiting list. Haunted House is at $25. El Pisca's out. The singles are sold to Be Yourself Adventures for $17. Those are sold. Good luck to all those bidding on Ozzy. This could get bloody. This could be bad, okay? Hope everybody's buckled up and you've tied your shoes. Your socks might get blown off through the bottom of your feet on this one. Let the games begin. All righty. Michael Snared offered $30 on Grand Funk. Sold for $30 to Michael Snared. That just leaves John Denver's Greatest Hits and a very special collection by Elton John. Those are the only two no bids Japanese. Ozzy's already up to $75. Haunted House, El Pisca's back in for $27. That's where we're at. Before I show this other Paul crate, how about we do quickly this right here. And I think I can condense the wrap in here too that was from last week. Almost. It's going to be close, but I think I can save a crate. I can. Here we go. Quickly. Haunted House out. Final call to El Pisca for $27. Ozzy is at $80 with Scott Wynn. Next auction, a third auction, a Japanese pressing of The Secret Policeman's Concert with Jeff Beck, Eric Clapton, Sting, Bob Geldof, Donovan. A $35 start. Here we go. Stanley Turrentine, Mr. Natural. Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99 for Stanley Turrentine. Pictures of Heath, Chet Baker, Art Pepper, Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. Hank Mobley, Curtain Call, Blue Note Tone Poet, $34.99. The Rolling Stones Voodoo Lounge, Half Speed Master, $38.99. Big Black, Songs About Blanking, $29.99 for Big Black. Cannonball Adderley Quintet in Chicago. Verve Acoustic Sounds, $34.99. The Best of James Bond, 3 LP, 26 songs, all the original themes, $54.99. Charles Mingus, $34.99. Temple the Dog, $34.99, a Gatefold 2 LP. Info on Ozzy, what is Ozzy, what's the Ozzy? Right now, Haunted House is sold. This does not have any other bids. This is sold to El Pisca Zinze for $27. That is sold. Aussie is this picture disc. It does have some chemical reaction, and it does have a light warp to it. The high bid on Aussie's $90. That's what they're bidding on right here. Ozzy Osbourne. That is now up for bid. It's now up for bid. It is Aussie, and it's at $90. Secret Policeman's at $35. If you want to bid, I'd go ahead and recommend bidding $150. That would be a good way if you want to win that, if you want to take that home right now, I'd go ahead and put Aussie 150 decimal and hit send. That's what I would do. I'd put Aussie 150 and hit send. I guarantee you'll win the auction. If you get outbid, you'll have to bid again. Then you go ahead and just throw 200 at it. Temple the Dog is sold to Tom Kelly. Thank you. That's the 2 LP at a great price. I also have George Strait, Pure Country, red vinyl, $38.99. Albert Ayler, Love Cry. Albert Ayler, $29.99. Louis Armstrong wishes you a cool Yule. Yuletide with Louis Armstrong, red vinyl, $34.99. Three Doors Down's greatest hits like Kryptonite, $29.99. Aussie's at $90. Now it's at $100. Who wants to go ahead and bid $150? We're going to get there anyways. We have Rob Zombie, Spook Show International Live. Rob Zombie's a double picture disc, $38.99. Drake, Take Care. Drake is $38.99. 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying. That's a 2 LP for $54. Nos, Illmatic, that's $33. Tribe Called Quest, Midnight Marauders, that's $29. Jay-Z, In My Lifetime Volume 1, $39 on that. And the other Drake is Views, $44.99 for Drake Views. And that was some stuff from last week. I just went ahead and condensed that right quick. We did sell Temple the Dog. Aussie's at $110. Secret Policeman's Concert can be bought for a $35 buy now. Aussie's at $110. Who wants to go ahead and bid $150? Aussie's at $110. Who wants to go ahead and bid $150? But the Secret Policeman's Concert can be bought for a $35 buy now. Let's go ahead and go through this other pre-owned crate that Paul has marked over here. That is going to be available for $3.5. I'm about to put up another Japanese. Scott Wynn has Aussie for $110. I've got Drake, I got Jay-Z, I got Midnight Marauders, I've got Nos, I got 50 Cent, I've got Drake, I got Rob Zombie, I've got Three Doors Down, Louis Armstrong, Albert Ayler, George Strait. We have Temple the Dog. Temple the Dog is $34.99. We got Charles Mingus, James Bond, Cannonball Adderley, Big Black, Rolling Stones, Hank Mobley, Chet Baker, and Stanley Turrentine. That's what's left in there. Got all those down into one crate. That's great. One crate, great. All right, I got some more over here, but first let's go ahead and go through this new arrivals crate that Paul has marked. Pretty excited about seeing these. Aussie's at $115. Who wants to go ahead and bid $150? Who wants to go ahead and bid $150? Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. Next auction is this. We're going to go ahead and put up right now Iron Maiden. Boy, this is a cool one. I don't know if I've ever had this before. This is a 1991 UK limited edition die-cut shaped picture disc. Nico, Rhythm of the Beat. Look at this really sweet die-cut shaped Iron Maiden picture disc. I've never had this one before. I would have remembered that one. How cool is that? That's an original from 1991. It includes the fold-out stand. It has the insert where you could stand it up. EX, a $35 start on that. Unbelievable. These are new arrivals, never shown, sticker price, no more, no less. These have been in collections for years. They've been marked one time today, and they are no more, no less. Sticker price. Joseph Ellis does want the Temple the Dog. That was my last copy of that. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me go. There's some killer jazz and a lot of rap left in there. Jazz and rap. This is sticker price, no more, no less. Also over here, we have Nos, Illmatic. That's sold to John Howard. Nos is sold to John Howard. Let's go ahead and pull that for him. All right, thank you on that. That's sold to John Howard. Appreciate that. Aussie's at $125. Who wants to bid $150? What's the Rob Zombie? Iron Maiden's at $40. What is the Elton John? Elton John is a very special collection. It's a Japanese pressing. It's a compilation, gatefold jacket, FP-80329, $35. $35. Iron Maiden's at $40. Aussie's at $125. Iron Maiden's at $45. Also, we had a question, Iron Maiden's at 50. What was the Rob Zombie? Let me take 10 more steps over here and I'll grab one of those. This is an on sale price through one of my distributors. This is Rob Zombie Spook Show International Live. It's a double picture disc. Rob Zombie, new, $38.99. Ozzy has a high bid of $125. Iron Maiden has two $50 bids. Okay? Let's go through this new crate of new stuff that Paul's marked today. Yes, these are sticker price. Yes, they're no more. Yes, they're no less. Let's get started. Chad's going to have to take a drink of Monster. I'm going to need a big drink of Monster. What is the Iron Maiden? What is the Ozzy? What is a Monster? Who is Chevy Chase? Can you tell me more about Roger Waters? Where was Taylor Swift born? What's Neil Peart's middle name? How many members of Lynyrd Skynyrd are still alive? Here we go. The last concert, the Modern Jazz Quartet. This is a 2 LP VG condition from Atlantic Records, $11.99. Ozzy's at $130, Iron Maiden 60, Iron Maiden 65. Over here, we have Stanley Richmond on Rob Zombie. That is sold to Stanley Richmond. This is Iron Maiden, Nico Mc... Every time I look at his name, my brain wants to say Nico McBrain, but it's Nico McBrain. And it's a die-cut shaped picture disc, Rhythm of the Beat. I've never had this in all of my years. How many Iron Maiden records have I sold in the last 5 or 6 years? 10,000? I've never had this one before. It's got the original sleeve with it, and it's got the original stand-up cardboard. I would classify that as very scarce. That was not released here in the United States. Iron Maiden's at $65. What a cool die-cut shaped picture disc that is. $65 on that. Ozzy's at $135. Who wants to go ahead and bid $150? I've shown one record in here. Let me show another one. Keith Jarrett with Charlie Hayden, Paul Motion, and Dewey Redman. I think I said his name. EX 1799. I'm trying to talk so fast, there's no telling what I might spit out. EX $17.99. Also, we have Willie Bobo, Unos Dos Tres, 1, 2, 3, 66 US stereo, VG condition, $19.99. Hoyt Axton Road Songs. Hoyt Axton's VG Plus, $9.99. David Pitts has Ozzy for $135. Who wants to go ahead and bid $150? Over here, the last bid on Iron Maiden was $65. Next thing is Keith Jarrett. Keith Jarrett is sold to Eric Van Leuven. Thank you on that one. Also over here, we have Southside Soul with John Wright Trio. That one looks cool. 1960 Deep Groove Mono in G condition. It is G condition, $69.99. Southside Soul, $69.99. Ozzy's at $135. Also, we have Dave Brubeck, Buck Clayton, Miles Davis, Duke Ellington, Columbia Jazz Festival, a 1959 Mono, VG Plus, $9.99. What are the tracks on Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden is Rhythm of the Beast, extended version, and McBrain Damage. Now, that has everything to do. It could have 0 tracks on it, in my opinion. I think this has everything to do with the fact that it's a die-cut shaped picture disc in beautiful condition from 1991 in beautiful condition, and it's a die-cut shaped picture disc in beautiful condition. It's a final call to Brian Tassin for $65. Derek Gunn, you've been outbid. Ozzy's at $135. Scott Wynn, you're out. Final call on both those auctions. If somebody goes ahead and bids $150 on Ozzy, you'll probably win it. I said that about 20 minutes ago. It's almost got there. We could have went ahead and sold it. Michael Freiberger on Columbia Jazz. Also, we have James Gang's Thirds. James Gang is in VG condition, $9.99. James Gang Thirds. 10cc, 100cc. 10cc is VG condition, $9.99. And the Birds, 1968 Mono, VG condition, $24.99. The Notorious Bird Brothers in Mono, VG, $24.99. Final countdown. I've lost bidders on Iron Maiden, and I've lost bidders on Ozzy. I'm assuming everybody's done. We're not done on Iron Maiden. The bids just came in. 70 and 70. How much is Iron Maiden? $70. We've been bidding on that for a while. It's at $70. Richard Willis on James Gang, that sold. Ozzy, the hammer's up. I've lost a couple people. The last bid was David Pitts at 135. Final call. We have Loggins and Messina, full sale, a quad press, VG Plus, $9.99. Now Iron Maiden's at 80. Somebody go ahead and bid 125. It's going to get there anyway, right, Paul? This Nico picture disc, just go ahead and bid 125. It's gonna get there anyway. Steve Morse Band, the introduction, EX 1299. EX 1299, and we have Harlequin Mass, it looks like, a 78 US Prague Art Rock, VG Plus, $24.99. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Aussie's done, and as soon as I said that, Scott Wynn's bid came in. Scott, you are a hair late. David Pitts got that for $135. Boy, you came in on the buzzer too late. I've already sold it to Scott. Scott Wynn was out. He lost that one. That was sold to David Pitts for $135. Should have went ahead and bid $150. I was trying to tell everybody $150 probably would have won the auction. That is sold, $135. That's gone. Scott, your bid came in too late. He had that for almost 6 minutes at $135. I lost you. Nico is a final call. Derek Gunn has it for $70. John Yarborough, you're out. The high bid is $70 with Derek Gunn. $70 with Derek Gunn. He was, before you said that, maybe on Facebook, but not for Restream. His bid came in late. Thank you, Paul. And then here's Ozzy. Rozzy Randy Rhoads Tribute, a 1987 U.S. Carrollton OG, VG++ EX. This is VG++ EX minus, a 2LP, a $65 start, the Ozzy Randy Rhoads Tribute. This has only ever been reissued in the Ozzy box set. This is up for bid, a $65 start. Ozzy, the Randy Rhoads Tribute, that's up for bid. Next thing is the Amazing Rhythm Aces. The Amazing Rhythm Aces has a press kit with it, VG Plus, $11.99. We have Blues from Los Angeles, the 1980s, William Clark and the Night Owls, a 1990 US OG, VG Plus, $39.99, and Live, the Jay Giles Band. This is a VG 2LP, $9.99. I hope we're done on Iron Maiden. The hammer's up. It's about to go to Derek Gunn for $70. He's had it for 3 minutes now. Nobody else has bid. Final call. Let me make sure y'all understand how bidding works. If you're on Facebook and you place a bid, if you are on Facebook and you are placing a bid, and you place a bid, and I don't say anything, and then I still don't say anything about your bid, and then 3 minutes later, I'm still not saying anything about your bid, you may have hit send, and it may be on the screen on Facebook, but it's not on my Restream. So he had that for 6 minutes, and it never did show up until the last second, and it was too late. If you comment a bid on Facebook, it could take 30 or 45 seconds for me to see it. Y'all are going to see it on Facebook immediately. Me, it could take 30, 20 seconds. If you got a bad connection and you hadn't refreshed, it could take a minute and a half. I recommend this rule. If you're going to bid on an auction, I would bid immediately, and I would start bidding aggressively, especially if you've been waiting to bid on it and you know you don't want to lose it. I would pay close attention to what's happening right here. This is chiseled in stone right here. This is chiseled in stone. See these right here? This is the official chat. This is the same screen for everybody across the world. You could be watching in Abu Dhabi. You could be watching in Rome. You could be watching down the road. If you don't see your bid pop up right there, then it doesn't count. The second thing is, don't worry, I've got my eyeball on this right here. And if it's not right here, trust me, I will take it if it's on time. It's going to look like it's on time on Facebook. But once again, that doesn't matter. If you're looking at your Facebook chat, you're missing 2/3 of the show. You can't see anything on YouTube. You can't see anything on Twitch. And plus, you might think your bids are coming in and they're not. You've got to be watching this right here. Right now, everything on the screen is from Facebook. Every once in a while, you'll see somebody comment on Twitch like John Durden just did. You got to make sure. Now, during all that, Iron Maiden, the last bid on Iron Maiden just came in. Brian says he's in for $80. I'm glad you said that because that never did register to me till right now. Derek Gunn, you've been outbid on Iron Maiden. You've been outbid on Iron Maiden. Brian Tassin says he's in at $80. $80. $80. $80 on Iron Maiden. Derek Gunn, you've been outbid. Ozzy is at $100. Ozzy's at $100. It doesn't really matter where you're watching unless you're really wanting to try to claim stuff fast. If you're just bidding on stuff, it doesn't matter because it's eventually going to pop up. Okay? There's a lot of new people on because there's people watching tonight to bid on these Aussies. There's probably new people on tonight to bid on these Iron Maidens. There's probably going to be some people interested to see what Roger Waters brings here in about 5 minutes. And all I'm saying is I would make sure you pay attention to the Restream chat. This is called Restream. Okay, that's where we pull everything together. I'm currently not on Facebook right now. I'm not on YouTube or Twitch. I'm watching on Restream. So I can't see what goes on Facebook unless it hits my feed. Jay Giles is VG condition, $9.99. Hope that made sense to everybody. Just don't want to make sure nobody knows I'm screwing them out on a bid. Trust me, if it's on my screen, I'm going to take more money. I'm not going to leave money on the table, but I'm also not going to pull in a bid that's late. That would be very unfair. Jimmy Spacek and the Fever. This is EX condition, $17.99. Easy come, easy go. 1987 US Blues Rock Hard Rock. EX $17.99. Derek Gunn, are you done on Iron Maiden? Derek Gunn, are you done on Iron Maiden? The last bid is Brian Tassin. He says he's in for $80. I told somebody earlier if they want to go ahead and bid $100, you probably could win this. Does anybody want to bid $100? You're probably going to win it, just like Ozzy. I kind of have a feeling where some of these things are going to end up. Now this Aussie's at 105. Let's see where it ends up. We have High Hopes. This is a 1973 US, the students of Hope School, Anaheim, California. VG $14.99. And we have Alice Cooper, Pretties for You, VG Plus, 1969 Terre Haute, first pressing. VG Plus, $34.99. That's the OG label for Alice Cooper, Pretties for You. David Graves, John Meeks said he wants Amazing Rhythm Aces. That's so to John Meeks. Got it. Paula wants Spacek. Jimmy Spacek. So to Paula. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $85. Brian Tassin and Derek Gunn, y'all are both out. Ozzy has a new bid for $106. The Greg Allman Band, Playing Up a Storm. VG condition, $9.99. Dinah Ross and Supremes and the Temptations on Broadway. EX condition, $12.99. Heaven 17, The Luxury Gap. Heaven 17 is a gold stamp promo, EX $12.99. Brian Tassin, do you want backing on Iron Maiden? Derek Gunn, do you want backing on Iron Maiden? Matt Nichols, do you want backing on Ozzy? Our third auction, I'm going to lay right in the middle. One of my favorites, Wings Greatest Hits. Band on the Run. Uncle Albert, Admiral Halsey. A Japanese press, a $35 start. This one does have a mark right here on the vinyl. I want y'all to see that right there. I'm going to have to grade this one VG+. Other than that, it's really nice. It has the insert, it has the poster, it has that insert, and it has the cover and Obi. Wings is a $35 start. I have not heard back from Brian Hassan on Iron Maiden. Have not heard back from Derek Gunn in about 10 minutes on Iron Maiden. Ozzy's at 110. Brian's backing on Iron Maiden for $90. Eric Van Leuven is in on Alice Cooper. Iron Maiden's at $90. Stanley Richmond, it's up to you. Do you want back in? Anthem for His Majesty, Clockwise. A Private Press Power Pop Prague album, VG minus $9.99. This is an Iron Maiden, first time offered at Collectible. Nico McBrain, die cut shape, 1991 UK picture disc. Never had it before. An original with the insert, and it has the cardboard cutout stand. This has a high bid of $90. If somebody wants to go ahead and bid $125, you'll probably win the auction. Wings has bids for $35 and now $38. The last bid on Ozzy's $110. Wayne Carr, do you want back in? Hendry Smink wants Heaven 17, sold. Stanley Richmond's out on Iron Maiden. The high bid on Iron Maiden right now is $90. I bet $125 will win it. We have a bid for $100. Nectar, Remember the Future, great album. VG Condition, $9.99. Wings is at $40. The Human Beings, nobody but me. VG minus $9.99 for the Human Beings. A 1968 Jacksonville press, and it has cover damage, $9.99. Iron Maiden's at $100. Brian Tassin, It's All Up to You. Ozzy's at $115. Wings is at $40 with Michael McCullen. Next is the Electric Prunes Underground. I can tell this is a Paul crate. 67 Terre Haute. The note from Paul is Essential Psych. VG Condition, $19.99 for the Electric Prunes, and we have another copy, $5 cheaper for a VG minus copy, $14.99 on that. And Tim Buckley, Goodbye and Hello, VG, $9.99. He's out on Ozzy. One more look. This album has never been reissued except for the Ozzy box set. It's a real, official 87 Carrollton OG. VG++ EX. The cover has some ring wear. We'll have to call it VG. That is a final call. Wayne Carr has it for $115. Have not heard back from Tassin on Iron Maiden. 007 Platinum has it for $100. Brian Tassin, It's All Up to You. He's had it now for a couple minutes. We're about to sell it. Wings is at $42. Michael McCullen's out. Ronnie's about to get that for $42. Next is History of the Grateful Dead, Volume 1, Bear's Choice. This is actually a white label promo. It does have a promo sticker, $19.99. And Wichita Fall, Life is But a Dream. This is a 68 U.S. Psych record, EX Condition, $17.99. There's a new bid on Iron Maiden for $105. Folks, we have a whole collection of Iron Maiden die-cut picture discs tonight. We could be here till 2 or 3 a.m. selling these things off. There's going to be some absolute wars for these rare, scarce, highly collectible, extremely desirable Iron Maiden records. Some of these could be up for 2 or 3 days. Y'all might have me here. I might grow a beard before some of these are sold. Brownie McGee, Sonny Terry, Guitar Highway, 65 US, VG $11.99, unbought on the Grateful Dead. That is sold. Matt Nichols on Nectar, Remember the Future. That is sold to Matt Nichols. Let's Sell Wings. This is sold. Ryan Eaton for $42. You Iron Maiden fans, you better buckle up. You better lace up. Hopefully have lots of fresh socks and underwear. You're going to need it tonight. Same thing for the Ozzy bidders. Ozzy is sold $115, and this is sold to Wayne Carr. Thank you, Wayne, $115. Ozzy's live tribute to Randy Rhoads, which is a Randy Rhoads concert. It's not like he did a tribute concert for Randy Rhoads. This is a live concert with Randy Rhoads, and they put it out officially as a tribute. Okay? That is sold to Wayne. Done. Dave Ferguson gets the live Jay Giles. That's called Blow Your Face Out. We're going to be doing that tonight with some of these auctions. Some of y'all's faces are going to be blown out. And then Jamie Bowler wants the better of the 2 Prunes records. You got it. Roger Waters. Roger Waters, this is a signed copy, obviously, of Dark Side of the Moon. Shouldn't be much introduction needed here. I had a guy reach out to me. He said this was for sale. I even got a photo the day Roger signed it. Now, this, I don't know. He included it. I said, is this the day he signed it? He said, that's the day Roger signed it, which makes sense because he had it authenticated back in 2017. So that's probably about right. And it looks like he's holding a silver pen. That's probably right. He said that's the photo Roger, he was about to get his signed. He said it was in his hand. So there it is. It was authenticated by Beckett. I've had it pre-checked at JSA. It comes with a Beckett letter. It's guaranteed. It's a remastered. It's a 180-gram like remastered jacket. Signed by Roger Waters. $950 start. I just comped on eBay. A signed copy of The Wall just sold for $1,000. I just looked it up about the time I was negotiating this deal. A signed copy of The Wall, also signed by Roger Waters, authenticated for Beckett. That just sold for $1,000. That's about what these things go for. We had a signed copy of The Wall about 2 years ago, and I think that's about what I sold it for. This is Dark Side of the Moon. I love his signature too. It's up for bid. $950. John Kaiser's already in. Folks, we're talking about one of the greatest albums of all time, signed by one of the main masterminds behind it, Roger Waters. It's 100%. I guarantee it. Beckett guarantees it. And I guarantee it to also pass PSA or JSA. There it is. Signed by Roger Waters, Dark Side of the Moon, Beckett, $950. Boy, John Kaiser was fast on that. Holy moly. Iron Maiden's at $125. Iron Maiden's at $130. It's now up for bid. I have a feeling if the right bidders are on, this could sell for well over $1,000. We'll see what happens. I think I'd rather have a signed Dark Side of the Moon than the Wall, but how could you argue with either one, right? It'd be like splitting hairs. If somebody's like, you can have a copy of a signed Wall or Dark Side of the Moon, your pick, I'd be like, I don't know, but a signed Wall just sold for $1,000. So, folks, if you ever are going to meet Roger Waters, he will sign stuff if you're nice and calm. Be sure you have some empty album jackets. You can make a lot of money, okay? That's why people track this guy down in public. I've seen people walk up with whole stacks of album jackets. They make a lot of money getting those things signed. That's what they do for a living. They track down these people and get stuff signed. It's hard to find them. He will sign, but they're obviously highly desirable. $950, it's got to bid. Let's put up another Japanese. Iron Maiden still getting bids. We're not done on that one either. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right now. And this is that Styx compilation from Japan. It's called Ripu. I'm not for sure if I'm ever saying that. It always sounds like I'm saying something kind of childish. Ripu. This is a $35 star. It Styx, near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert and insert, cover and Obi, $35 start, okay? Also, let me go ahead and tell you something about Pink Floyd autographs. So, obviously, Roger Waters here, in my opinion, is worth at least $950 and upwards of well over $1,000. David Gilmour, extremely difficult to get. Nick Mason and Rick Wright, they would also be expensive. But if you ever got one signed by all of them, you're talking like $15,000, $20,000. You're talking huge money. Huge money having one fully signed. It's rare, highly, highly difficult to get one signed by everybody. If you're like me, I'm trying to like just complete sets here and there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe one day get one with everybody. You're talking about huge money having one signed by the full band. $950, going once, going twice. Iron Maiden's at $150. Styx is at $35.40. We're going through a new Paul crate. Sticker price. Blasters, Ain't No Cats. Blasters is an unofficial live in New York City EX edition, $22.99. Van Morrison Wavelength. Van Morrison's VG condition, $14.99. Little Richard, good golly. Little Richard's EX, $12.99. I just seen where a signed, let me give you an idea about how fully signed albums sell. I just seen an auction, a big reputable auction house sell a fully signed Hotel California. It sold for over $12,000. Big money on fully signed big albums. It's huge. They're so hard to get. These guys, after this album came out, they were pretty inaccessible in public. So trying to get them all together to sign something, rare. Styx is at $42. We have Trio, Bill Evans. This is EX, $22.99. Neil Young, everybody knows This Is Nowhere. EX, $27.99, one of my favorites. Speaking of autographs, I've got several Neil Young autographs if anybody's interested. They're not cheap. They're actually more than Roger Waters, but I have them in stock if anybody wants to cut a deal. This is Yusef Lateef, VG, $9.99, and Oscar Peterson, Plays for Lovers, EX, $12.99. Hammers up. Are we going to sell it for one bid, $950? Roger Waters, final call, $950. We're about to sell it to Kaiser. Final call. Next, we have Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys, VG Plus, $14.99, and Moth the Hoople Live, VG, $9.99. And the last one is the Kinks, Lola versus the Power Man and the Money Guru, and this has Lola on it. Lola. The Kinks is VG, $24.99. Paul's marked some good records in there. I know there's a lot of check condition stuff, but man, there's some nice stuff in there. Pretty good titles. They are a lot of check condition, but there it is. Iron Maiden's at $170. Styx is at $45 of Austin Latham, and we're about to sell Roger Waters. I had a feeling, I knew he was going to sell, and I knew I wasn't going to take anything less than that. not every day I get something like that through. But I want to let everybody know, if you're watching out there, since we've acquired some really expensive autographs lately, I got more and more people reaching out to us every day with stuff for sale. I also get leads on stuff. I get leads, hey, Chad, I know somebody trying to sell this, or somebody's got one album they need to sell for some money, et cetera, et cetera. And autographed albums, we have the market for them. So if you got something really high-end signed, it could be Taylor Swift, it could be David Gilmour, it could be Jim Morrison. I would love that. It could be Chevy Chase. Let me know. I will be interested in it. I mean, you can sell me one item. We could do a deal through the mail, and we'll buy it from you, okay? A lot of times I like to get delivery if I don't know you too well, and when it's delivered, I'll pay you. If I do know you, sometimes I'll go ahead and pay you, and you can go ahead and ship it. Either way, Michael Freiberger on Oscar Peterson. And let's go ahead and sell Sticks first because it's here on top. Sticks is sold to Austin Latham for $45. Sticks, Austin Latham, $45. Thank you on that. That is sold to you. And congratulations, John Kaiser. Bidding's closed. I was expecting at least it to sell, but I had a feeling it might get up over 1,000 or 1,200. This is sold to John Kaiser for $950. Let's blow the air horn for Mr. Kaiser. And John, a piece of rock and roll history. Thank you. All righty. There's that. Okay. Now, Kaiser, I always offer this because we have such a great JSA connection. We're going to go ahead and obviously tag this for you and bill you for it. If you want me to get you a JSA letter, I know a lot of people on stuff like this, they like having one or two different letters. I can get you a letter from JSA. I would have to hold it. They're coming in the next 30 to 60 days here at the store. I can quote you a price on a letter from JSA if you're just okay with Beckett. But I know sometimes on $1,000 signatures, people like having multiple letters, and I can let you know that exact cost. But I wouldn't be able to ship it to you until after they came. And then the letter wouldn't be here until, oh man, the letter wouldn't be here till sometime in the spring probably. Okay? But if you're good just with Beckett, that's one of the three companies I recommend. But some people have went ahead and wanted me to go ahead and get, like the Aussie we just sold, we're getting a JSA letter with that. It's Beckett, and he wants to go ahead and pay for a JSA. It would be, I think, somewhere around $75 or $100. But but you wouldn't be able to get this album for another couple months. We'd have to hold it here for a little bit longer. But if you decide you want to do that, let me know before we ship it to you. Okay? And I'll get you that exact price. Awesome. That's sold. And over here, the first thing is, how much is Street Survivors? That's a new sealed copy, $34.99. $34.99. Awesome signed Pink Floyd. Nico is a final call. Brian Tassin has it for $185. Shane's out. They've been battling over this thing. Holy moly. We're about to sell it. $185. Street Survivors is sold. Y'all know my policies on autographs. If anything has any kind of doubt, this is sold to Michael Rudolph. We don't sell it. And really expensive stuff, we only recommend one of 2, 3 companies that's out there. Beckett, JSA, PSA. We've got this great relationship built now with JSA because we've had thousands of things autographed or thousands of things authenticated. So I can always get you letters, but it's kind of a time-consuming process. Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. Now, has some other people been requesting some stuff? If you need an auction bumped up, let me know. Ozzy Osbourne, Speak of the Devil. Right off the bat, I love the way this jacket looked. 1982 U.S. Carrollton. One more thing I'll say about autographs. If you get on eBay right now, there are hundreds of fake Pink Floyd autographs listed. They're fake as a $3 bill. And you'll see a signed Pink Floyd album sell for $390. Some people don't really understand, and they just buy something. They have it years thinking it's real until they go to sell it to somebody like me, and I'm like, this is fake. So you got to have those proper letters. You got to make sure the letters are legit, and you got to make sure it's verified by a lot of people. Big bands, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Beatles, there are hundreds of active forgeries on there right now. And there's fake stickers, there's fake letters. You got to have the right eyeballs looking at it, okay? So be careful. Ozzy, Speak of the Devil, is an 82 U.S. Carrollton OG. Folks, this is a nicer copy. This is an EX condition, a $55 start. An 82 U.S. Carrollton OG, original inner sleeve, EX condition, a $55 start. 1 inner sleeve, 2 inner sleeves. It has a gatefold jacket. Nice. Ozzy, that is going to go up right now, a $55 start. We already have a bid for $120. What is Nico at? $185. I'm about to sell it to Brian Tassin. Brian Tassin, $185. It's been up for a long time. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next one. X-Wing wants me to put up Burn the Priest. Laura, is that up here? I'm going to ask Laura if that's up here. I don't know if that's even up here yet. Is that an Iron Maiden release? No. Boy, look at all these die-cut picture disc and picture disc. Man, I don't see a Burn the Priest up here yet. Next auction is a Japanese pressing, and that next Japanese pressing is going to be Men at Work. This one's unusual. I don't remember a pink lettered Obi. Men at Work with the white matching Obi with pink lettering. Business as usual, a $35 start. In this moment, it's not up here either. I don't think those are up here yet. Laura still has 10 or 15 big auctions in the back that we're currently working on. All right. Over here, Iron Maiden, sold. Brian Tassin, $185. That is sold. Congratulations. That was a war. There's more where that came from. I have never seen that one before, though. Ozzy, Matt Nichols is doing what he should do. He has bid $120, going once, going twice. I'm going to clear some of this up back here in the back. Don't forget, we got signed Chevy Chase photos. These are JSA authenticated, and we got a deal done with these. They're basically witness. They don't say witness, but JSA was authenticating these. We actually kind of did a deal with Chevy Chase's camp, and we got about 50 of these signed. We got that one, and we have this one, and we're chipping away at them. I've been selling it about 1 or 2 a week. Hopefully by Christmas, they're all gone. They're $125. We've sold dozens of them. There's 2 different designs I have. I'm going to take him off the table for a second. Radiohead is $44.99. Rush is $36.99. Let's put another new LP back there. Let's put something back there that somebody's going to be like, whoa, how much is that, Chad? Marillion, Misplaced Childhood. A picture disc, Marillion is $33.99. I've got copper rounds at $5 a piece, yes, and copper bullets. Copper rounds and copper bullets. Yes. I'm going to read the titles that's in this bin. If you need something in here, let me know. The Last Concert, Modern Jazz Quartet. Willie Bobo, Unos Dos Tres. Hoyt Axton Road Songs. Southside Soul with John Wright Trio. 10cc, 100cc. The Byrds, Notorious Byrds Brothers. Loggins and Messina Full Sail, a quad press. Steve Morse Band Introduction. Harlequin Mass. Blues from Los Angeles. High Hopes. Greg Allman Band, Playing Up a Storm. Dinah Ross and Supremes with the Temptations on Broadway. One bid. Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. Sold to Matt Nichols for $120. Sold to Matt Nichols. He threw out an opening bid of $120, and he won the auction. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Men at Work is a buy it now for $35. Business as usual. Congratulations, Matt. This is a buy it now. Their classic Grammy Award-winning album. Right? It did win. I think I've seen the hype stickers. Yeah, it won Grammys. I'm pretty sure. Who Can It Be Now? The Land Down Under. 35 on that. Okay? I do. Give me a minute and let me go grab some keys, and I will pull those out for you, okay? But first, we need to put up another Iron Maiden. Let's do another die-cut picture disc. Boy, this one's sweet. Oh, my gosh. A 1993 OG UK. If you're an Iron Maiden fan, it's a fun band to be a fan of because they have amazing collectibles. This is an original I wish Led Zeppelin had stuff like this. 1993 Euro original die-cut shaped picture disc, Fear the Dark Live. Could you imagine like a die-cut picture disc of John Bottom with like Moby Dick? Oh man, like him behind the drum set or something. That would be all like that Nico McBrain we just sold. That would be awesome. I don't know if they ever want to make stuff like that, but I would be all over it. $35 star for Iron Maiden. That's now up for bid. John Cassidy gets Men at Work for $35. Slayer is going up right now. Slayer is going up right now. I got Slayer, and Slayer is this right here. It's a 1990 UK original pressing. Original inner sleeve, lower graded at VG, almost VG plus. VG, almost VG plus with the hype sticker. $50 start on that, okay? Next is how much is Blues from LA and who is on it. Blues from LA and who's on it. Blues from Los Angeles is William Clark and the Night Owls with George Harmonica Smith, Curtis Griffin, and the Hollywood Fats Band. VG Plus, $39.99. The next question is Michael Freiberger wants Modern Jazz Quartet. That was VG $11.99 sold. Iron Maiden's already at $100. Slayer's at $50. We also had Anthem for His Majesty Clockwise, The Human Beings, Nobody But Me, The Electric Prunes Underground, Goodbye and Hello, Tim Buckley, Wichita Fall, Life is But a Dream, Brandy McGee, Sonny Terry, Guitar Highway, Blasters and Unofficial Live, Ain't No Class, Van Morrison Wavelength, Little Richard Good Golly, Bill Evans Trio, Neil Young, Everybody Knows, This Is Nowhere, This Is Yusef Lateef, Traffic Low Spark, Martha Hoople Live, and The Kinks, Lola versus Power Man and the Money Garooned. 10cc 100cc was in VG condition, $9.99. 10cc 100cc. Michael Rudolph wants some fresh copper. I've got it. Let me step up here and grab this while I'm up here, and let me grab my set of keys so I can get this for you, Michael Rudolph. I think I've got a whole roll I can sell you. So if you give me 1 second, I'll open this up. I should have opened it up already, but let me do this right here. Everybody knows This Is Nowhere. La, la, la. Everybody knows. Okay. Thanks, everybody, for tuning into Collectible. What a night, right? You know, what a night. Looks like we've already sold a few in here. Somebody's been buying some copper rounds, and somebody's been buying some copper pew-pews. That's what we call them, because Facebook doesn't like the word bullets. Obviously. Can't be selling live ammunition on here. If I could, it would be crazy. Okay, so Michael, there's a tube. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Let me go get you 4 more. They're going to look like that right there, okay? And that will be 20 at 5, which would be 100. I probably can fit them all into one tube. So you get the tube, and they're easier to ship. And let me count out 4 more here. I've got 4 more here. They're going to be a little bit different. They're still going to be Vegas, but they've got a jackpot on the back of them. Okay? All right. So that should be 20. If that's good with you, we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. All right? That's going to ship really easy. That's sold to Michael Rudolph for $100. That whole tube there. All right. So Iron Maiden got bumped up to 100 by 007. Everybody else is out. Slayer is at 60 with Jerry Torres. And 10cc is sold to Dave Ferguson. Calls for Tim Buckley, Hello and Goodbye, was a VG copy for $9.99. And over here we have Anthem Details. Anthem, when I hear that, I think about the Rush song. Anthem was, what was Anthem? That was back here, wasn't it? Nope, Anthem. Anthem was, what was Anthem? Anthem for His Majesty Clockwise, a private press, 1978 Power Pop Prague album, VG minus $9.99. I have 1 Aussie, 2 Aussie Black Rains left. Final call on Iron Maiden. This is a limited edition Fear of the Dark Live die-cut shaped picture disc. If I've had this before, I maybe only have had a couple. It's numbered 6198, Fear of the Dark Live and Hooks and You Live, die-cut, EX, $100, final call. Slayer, Seasons in the Abyss, a 1990 UK original, VG, almost VG Plus, with hop sticker. That's now at $75. The Kinks is in VG condition, $24.99. Lola versus Power Man and the Money Garoon. There's some good songs on here. Strangers is good. Lola, and I think Power Man. That's a good one. Next is Omega Can you let me know who you are? Omega Consine. I don't recognize your name. That is so to Omega Consine. Dwayne Caldwell wants Anthem. By the way, Laura just delivered the rest of the auctions. Slayer is still getting bids. These are still available if anybody wants it. SMI says, I'll take it. And that was for the Kinks. ST, you just missed it. And we need to pull Michael Rudolph and Aussie Black Rain. And that was... What was that? That was out of the new stuff tonight, right? Yes. We are now sold out. There are 0 left unless somebody wants to go on a waiting list. Okay? First-time buyer. Okay, I don't have many first-time buyers over on Twitch. So let me share. Actually, somebody might need to help me out because I can't post just on Twitch. I guess I could post on Restream and it should show up over there. It should be shop. Collectible. I don't think we've ever had a first-time buyer just on Twitch. So can you see the description? I don't know what it looks like over there. That should take you to our website, and you should see a first-time buyer form. If you have trouble finding that, let me know, and I can show you the exact link, okay? But we need to get you registered. I got to get you to fill out that form. Unless you have a Facebook and you want to jump over there and send us a message, okay? Steve Morse Band. Boy, we might end up selling everything out of this crate. Steve Morse Band, the introduction is EX $12.99. Slayer is at $100. It's a 1990 UKOG, VG, almost VG Plus. Dan Davis has it for $100. Speaking of $100, this is sold to 007 Platinum for $100. He's probably like, any day now, Chad. Sorry, that was crazy. There was like 7 questions about 7 records in here, but they all sold. So listen, I love taking questions. Don't get the idea that I don't, because obviously I do, because we had 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 records was asked about, and they all sold. That will make number 7 if he buys Steve Morse Band. Okay, listen to some of the stuff we have the auction. Judas Priest, Clutch, Venom, Glenn Danzig, Whitesnake, Lamb of God, GNR, In This Moment, Alice in Chains, Scars on Broadway, Motorhead, Whitesnake, Lamb of God, Cannonball Adderley, Chet Baker, Tigers of Pantang, Rocky, Chet Baker, Ozzy, Iron Maiden. Let's do one more Iron Maiden die-cut picture disc. This one's awesome. Infinite Dreams, Eddie on a motorcycle with the Union Jack, Infinite Dreams and Killers live. A 1989 limited edition shaped die-cut picture disc, $45 start. Everything in this band is sticker price. Robbie Woods and Ed Riviera, these are all sticker price. Slayer's still getting bids. In This Moment is going up right now, and then somebody's also waiting for, if X-Wing is watching, he's waiting for Burn the Priest. Let's go through another crate. All right, now what I've understood is Friday and Saturday. Friday, there was a couple John crates Saturday, excuse me. Yeah, Saturday when I wasn't here, there was a couple John crates of like vintage new stuff. that Paul showed that I have never gone through that I'm about to do best offer on. And I kind of compiled them over here yesterday, and maybe even a few crates from one of the Laura deals. And then I've got the vintage flip crates to do. So we got a lot of pre-owned stuff. Tonight's going to be a pretty auction-oriented sale. And I have another crate of new vinyl over here I need to go through and condense. So if you give me one moment, I'm about to show you about 5 new LPs. Oh, boy. Almost popped my knee in place. It feels like it's out of place right now. All right. Quickly here. By the way, Laura's got all of tonight's auctions ready, so she's going to start working momentarily on marking new stuff. There will be new Laura crates. We have this, the new Taylor Swift album, The Life of a Showgirl, orange glitter vinyl, $38.99. Forbidden green, Forbidden's on green vinyl, $34.99. Violence, Kill on Command, the Violence demos, $36.99. King Diamond, No Presents for Christmas. King Diamond is $29.99. Rihanna, Good Girl Gone Bad. Rihanna is $33.99. Forbidden Evil, $29.99. Marilyn Manson, Born Villain. Marilyn Manson, $54.99. Ella Wishes You a Swingin' Christmas, red vinyl, $29. And Morbid Angel, Heretic, $33.99. Robbie, you have dibs on Ed Morse. Or, excuse me, Robbie, you have dibs on Steve Morse. If you want it, it's yours. If you say pass, I'll sell it to Ed Riviera. But it's sold to one of y'all too. You have dibs. You just got to say sold or pass, okay? Over here at the top, the Slayer and Iron Maidens are current 2 auctions. Slayer 101, Slayer 105, request for Burn the Priest, In This Moment, and Venom. We have Iron Maiden at 59. We have Iron Maiden at 75. Iron Maiden at 100. Roger Waters sold for $950. Red Cave Collections wants King Diamond. Red Cave Collections gets King Diamond. Richard Davis wants Forbidden and King Diamond. Richard Davis, do you want Forbidden Evil, or do you want Forbidden Green? And then I'm going to have to put you on a waiting list for King Diamond if that's okay. If not, just let me know. They should be back in next week because this is Wednesday. Yeah, it could be here by Friday, but probably next week. Richard Davis on Forbidden, the first one. That's so to Richard Davis. Let me know if you want a wait list for King Diamond. Ed Riviera, you get Steve Morse at sticker price. And now, final call on these 2 auctions. Slayer, final call. I'm showing Dan Davis at 105. Iron Maiden, final call. Iron Maiden, Be Yourself Adventures, $100. $100, final call. Okay? And that means it's up to 007 Platinum. What's left in here? Forbidden Angel, Ella Fitzgerald, Marilyn Manson, Forbidden, Rihanna, Violence Demos, Forbidden Green, and Taylor Swift. Okay, awesome. Trying to get some of our newest new stuff condensed over here into one area. And all these Pink Floyd reissues I've already shown tonight, I'm trying to get those out in the bin for the stores. My mom's always here at the store working, so if you come into the store, it'll be my mother, Julie, behind the counter. She's a tough cookie, so don't give her a hard time. She will, if you give her a hard time, she will ask you to leave in a hurry. She does it about once a week to somebody. Don't mess with her. But I do ask her sometimes, what are people looking for? She's like, people's coming in here asking for Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath. And I'm like, okay, I got to order some new copies. It's mostly a lot of younger kids who are struggling to find OG copies. They go into record stores all over Nashville, all over Middle Tennessee, and they're hoping they're going to go into a bin and find like an OG Led Zeppelin. And as usual, they're just really difficult to find. And so they settle for new copies temporarily. And same thing for Pink Floyd. You know, they want like a real, you know, there's new 16-year-olds and they're getting into Pink Floyd and they want to buy an OG copy of Pink Floyd and they find out quickly that they can't find them too easy. So that's what happens. We end up selling new copies temporarily. Man, I mean, I did the same thing when I got into Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin. It seems like a long time ago now, but I'd go into stores and I'd look for like OG copies of like just classic albums, and you just couldn't find them. Zeppelins and stuff like that. So a lot of new kids getting into vinyl, they buy brand new copies because pretty much nothing else is available if they want to buy it in person, you know. Over here, we have Slayer, sold to Dan Davis for $105. Pink Floyd was sold for $950, and Iron Maiden here is sold to Be Yourself Adventures for $100. That's sold to Be Yourself Adventures for $100. Okay, we're ready for some more killer auctions. We got some highly requested stuff going up right now as soon as I grab this next crate of vintage to do. This next crate is going to be our first crate of the night where I will entertain offers. Actually, let's see here. You know what? I'm not going to entertain offers. I'm going to make it a half off crate, no more, no less. Just a quick half off crate, no more, no less. And there's a few things in the front that are going to be sick, but let's go ahead and do it. I'm not going to entertain offers. I'm going to make them half off. I'm going to make it easy for you. No more, no less, okay? A quick, early half off crate at 8:30. The first thing that was requested was In This Moment. Beautiful Tragedy. A 2016, which was the first time this was on vinyl, was 2016 on this pressing. It was a limited edition of 400 on white and blue merge. It has an insert and a poster. $125 start. Now it looks like it's signed, but it's not. It just looks like it is. $125 start. There's the insert, gatefold jacket. Everything is near mint. Near mint minus on that one. We already sold a whole stack of CDs and 45s tonight, including Kiss stuff. I'm going to set that right around the corner and get a new stack going. Let me just stack it up right here. All right. And let me put Michael Rudolph's copper over here. I've even sold some precious metals tonight. Laura's brought me a bottle of water, and I'm about to tear into that right now. Holy moly, I'm thirsty. Half off crate coming up. Let's just blow through some of these right quick. I just chugged this entire bottle of water. Thank you. It took me about 30 seconds, but I chugged this entire bottle of water. I feel much better now. I needed that, hydrogen and oxygen. Let me go over here and get a hit of my oxygen tank. Here we go. Everybody with me? Next, we have, going up for bid, don't forget, there's Japanese, but I have another Disney Haunted House record. The chilling, thrilling sounds of the Haunted House. VG Plus condition, Disneyland Records, 1964 possibly. It should be with that yellow label, a VG Plus, a little bit of a paper pull right there. Haunted House, this would be one of your last weeks to snatch up some Halloween records. $15 start on that. The chilling, thrilling sounds of the Haunted House. And then I'm also going to add a Japanese. Don't forget, we got Japanese stuff over here. And we've got Power Station with members of Duran Duran and Robert Palmer. This is a Japanese press, a $35 start. It's near mint minus and pristine. We're going to do a half off crate, no more, no less. Very simple. I'm going to tell you the price. That's the price. If you want to buy it, go ahead. I won't take any more, and I definitely won't take any less. But I won't take any more either. If you try to offer me more, I'm going to say no. No. I also have, or the first record, is the Greatest Hits from England. That's now $10. Some good tracks on here, including The Zombie, She's Not There, Them, with Van Morrison, Tom Jones, clean. $10 on that. In this moment, it's at $130. Haunted House is at $16, now $17, and Power Station is a $35 start. We also have Golden Goodies, Volume 14, $5. The Penguins, Larry Williams, Lloyd Price, the G Clefs, that kind of music. Yes, Power Station does have the Obi. It's over here on the side, but I'm glad you asked because I just now noticed it also has a little bit of a tear. So it actually can be slid over here. There we go. That looks a lot better now. But yes, but it does have a tear down here, just FYI, okay? Also, we have Rycooter, Bop Till You Drop. Rycooter's $10. In this moment, it's at $130 of Brian Thurman. Going once, going twice. HH is at $17 and another $17. Delaney and Bonnie, Motel Shot, $10. Atco, $10. So every once in a while, I'll do a crate of really recent price stuff, and I'll just go ahead and make them half off. I mean, it really shouldn't be that way. We haven't had a lot of time to try to sell these things, but we go ahead and just throw them out. We sell them. If not, I'll do a bundle. If not, I'll take them up front and put them out in the store for sale. And we sell quite a bit of this vintage pre-owned stuff because we have a lot of walk-in traffic that's never seen these albums before. Y'all get first dibs right now. Three Dog Night Naturally, that's $10. In this moment, has a new bid for $131. Power Station's at $36. Haunted Houses at $18. Roger Waters sold for $950. It's gone. We have My Maria, B.W. Stevenson. My Maria is $5. And Laura Nero, Mother's Spiritual. Laura Nero is $10. We have Kenny Loggins in High Adventure Shrink Wrap with Hop Sticker. Kenny Loggins is $5. Joe Sontag and Delaney and Bonnie. A half-off crate, no more, no less. You never know, though. I might have a couple more autograph surprises. You never know about me. You never know about me, right? Everybody's like, yeah, Chad, we do know about you. You put up stuff way too early without advertising it, and it only gets one bid like signed Roger Waters albums. What are you thinking? Why didn't you let us know weeks in advance on the exact time so we could have had plans both logistically and financially to bid on such an iconic record? I know, I'm sorry. Okay, but I do have this. I'm trying to figure out what else I have over here laying around I need to sell. I only got a couple of these left. I sold some last week. And what else do I have over here? Those are signed inserts. Tanner's been getting ready for me. Oh, these are really cool. I've been meaning to sell some of these. Okay, and these are really cool. So let me grab these over here. I got a couple really cool signatures here. Some stuff I've been trying to finally get out to y'all and get sold. So I got some more surprises cooking. Don't worry. You know, we are in a 10,000 square foot warehouse with about 1 billion unique items. Posters, comic books, toys, Funkos, autographs, 45, 78s, you name it. And so you never know what I'm going to sell. I try to encourage everybody to watch these sales as much as you can every night. I like bringing out surprises, okay? First thing we have, Delaney and Body sold to John Sote. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Brian Thurman has in this moment at $135. Chuck Edgar on Three Dog Night Naturally. Scott Oman on Kenny Loggins. There should be some great grabs in here at half off. Whatever's left, I'm going to try to bundle them. And then over here, Haunted House is at $20. So Power Station is a final call. Power Station is at $36 of Tom Kelly. J.D. Conklin, I have not heard back from you. Also, J.D. Conklin, you asked me about something else earlier, but I can't remember what it was. Haunted House is at $21, and in this moment, it's at $136. Brian Thurman's out. That's going once, going twice. Half off crate. Lionel Richie for $5 all night long. Lionel Richie. Rick Wakeman, that's the keyboardist for Yes. He did the soundtrack to this movie, White Rock, $7.50. The Laura Nero is called Mother Spiritual. It's now $10, a gatefold jacket, original on her sleeve, no condition notes. Jim B is still bidding on In This Moment. He has it for $137. Brubeck on Campus, the Dave Brubeck Quartet, a double LP, $12.50. Allies, ALLIES, $10. That's the half off price. And Sweet, give us a wink. This Sweet jacket's really cool. You pull up on the jacket and the eyeballs change. See that? Look how cool that is. Sweet is now just $10. It's in VG Plus condition. Michael Freiberger on Brubeck for $12.50. He's done on Power Station, so thank you, Tom Kelly. That is so deal. I'm going to try to keep these Japanese rolling because I know you Japanese buyers are watching. That's sold to Tom Kelly for $36. Let me get that in a new sleeve. I got 2 quick non-auction autographed buy it nows for you. Okay, these are autographed buy it nows. I've got a big one, just one, and then I've got more of the same one I'm about to show you. First, though, Autumn Gets Sweet. Haunted House is a final call. Jerry Torrey's $25. Next is 38 Special Strength of Numbers. This is another die-cut sleeve. I think you can flip it around. One side shows colors, and then you can flip in the jacket, and one side shows their faces. Look at that. 38 Special, $11.50. It was EX $22.99. Tina Turner, Private Dancer, does have some corner damage. What's Love Got to Do with It? $5 on that. Vanilla Fudge, The Beat Goes On. VG Plus, $7.50. Okay? But the first thing, we still got Iron Maiden auctions. We got Aussie auctions. We got other metal stuff. But Haunted House is sold to Jerry Torrey's for $25. Thank you on that, Jerry. That is sold to you. Chad Snyder on 38 Special. Sold to Chad Snyder. Joseph Ellis picking up What's Love Got to Do with It. Next auction is going to go up right now. And this is, I wonder whoever requested Burn the Priest is still watching. We need to put up another Iron Maiden. Here's one that doesn't look too familiar. This is why. A 1993 UK limited edition. I've never had this one before. This is real. It's an official Hallowed Be Thy Name Live, The Trooper Live, and Wasted Years Live. This is Iron Maiden. It's a 93 UK. There's the original sleeve that came with it. There's the front. There's the back. A $55 start, Iron Maiden, Hallowed Be Thy Name Live. Never had that one before. $55 start on that. The last bid on In This Moment is Jim B for $143. Wow. What is this, a $200 or $300 record? Jim B's has it at $153. Iron Maiden's at $60. Next in here is, wow, half off Van Halen. VG $17.50. Wow. We had a VG Plus copy last night. Here's a VG for just $17.50. In This Moment's at $145. Robin Trower, Jack Bruce, Bill Lorden, BLT, $10. We sold 3 of these last week. I've got one, $325 if anybody wants it. It's authenticated. Think about buying it for yourself. Think about buying it as a gift. Framed and ready to go, signed Taylor Swift, the manuscript from the Tortured Poets Department. It's JSA authenticated. We've already put it in a frame. $325 for signed Taylor Swift. Buy it now. $325. $325. It's available. Iron Maiden's at $60. In This Moment, $125. Red Cave gets Van Halen sold. Lillian gets BLT sold. Josh Brown second on Van Halen. Next is the Beatles early years. $10 on the Beatles early years. And LaBelle Chameleon. LaBelle is now $5. Stephen A. Young says he'll take Taylor Swift. $325. Thank you. That is sold. I'm going to go ahead and lay it in here on the operations table. Thank you on that. Sold $325. Next thing. These are $75 each, straight from Mr. Fred Goodwin's collection. Let me make sure I have the right JSA stickers with them. Hold on one second. 322457. Hold on one second. CDO2547. CDO25. Oh, man. I'm close. Are they inside of the page? Okay, good. They're inside of them. Okay, good. These are really cool because they're actually original items. Y'all know I have a lot of stuff signed by Shirley Eaton. These are original Life magazines from 1964, the year that Goldfinger came out. These are original Life magazines signed by Shirley Eaton, which is the Golden Girl, the Bond girl. Really cool here, $75. They're signed Best Wishes, Shirley Eaton, and I've got several of them. There's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5, and I have 6. And they have JSA stickers. Right there's the sticker, and then right there's the card inside of the flap. Very cool. So essentially, an original period, authentic, signed James Bond item. Those are $75. Now, I have tons of 8x10 photos that are a little less, but signed Life magazines, I think those are worthy of $75. Iron Maiden has hit $65 with 007 Platinum. In this moment, Jim B says he's out. That I missed Elton John Japanese. It's available for $35. It's a compilation. I wouldn't really call it a greatest hits, but it's a compilation. Final call on In This Moment, Scott Fellows, $145. Back to the half-off stuff. Barry Goldberg, Blast from My Past. Barry Goldberg is $10. This is how it all began. This is the evolution of rock and roll demonstrated by original recordings from 52 to 58 from Specialty Records. Early rock and roll compilation or early R&B comps, $10. Iron Maiden's at 66. Dean Martin, Gentle on My Mind, $5. Iron Maiden 75. In This Moment's about to sell to Scott Fellows, $145. Bee Gees, Children of the World. Bee Gees is $5, and we have Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes, $10 on that. Post Toasty. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Whatever's left, I might bundle it to somebody here at the end, so if you see something you want, you might want to grab it on this read-through or the second read-through. Another Allies, this is called Virtue 750. John McPatriot wants Tommy Bolin. Yes, Lord Nero is still available. Leland McCurry gets Bee Gees. Chris Gardner's out on the Iron Maiden picture disc. Final call to 007 for $75. Ike Turner Blues Roots. Ike Turner, VG plus $10. Holbrook second on Bolin. Johnny Rivers, Outside Help. $5 on Johnny. Son and Cher, In Case You're in Love. The Beat Goes On, an original Atco record. $8.50 on that. All right, let's sell In This Moment. But first, David Jennings gets Dean Martin, $5. Jeremy Merck wants both albums by Allies. You got it. He gets both of these right here. Those are sold to Jeremy Merck. And then Scott Fellows gets In This Moment for $145. Whoops. Thank you on that. Let's put this right here. And there's the poster. Thank you, Jeremy Merck. Thank you, Scott Fellows. And thank you, Jeremy Merck. Lynn McCurry got Sonny and Cher. And then final call, 007 has that for $75. We're about to sell it. All right. That means we're ready for another auction. It's time for Ozzy Osbourne and Mr. John Michael Osbourne. It's called Blizzard of Oz. Mr. Crowley recorded live on stage. This is a 1980 UK OG. Mr. Crowley. Beautiful. Near mint minus, no condition notes. You also get You Said It All and Suicide Solution. Beautiful condition and a nice sleeve. Ozzy, super clean, $25 star. That's now up for bid. Back to the half off quickly. The Carter Brothers, Blues in Session, an 81 UK, that's $10. Cliff Richard, Every Face Tells a Story. That one's $5. And this one is Tortilla Flats, Giant Sky, an 86 UK. $5 on Tortilla Flats. Iron Maiden is sold at 007 for $75. Ozzy already has a bid with Paul Brothers at $35. We're in a half-off crate, no more, no less. To say we have some amazing auctions over here would be an understatement. Thank you to 007, Chris Gardner, and everybody else that was bidding on that one. Now Ozzy's at $35. David Williams on Cliff Richard, doing some vintage stuff here. And we also have Burn the Priest. This is Burn the Priest. Lamb of God is Burn the Priest. This is a 2018 USOG limited 500 on green smoke vinyl, an OG from 2018. $20 start, shrink wrap and colored vinyl. You can comment, you can put Lamb of the God or BTR for Burn the Priest. Okay? Whatever you like to put. It's now up for bid. Next thing in the half off bin is Gary B.B. Coleman. If you can beat me rocking, that is $17.50. Be Yourself Adventures on Tortilla Flats. Burn the Priest is at $20. Frampton by Peter Frampton is $5. The Hollies, Romany. The Hollies is just $5 on that one. I always thought that was cool artwork on that one. The Hollies is $5. Ozzy's at $40. Let's add a third auction right after I show you Kenny Rogers. They don't make them like they used to. Our next Japanese pressing is... Let's see here. Joe Jackson, Body and Soul. Japanese pressing, extremely clean, nice. Joe Jackson, $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine. Insert covering Obi. David Williams on the Hollies. Burn the Priest has a bid for 20 and now 30. Calvin, you're out on Ozzy. We have Jean-Luc Ponty, Cosmic Messenger. $5 on Jean-Luc Ponty. And the Boomtown Rats is VG plus $5. David Johnson does want the Laura Nero. This is sold to David Johnson for $10. And we have Wilderness Road sold for prevention of disease only. A 1973 white label promo, VG plus $7.50. If anybody decides you want one of the Shirley Eaton, Jill Masterson signed Goldfinger Life magazines, JSA authenticated for $75, just let me know. I do have more signed Taylor Swift CDs. I don't think I have any more framed, but you can pick up those frames relatively cheap. And for whoever's asking earlier, I still got Elton John, $35. Secret Policeman's Concert, $35, and John Denver's Greatest Hits. That's the 3 no-bid Japanese. That's the only 3 left. We've sold quite a bit. That's the only 3 left. Roger Waters sold for $950. $950. It's sold. And we have Ozzy at 43. Paul Brothers, you've been outbid. Burn the Priest is at 32. Stephen Lewis Jr., you've been outbid. Quicksilver coming through. Quicksilver VG plus $750. We have Conway Twitty. That one is self-titled, $5 on that one. John Kaiser on Boomtown Rats. That's sold to John Kaiser. Ozzy's at 45. Robert Palmer is EX $9. And Three Dog Night Harmony, $7.50. That's in shrink wrap. We also have James Taylor Mudslide Slim, $12.50. A clean copy, original green label, $12.50 on that. What about Robin Trower, In City Dreams, $10. Concert for the People of Campuchia, $13.50. Double LP, The Who, Queen, The Clash, Paul McCartney, The Pretenders, Robert Plant. Wow, half off on T-Rex. Now just $22.50. 1970 UK original. Wow, half off on Gorillaz. Do what? Just $25. Those two shouldn't have happened. And we have Levert, Rope-a-Dope style, VG $5. I threw in a couple right there at the end to make sure everybody's paying attention. That should not have been that discounted. I repeat, not been that kind of discount applied to them. But let's see who's paying attention. Let's see who's awake all of a sudden. I'm in here in my autograph room digging around. Let's see what I can come up with. We've matched a lot of cool autographs lately. Here we go. Let's see if we got any country collectors watching. Boy, I think this is pretty cool. May the Bird of Paradise Fly Up Your Nose. Recorded by Little Jimmy Dickens on Columbia Records. How cool is this? This is signed Best Wishes by Jimmy Dickens. It's JSA authenticated. Should be right inside the flap here. Yep. CD 02548. CD 02548. Signed by Jimmy Dickens. A $45 start. And because that's going up, I'm also going to go ahead and make this a buy it now. Joe Jackson's a no bid. Joe Jackson's a no bid. And that's going to be a $35 buy it now for JJ. JJ, $35 buy now. What a cool signed Little Jimmy Dickens item. It's JSL authenticated bold signature. Really cool autograph. Best Wishes. $45 start. Okay, that's up for bid. The first thing we have is Ozzy got a new bid for $47. Paul Brothers went out. Burn the Priest got a new bid for $35 and $36. David Williams was first on Three Dog Night. Next was Lillian McCurry on the Concert for Campuchia. That's sold to Lillian. Bradley Smith 79 put G, and I'm assuming that's for Gorillaz. So Bradley Smith 79 over on Twitch got Gorillaz. John Kaiser got T-Rex. Joe DeGaldo was second on Gorillaz. Jim B third on Gorillaz. Samuel Kopich next on T-Rex. Nick Bargeron next on Gorillaz. Paula next on Gorillaz. Kenny next on Gorillaz. Holbrook next on T-Rex. Kerry Adams next on Gorillaz. Can we please auction another Iron Maiden? Burn the Priest has a new bid for $35. Can we please auction another signed Taylor Swift CD? Burn the Priest is at $40. And Burn the Priest is at $41. Okay. So the Ozzy Mr. Crowley 3-track US EP Near Mint Minus is a final call to Calvin Ward for $47. $47. That's right back here in the corner. $47. Okay, Burn the Priest is at $42, $37, and now $45. And signed Jimmy Dickens, JSL authenticated, $45 start on that. That's what's available as of this moment. Okay. we're going to read through these half-off records quickly, and I mean quickly, one more time. One more time, as fast as humanly possible. And then if whatever's left, we're going to offer it as a bundle and try to get this whole crate sold. We've got more discount stuff. I think over here from the other night, I think what was the leftovers of that Hatchet Ed stuff that I never took offers on. And there's almost a whole crate of great vintage stuff. And whatever is in there, I'm going to show one more time and then take offers on some of it. Or we might go ahead and do another half-off crate, okay? Oh, I got the leftover flip crate stuff, too. That's always very, very good. All right, so the great hits from England. Great compilation there, $10. More Iron Maidens on the way. Golden Goodies, $5. Rye Cooter was $10. B.W. Stevenson, My Maria, $5. Lionel Richie was $5. Rick Wakeman, White Rock was $7.50. Vanilla Fudge was VG Plus, $7.50. The Beatles was $10. LaBelle was $5. Barry Goldberg is $10, and let me pause on the Specialty Records compilation, $10 on that. All right, Ozzy has a new bid for $48. That means, Calvin, you were outbid. Burn the Priest is sold to X-Wing for $45, and if anybody wants Jimmy Dickens, he can be bought for $45. And we will put that in a sleeve for you. It'll be really nice. $45 buy it now, signed by Jimmy Dickens. It's sheet music, really cool. ST wants Rye for Rye Cooter, Bop Till You Drop. That is sold, and ST also put B. And B possibly for Barry Goldberg. If not, let me know. Calvin, you've been outbid on Ozzy. Let's put up some new auctions. The next auction I have is Iron Maiden. Check this out. Live After Death, an unofficial 2001 picture disc. Iron Maiden, Live After Death, 2001 picture disc, $55 start. Calvin's out on Ozzy. That was a last-second bid with Nick Bargeron. I got to go ahead and sell it now. $48. $48. That's sold. $48. Nick, that last-second bid did it. So do you for $48. Iron Maiden's now for bid. Thank you as always, Calvin. His ST was not for Barry Goldberg. It's for the Beatles. Okay? That is sold. Iron Maiden already has a bid for $65. Joe Jackson is Body and Soul, a Japanese pressing. Joe Jackson, Body and Soul. Next thing I have over here to put up is Venom. Sorry, this has took so long. Black Metal is a 2010 UK double LP gray vinyl. 2010 UK, $20 start on Venom Black Metal. That's now up for bid. Finishing up the half-off crate, Ike Turner Blues Roots. VG Plus, $10. Johnny Rivers was $5. Also, the Carter Brothers was $10. Blues in Session. The Carter Brothers, 81 UK. Gary B.B. Coleman from 1988, $17.50 on that one. Frampton, $5. Kenny Rogers was $5. And then we had Wilderness Road, VG Plus $7.50, White Label Promo. Jean-Luc Ponty was $5 for Cosmic Messenger. We have Quicksilver Messenger Service, VG Plus $7.50. Conway Twitty is $5. Robert Palmer is EX $9. Mudslide Slim, James Taylor $12.50. And Robin Trower, $10. And Leverett is VG $5. Little Jimmy Dickens is sold for $45 to Richard Miller. Thank you, Richard Miller. That's sold to you. He gets that for $45. Thank you. Let's see what else I got over here in my autograph room. I'm trying to find those other signed Taylor Swift. We just sold one earlier for $325. I think I've got some over here that are just loose and ready to go. Let me also see what's stacked up over here. Oh, I didn't know I had more Bob Hope signatures. I didn't know about these. I got plenty of cool country stuff over here. I'm just trying to find stuff that's matched with stickers. Does this have a JSA card? It may be over here in the stack. Let me see here. This is a sweet, sweet item, folks. This could bring some big money if the right couple people's watching. But here we go. Here's another possibly framed Taylor. I'd rather sell this framed one first. And let me see if I can find the JSC. We got signed movie posters over here by people that played in them, like Arnold Palmer and Willie Nelson, and just a plethora of different celebrities. That's a lot of bubble wrap. Golly. We got this one wrapped up. What is this one? Did she cough on this one or something? Here we go. Right, so this is a buy it now. We've already sold one. Here's another one. This is $325. $325. Signed, framed, and ready to go. $325. Buy it now. First come, first serve. Taylor Swift, $325. Okay, next over here, Iron Maiden's a final call for $65. The last bid on Venom that came in was $21. Taylor is $325, framed and JSA authenticated. And then the next thing is going to be a Japanese pressing. And the Japanese pressing is going to be, let's do this Donovan compilation. Donovan compilation is a $35 start. It is a compilation of Donovan music. It has the book and the inner sleeve with it. A $35 start. Gold foil cover, very cool. Donovan gold disc. Japanese press, $35 start on that. All right, I think everybody's got what they wanted out of here. We're going to offer these as a bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Here's how the bundles work. I'm going to count these at $23. Or excuse me, I'm going to count these 23 records at one price. And I'm going to tell you how much they are. It's $95 for these last 23 records. 95 divided by 23, that's $4.13 left. $95. Leverett is no longer available for sale. It was already shown. It's now part of this, okay? The bundle deal is 23 records for $95. I have not shown any Hatchet Ed leftover t-shirts. Let me see if Ed did that for me over here. Let me see if he has any leftovers over here for me. Ed, leftovers. Are these the leftovers, Ed? These t-shirts are not sold. Not all employees have claimed theirs. Oh boy. Laura, has everybody got? I better wait then. Oh my gosh. Maybe, has everybody got their Hatchet? Let me ask Craig. I got to sell these. I thought everybody was going to pull them out today. We might have some employees short on Hatchet Ed shirts. I might have to go ahead and show them. Give me 1 second. Bundle deal. Final call. If nobody claims it, then we can sell Leverett. The first person who asked was Travis Woods. It's VG for $5. If you pass, then it goes to JD Conklin. But first, we got to make sure that right here, if anybody wants these, let me know. Laura has not grabbed a shirt yet. You might want to come do that right now. I'm about to sell every one of them. And we have Iron Maiden sold, and this did not get another bid. This is sold for $65 to Chris Gardner, okay? That is sold to Chris Gardner for $65. The last bid on Venom is $26. Be Yourself Adventures, you have not placed a bid on Donovan. All you put was Donovan. If you want to place a bid, you got to put 35, okay? Let's put up another Iron Maiden. Next Iron Maiden is going up right now. This is an unofficial picture disc of the Number of the Beast. Excuse me. This is official. Iron Maiden, the Number of the Beast, is a 2006 U.S. official limited edition picture disc. This is a $35 start. $35 start, the Number of the Beast. This is the full album. $35 start on that. $80 on the bundle, sold to Tim Holloway. These are sold, everything in here for $80. $80, everything in here, these are sold, okay? These are sold. $80, everything that's in here, sold, okay? Let's move these right here. Let's move these right here. Iron Maiden already has a bid for $40. Okay. Y'all making me work up a sweat. Thank you, Tim. Those are all sold to you. It's been a busy night. I don't even know who I am. Who am I? Who am I supposed to be? By the way, we've have the pre-order up for the Kiss lighted sign. The Kiss lighted sign is up for pre-order in a whole lot of records. If you don't have Facebook and you want one, we have one person, Gerald Whitworth. If anybody else wants a Kiss lighted sign and you don't have Facebook, $59.99, due out in 1 to 2 weeks, let me know. Due out in 1 to 2 weeks. Okay? Now, Hatchet Ed shirts. If you don't have Facebook and you have not commented, you need to go comment on Facebook. I'll share you the link. Or you can let me know right now. If you have a Facebook, I highly, highly recommend going and claiming, okay? A cattle decapitation. That might be the most deepest cut I've seen so far, okay? Okay. Iron Maiden's at $60. Donovan has one bid for $35. Venom is at $27 with Danny Thomason. I need another crate. Let me do that right now. Taylor Swift is back there available, $325. I gotta get focused here. Come on, Chad. You can do this. Come on, Chad. Come on, Chad. You can do this. Get focused, buddy. Get focused. Okay, here we go. We'll do this crate right here. Come on, Chad. You got this. Get focused. Come on. Come on, Chad. You can do this. Come on, Chad. Focus, buddy. Focus. Got this. You can do this. You got this under control. Come on. Was my mic muted? Sorry, I was talking to myself. Iron Maiden, $65. Donovan is sold for $35, and this is sold to Be Yourself Adventures. $35, Be Yourself Adventures. We're eventually going to fulfill everybody's lighting needs, I promise. Your house is going to be lit up with so many signs. Your house is going to be lit up with so many signs. You're going to look like Broadway. You're going to look like Times Square. Okay, Venom. The last bid on Venom over here is Danny got that for $27. The Iron Maiden. This is official. It is tied at $65. 007 Platinum was first. There's that. Roger Waters is gone. He sold for $950. Our next auction is Guns N' Roses Lies. And this is a sealed, real pressing. It is the reissue that mentions elephants and lies and not wife beating. It is censored. An 88 U.S. repress, still hasn't been reissued. It has a saw mark. It is sealed. Guns N' Roses, a $75 start. A $75 start. A $75 start. Sealed Guns N' Roses. Sealed Guns N' Roses. Hatchet Ed t-shirts are limited edition. Whatever I have right here is all I have, and then they're gone. If you don't have one and you don't claim one live, this could be it. This could be it. Iron Maiden, I'm waiting for Scott Williams. GNR is a $75 start. Our third auction is going to be Miles Davis, which I think was shown the other night. A 63 U.S. Mono Repress, VG minus, a $15 start. Iron Maiden, Guns N' Roses, and Miles Davis. We're going to start with me telling you the prices, okay? The prices vary based on size, which is just a couple dollars difference, okay? And the prices were small through extra large, $19.99. 2XL, $22.99, 3XL, $23.99, 4XL, $24.99, and 5XL, $26.99. I don't have all those. I will tell you what I have. You just got to let me know your size, okay? I have a 3X, I have a 3X, a 2X, a 2X, a 2X, so a couple 3s, a couple 2s, XL, 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 lots of extra larges, okay? That'll get you an idea. If you want to claim one, I'll pull them out. I've got small through 3XL. You got to just let me know your size if you don't have one already. Collectible. And then they have the hatchet edge flyer on the back, like that. I got small through 3XL in stock. They're $19.99 up to $26.99, depending on what size you get. Small through extra large, okay? First thing is Iron Maiden is sold to 007 Platinum for $65. Wow, nobody bid on a sealed Guns N' Roses Lies. You can pick this up for $75. And I'm going to go ahead and make Miles Davis a buy it now for $15. GNR 75, Miles Davis 15. Michelle Clements wants a large. You got it. I'll just have to dig it out for you. So to Michelle Clements. Whoever's tagging, that one's $19.99. So to Michelle Clements, $19.99. Over here, MT Map wants the GNR sealed for $75. Sold. Next comment is Robert Warner wants a 2XL. You got it. That would be XXL. You got it. XXL, 2X. This is so to Robert. And that is $22.99. So make sure whoever's tagging you pull up the price chart there. Mando Jeff gets Miles Davis for $15. Jason on Guns N' Roses. Everything we sell here is all part of the $8 in limited shipping. If you buy 5 records and a t-shirt, $8. If you buy 1 t-shirt, it's $8. If you buy 9 t-shirts and 3 records, it's $8. What's the Miles Davis? It's already sold. MT Matt wants an extra large. That is sold. Larry Gonzalez on XXL. And we're about to go through this. We're about to go through this vintage flip crate leftover. 2XL is sold to Larry Gonzalez. Stephen Lewis Jr. wants an extra large. Those are sold. All those are sold so far. All right, time for new auctions. Next thing I have is this right here, Danzig. Glenn Danzig is an unofficial 2016 with HB side, $25 start. There's only one option for hatchet edge shirts, that white design. The next design, we're going to make it a very black evil shirt. That's what everybody wants. I've been told multiple times the next design, they want a black shirt with black writing and black outlines. I was like, okay, black shirt with black font and black outlines. Evil, we can do it. Next auction is Iron Maiden. This is a picture disc of Killers. Same thing as the last one, a 2016 limited edition, a $35 start. There's our next couple auctions, okay? Here we go. We have the following. I have vintage flip crate leftovers. These are all from earlier this morning, and there's only one $14.99. $14.99, Eagles Greatest Hits, 71 to 75, embossed cover. That's a 2017. The price is $14.99. These are already discounted. These are a compilation. How about a compilation of about 3 vintage flip crates? If you're not a member of Whole Lot of Records watching our vintage discount crates at 9 a.m., you're missing out on hundreds, if not thousands, of vintage no-brainer discount records. This is $14.99, sold to John McPatriot. Shirley Scott was VG, $6.99, sold to Brent Robley. Over here, Danzig has one bid for $25. Iron Maiden's at $35. James, you were second on the Eagles. These are $9.99. Wes Montgomery, A Day in the Life, $9.99. Uriah Heep, Look at Yourself, $9.99. Half off and half off. Robin Trower for Earth Below, half off at $9.99. Got Live If You Wanted, the Rolling Stones, more than half off. VG Plus, $9.99. Rare Gems, fresh from the vault, a really cool compilation, $9.99. Iron Maiden's at $35. George Scherer gets Uriah Heep. That's sold to George Scherer for $9.99. Just think what got claimed. This is the leftovers from this morning. you need to be setting alarms and watching those videos every day like clockwork. 9 a.m. Wes Montgomery sold to Michael McCullen. Ryan Mustaine second. Iron Maiden 45. Danzig has a new bid for 30. Steve Mason, you're out. There's 3 $9.99 records left. Rare Gems, Rolling Stones, and Robin Trower. First thing I've got to do, though, is take these sold t-shirts over here and put them on the table. And we have filled up another crate. And I've got to start a new empty crate because we're about to sell a lot more records tonight. We still even got Christmas records that's never been shown. Yeah, that's right. I found 2 more crates from Paul's show Saturday. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, wait, there's more. Now these are $6.99. John Cougar, VG condition, $6.99. John Denver, It's About Time, no condition note, $6.99. Basie's Best, Count Basie and his orchestra, $6.99. And then Deep Purple, Come Taste the Band, VG, there is some writing on the back, $6.99. All those were $6.99. Deep Purple, Count Basie, John Denver, John Cougar. And then for $9.99, we still got Rare Gems, Rolling Stones, and Robin Trower. Moving on. John McPatrick got Deep Purple for $6.99. I have not heard back from Steve Mason on Danzig, so I'm about to sell it to Ken for $30. He's had it for a couple minutes. Iron Maiden's now at $50. It is Iron Maiden Killers. This picture disc, a 2013 limited edition. Brian Thurman, you either put I or L, but whichever one, I'm not for sure what that is. Alice in Chains go up yet. Our next auction is Alice in Chains Live Facelift. Limited edition numbered, a Record Store Day exclusive. Alice in Chains is a $75 start. Danzig is officially sold to Ken Granger for $30. Iron Maiden is at $50 with 007 Platinum. Next, Dexter Gordon was $9.99 live at the Playboy Jazz Festival. That was $8 off a 2018 Record Store Day exclusive. Angst, Chrome Molly. That was also $9.99, VG Plus condition. Also $9.99 was The Thugs, Alive at the Fillmore East. That was more than half off a radio station copy, $9.99. Alice in Chains has a bid for $75. Iron Maiden is a final call for $50 of 007 Platinum. Alice in Chains is at $75 with Jay Barnes Music. Our next auction is Judas Priest, a 1987 U.S. original pressing with no saw marks, a retail copy. $45 start, Judas Priest. David Hoy on Dexter Gordon for $9.99. What a great price on that. Now for $6.99. John Denver's Greatest Hits, $6.99, Volume 3. Conway and Loretta, $6.99. 3 Ragas by Ravi Shankar, VG, $6.99. Funky Kings, EX Condition and Shrink Wrap, $6.99. Frank Zappa is $19.99. This was the only $19.99 record left from the other day. That was the original price tag, an 88 original, $19.99. New bid on Iron Maiden for $51. New bid on Iron Maiden for $55. Be yourself, you're out. Alice in Chains has 2 $80 bids, El Pisca and Autumn Betts. Can you set aside a Chevy Chase signed Christmas wearing the Santa hat? Chevy Chase is sold for $125 to Jennifer Schrader. JSA authenticated. I'm going to put that over here with a stack of the other signed autographs we sold tonight. Sold for $125. Now, earlier I pulled out a poster, and if I have the JSA card over here, this is a really killer item. Let me see if I have CD02528. CD02528. Hopefully this is it right here. Did I say CD02528? CD02528. Yeah. Boy, this is really cool. All right, let me go to full screen mode on this one, or top cam. This is straight from Mr. Fred Goodwin's collection, okay? This is a really cool piece for multiple reasons. You're about to see the main reason, and I'll show you the second reason. The first reason, this is an original movie poster. This is an original one-sheet movie poster, Willie Nelson, Honeysuckle Rose. Now, it's folded. That's actually a good thing. Movie posters came one or two ways. They came folded or rolled. I like seeing them folded because that's a really good sign. It's an original one-sheet movie poster. This would have been sent to a theater. If they're rolled, they demand a lot more money, but also, to me, sometimes they throw up red flags. You got to really know what you're looking at to make sure it's an original. But what's really cool about this Willie Nelson Honeysuckle Rose movie poster is it's signed by Willie Nelson. He signed it, and it's JSA authenticated. Of course, the artwork on this thing's really cool. It looks just like the album jacket. It's an original one-sheet signed movie poster by Willie Nelson. JSA authenticated. His signed albums and miscellaneous items like this are pretty cool. It is a $325 start, and I have the JSA card right there to match the sticker on it, of course. So there is the JSA sticker right there. JSA $325 start. Signed by Willie Nelson, an original movie poster signed, $325. That's now up for bid. Next thing we have was Iron Maiden 51, Alice in Chains 82. Iron Maiden 55, Alice in Chains 87. Paula gets Ravi Shankar for $6.99. Sealed original Judas Priest, $45. Brent gets Frank Zappa for $19.99. Alice in Chains 85, Alice in Chains 89, Alice in Chains 95. Brian C. second on Zappa. Alice in Chains 97, Alice in Chains 103, Alice in Chains 115. Thank you for selling me a shirt. You're welcome. Details on Iron Maiden. What is Iron Maiden? Alice in Chains 123. Alice in Chains 126. First of all, this is Iron Maiden Killers, a 2006 U.S. limited edition picture disc. The last bid is a final call to 007 Platinum for $55. And next to that is Alice in Chains live facelift. The first time this was ever on vinyl. It's the numbered Record Store Day edition. The numbered Record Store Day edition. They are numbered down here, 3672. They made 5,000 of them. Over here, Alice in Chains. Autumn Betts, $133. Next to that is a sealed original pressing, beautiful, with hype sticker of Judas Priest Live. One bid, Steve McGee, $45, final call. And then signed Willie Nelson, $325, JSA authenticated. It's now up for bid. Back to the discount crate. This one was $14.99. Another Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion. EX edition, $14.99. Also, we have one copy of CCR, Willie and the Poor Boys, just $9.99. No condition notes. It does have some cover wear and a piece of tape. And then for $6.99, we had Cold Blood, First Taste of Sin, and Savoy Brown, Jack the Toad, VG, $6.99. Iron Maiden, 50 cents. Iron Maiden, 60. First thing is Alice in Chains, 140. This Judas Priest is a sealed, original, first pressing, retail copy, embossed with hype sticker, no saw marks, and no punch holes. A real sealed OG first pressing. It has one bid for $45, and it's a final call. Alice in Chains is at $140. Iron Maiden's at $60. Here's what's left in the vintage flip crate. Here's what's left in the vintage flip crate. And I'm going to go ahead and comment so I can get this guy's name in line on the Kiss lot, Gerald Whitworth. I'm going to go ahead and comment your name. All right, that way I don't forget about that. Okay, there's that. Next thing, Iron Maiden is at $61. Judas Priest is at $50, and Iron Maiden is at $65. Okay? Priest has a new bid, Iron Maiden has a new bid, and Alice in Chains has a new bid. Willie Nelson's $325. Here's what's left in this vintage flip crate. Let's get all of it sorted. Those are $6.99. That's 9. That's 14. That's 6. That's 6. That's 6. Those are $6.99. CCR was 9. That was 9. And then somebody asked for Angst Chrome Molly. Angst Chrome Molly. I don't have a genre for you. That's what they look like. VG Plus, $9.99. So was that. And then these are 6, 6. And then these are all 9. Okay. So here's what's left. Franklin, Tennessee. I do not know them. Will the kiss sign be on this invoice? Unlikely. No. Final answer, no. Iron Maiden, $75. Judas Priest is at $60. Alice in Chains looks like it's a final call to Autumn for $147. John McPatriot wants Chrome for $9.99. Should be right in here. Chrome Molly is Cold Blood, the jazz album. Cold Blood is like a rock, blues rock group. 1972 Terre Haute, VG Plus, $6.99. Okay. First thing, the only $14.99 record left was Frank Zappa, Tinseltown Rebellion. EX, nice gatefold jacket. It was $32.99. This is what we call a flip crate, $14.99. The $9.99 records left was Rare Gems, fresh from the vault, $9.99. Same price for Robin Trower for Earth Below. Got Live If You Want It, Stones, VG Plus. The Fugs, Alive at the Fillmore. CCR, Willie and the Poor Boys. And then the $6.99 records is John Cougar, John Denver, It's About Time, Basie's Best, Count Basie, John Denver's Greatest Hits, Conway Twitty, Loretta Lynn, Funky Kings, Savoy Brown, Jack the Toad, and Cold Blood, First Taste of Sin. All those right there at the end were $6.99. Autumn gets Frank Zappa for $14.99. Alice in Chains is sold also to Autumn for $147. The signed Willie Nelson movie poster is $325. JSA authenticated, signed Willie, $325. $325. This is going to go on eBay, if I can photograph it tonight, for $499. Best offer. There's probably nothing like that listed for sale right now. Next, Brian Thurman on Cold Blood for $6.99. David Polkey on JD Greatest Hits Volume 3 for $6.99. And then for $9.99 was CCR, so to John Meeks. The last bid on Judas Priest was $60. Steve McGee, You've Been Outbid. Chad Sauls has it. The last bid on Iron Maiden was 007 Platinum for $75. That's a final call. We've cleaned up a lot. Let me make sure that was all the flip crate leftovers. 1 second. I got a few things right in here. Let me see what these are. I forgot about all this stuff. Give me 1 second. Chad just sent you a message. Some silver. Okay? And yeah, there's a few more here that I've been meaning to get to. Few more. More vintage LPs. Before we try to bundle everything that's in here, I'm adding more. Thank you for G for always tagging these. And these are from a while back, actually, so I hadn't seen some of these in a while. But all those were 6, and these were 9. All right, so a few more $9.99 selections, starting right here. I'll show you what all this stack of miscellaneous is in 1 second. Boy, we still got a lot of auctions over here. Okay, Iron Maiden, Lost Be Yourself Adventures. This is sold to 007 Platinum for $75. Thank you, 007 Platinum. That's sold to you. Judas Priest is sold to Chad Sauls for $60. We're ready for new auctions, okay? Next new auction, I think this one's kind of pricey. Scars on Broadway. A 2008 USOG Alternative Rock Experimental. EX, an $85 start. The note from Laura says even VG Plus copies of this regularly sell for $75. Scars on Broadway, an $85 start. Next is Motorhead, Iron Fist. Motorhead is a 1992 Russian reissue, VG Plus condition, $15 start. These are discount for $9.99. Groovin', the Young Rascals, EX condition, $9.99. Groovin' down a crowded avenue. Also $9.99 is the Romantics, Rhythm of Romance. That's $9.99. And the Romantic self-titled with their hit song, What I Like About You. Those are all $9.99. And the last $9.99 is Best of Marmalade. Best of Marmalade, yellow Epic label, $9.99. It has a promo stamp on the back. So for $9.99, we have Marmalade, Romantics, and the Young Rascals. I'm going to put them back here with the other $9.99 records. There they are. And then for $6.99, I've got more new $6.99 selections. Squeeze, Sweets from a Stranger. Squeeze is just $6.99. Tracy, the cufflinks, that's only $6.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, mirror image with the promo sticker on the front. That is $6.99 for BST. Another Squeeze, Argy Bargy, 2 different Squeeze albums there. Cat Stevens, Back to Earth, that's EX for $6.99. Spanky and Our Gang was VG Plus, $6.99. Next Iron Maiden record is the following. Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast, a 2005 UK limited edition picture disc. Iron Maiden is now up for bid, a $35 start. Number of the Beast, limited edition 3-track picture disc, $35 start. Also $6.99, we have ABBA Voulez or something of that nature, VG $6.99. The Rascals again, this time Once Upon a Dream, that is now $6.99. El Pisco wants the Romantics Rhythm. That was for $9.99. That was this one right here. Motorhead, Fred Knoop has it for $20. Nobody has bid on Scars on Broadway, $85 on that. Also, we have Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works. That is $9.99. And In and Out of Focus. Focus is VG Plus, $6.99. And hey, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, also $6.99. Some closeout deals there. Dave Ferguson, the only Romantics I have left is this one, and that was $9.99. So I'm going to sell you the self-titled one. Autumn Bets gets ABBA for $6.99, and that's what's left. I'm also about to offer these as a bundle. Be Yourself Adventures gets Emerson, Lake and Palmer for $6.99. 1 second here. Let me check on something. All right, Scars on Broadway did not get a bid. This is an $85 buy it now. 2008 USOG, $85 buy it now on that. Mark Berger on Stevens. Cat Stevens sold to Mark Berger for $6.99. And I'm about to count these up and do a bundle deal before we get into some other stuff. The last bid on Motorhead was Red Cave Collections at $21. Iron Maiden opened up at $40.40 and now $50 with 007 Platinum. So that's the high bid on that. We need a third auction. What's left in the Japanese bin, here near the end, I may go ahead and auction them. But I do have a surprise rush auction. I know they're hot right now based on their new announcement for the tour. This is an 83 OG Hot Pog pressing of Exit Stage Left. It's in VG Plus condition. It does have a little bit of a saw mark there. Exit Stage Left, a $35 start. Details on Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast, limited edition 3-track picture disc, 2005 UK reissue near mint. High bid is $65. Rush is a $35 start. And it looks like Motorhead's about to sell for $21. Fred Knoop, it was up to you. You were outbid. I'm waiting for you to bid again or say out. All right, so we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, essentially 13 $6.99 records that were already discounted. I'm going to cut those almost in half again at $3.75 each. And then the $9.99 records we're going to sell for $5. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So $48.75 plus 30. So $78, let's call it $75 for everything that's left. $75 for this remaining bundle. Bundle deal, everything left in that crate, discounted and then discounted again, $75. I would love to see everything that's left. And then we have more half off to do, it looks like. Okay? I kind of need to show tonight's new vinyl one more time because it was shown early and it was kind of blasted through. So we have a bundle deal at $75. Iron Maiden's at $77. Fred Knoop's at $22 on Motorhead. Rush is a $35 start for the VG Plus exit stage left. We have an offer on the bundle. We'll see what happens in just a second before I say yay or nay, or I counter, or I ask for more, or I ask for less, or sometimes I'll even ask, sometimes somebody will make an offer and I'll be like, you know what? I'll sell it to you for even less than that. That rarely happens though. I don't do that too often. That'd be kind of crazy. Man, how many empty crates have I, over the course of 2, 4, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 56, 62 empty crates over here. That's crazy. We've sold so much vinyl. All right, these are all sold to Steve Mason. Thank you, Steve. Nothing else came in. I'm not even going to haggle. These are sold to you for $65. Appreciate that. He got this bundle lot here. And let's run down the line now. Iron Motorhead, never to hear back from Red Cave Collections. So Fred Knoop has it for $22. We're about to sell it. Iron Maiden's at $85 with 007 Platinum. And when I come back, if there's not a bid on Rush, we're about to sell it. Okay? Another empty crate. Golly, this is a crazy stack of empties over here. There's going to be a point where I'm like, we're low on vintage crates to go through half off, because at the rate we sell and then Loris and Paul stuff gets sold like immediately, it's crazy. So, all righty. Iron Maiden just got a bid for $90. Let's do a half off crate, okay? And this one, I think, is one I had the other night, and I've went through it once, so it's kind of like the second crate tonight of what we call nonsense. There's some stuff in here that we see every night. There's some stuff in here that was really good that didn't get an offer, and we're going to go ahead and sell them at half off. We still got quite a bit of Japanese over here. I at least try to put them up for auction. And I've got a few miscellaneous things laying around. First of all, because I've been trying to show these forever, these Funko pins. Again, I've got Spider-Man. I've got Deadpool. These have been very popular. They're Funkos, little Funkos on an ink pen. And the other one is R2-D2. The other one over here is R2-D2. So we got Spider-Man, Deadpool, and R2-D2, of course, from Star Wars. Marvel, and Star Wars there. Kind of popular stuff. Those are $11.99. Brand new Funko pins. There's a couple I've sold out of that I hadn't come back in yet, like Harry Potter and maybe one other. But those have been pretty cool. And we have those three available. If I can get them to stand up back there. Maybe not. Probably not. Hopefully. I'm going to try to just get those sold tonight so I can put in more. I like selling out so we can order more. And they keep coming in over and over. That's the cycle. And somebody asked earlier about a JSA card. I'm still looking for some of that. I've got little stacks of JSA cards everywhere. So, for example, here's a whole stack of JSA cards. And the JSA cards kind of just are mixed in everywhere. I know there's some people still waiting for some. We hadn't found them yet. There are thousands of JSA cards stacked up everywhere. We're slowly matching and boarding and bagging every JSA card with every item. So we're getting there eventually. Iron Maiden's at $125. Motorhead, Fred Knoop, you were outbid. It's at $23. Rush didn't get a bid, so it's a buy now for $35. Exit stage left. A VG Plus 1983 US 83 Hot Pog press. Iron Maiden $125 and now $130. Oh, I'm still going to do some 45 auction lots tonight, but let's first get started with this half-off crate. No more, no less. Probably after tonight, if we can knock out some more 45 lots, I got to get back into our cassettes and Hot Wheels. Anybody want any Hot Wheels? Oh my gosh, we got some cool ones over here. Batmobiles and all kinds of stuff. There's a whole tub of Hot Wheels over here next to me. I have not opened that lid in like 2 months. I forgot what it was. Steve Mason gets Rush for $30. And here we go. Japanese. Let me tell you what I've got. I got John Denver Spirit, Jeff Beck and Jan Hammer Group. I've got The Scope of the Bee Gees, Paul McCartney, Take It Away. John Denver, Poems, Prayers, and Promises. Billy Joe, Innocent Man. Beach Boys, Spirit of America. Simon & Garfunkel, Pack 20. Ronstadt, Linda, Mad Love. Also, Simple Dreams by Linda Ronstadt. Pat Benatar, Precious Time, Duran Duran Arena, and Elvis Presley, Special 24. Here's John Denver. I'm going to do this one first. This is his classic with Country Roads on it, Poems, Prayers, and Promises. A $35 start. Take Me Home, Country Roads. $35 start. The Obi does have some wear and tear. Not bad, though. $35 on John Denver. Iron Maiden's at $140. And Motorhead was up to Fred Knoop. The most recent bid was Red Cave at $23. Did you find out about the Ministry and other CDs you came across last night? Yeah, I can start showing some of those a little bit later tonight. When we're kind of peeled down on, when we're kind of slowing down on auctions over here, I will definitely start working in some buy it now CDs and stuff like that. We just got to get a few more things chilled back a little bit. A lot still going on in the auction block. Bee Gees is called Scope of the Bee Gees. It's one of those compilations. The Scope of the Bee Gees. It looks like this. Yeah, we're probably going to do a bunch of killer CDs at $6.99. Okay, here we go. Half off crate. Don't forget we're about to do that. Carly Simon for $5. These are simple. They're half off, no more, no less. Carly Simon is $5. We also have the best of the Duprees, $7.50. Country Casanova, Commander Cody, and his Lost Planet Airmen, $10. Iron Maiden's at $150. I got to go ahead and sell Motorhead. I lost Fred Knoop, so that sold for $23. John Denver is a $35 start. That's going once, going twice. Also, we have Clutch. This is going to go up for bid right now. Clutch is called Transnational Speedway League, Anthems, Antidotes, and Undeniable Truths. It's remastered, it's limited edition, it's colored vinyl, and it has an autographed insert. It's on green vinyl, limited to 7,500, and this is a $45 start. $45 start. I do have more Lamb of Gods. Yes, I'm going to get those worked in. Half off records, as y'all seen, if you don't claim them, they're going to get sold, okay? So, in a bundle. They're going to get sold cheap. Right now, they're half off. They're going to get sold because I put them down where hopefully they get sold. Glenn Campbell, Gentle on My Mind. Glenn Campbell is $5. We have the Dean Martin TV show in mono reprise, also $5. This one's cool. Sonny Terry and Brandy McGee, The Book of Numbers, which is a soundtrack. $10 on that. And Quarter Flash is just $7.50. We also have the Commodores, $7.50 on the Commodores. And Pretty Baby, Gold Stamp promo, $10 for that. And Sunfighter, Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, Sunfighter is $7.50. Iron Maiden is sold at 007 Platinum for $150. John Denver, Poems, Prayers, and Promises, Take Me Home, Country Roads, $35 buy now, the original album that that song was on. And Clutch is a $45 start. Let's try to squeeze in some more auctions. And don't forget, tonight's kind of been like a little bit of an Iron Maiden night as well. I got quite the no-bid pile over here. John Denver, Scars on Broadway, Joe Jackson, Elton John, Secret Policemen, and another John Denver. Quite a bit over here in the no-bid pile. We also have Clutch. This is a $45 start. We have first Preston Rose and Brownie McGee. That is sold right here to Preston Rose. Half off crate. That's the first one in there. Donna Summer is $5. I Remember Yesterday. Morris Albert, Feelings. $5 on that. The Commodores tracks. The Commodores, Got to Be Together, Celebrate, Old Fashioned Love, Heroes, all the way down. Sorry to Say, Wake Up Children, Mighty Spirit, and Jesus is Love. $7.50. Steve said he would do $30 on the John Denver. Sold on that. John Denver is done. Clutch has a bid. Next auction. Boy, we still got some cool stuff over here, like Lamb of God, the Duke. Lamb of God is a 2016 OG, a 5-track EP, Near Mint and Shrink and sticker. $15 start on that. The Commodores is sold to Joseph Ellis unless Noah wants it. Clutch has a bid for $45. Lonnie Jolly on DS for Donna Summer. And Brian C. said he would do $35 on Joe Jackson. I mean, 30 on Joe Jackson. So that's sold to Brian C. for $30. So right now, our no bids are Scars on Broadway, $85. A very special collection, Elton John, $35. Secret Policeman, $35. And John Denver, $35. That's his greatest hits. Clutch is about to sell. We have W.C. Fields original recordings, $10. The Doobie Brothers, that's their first album. It is the second label. It has a punch hole and sticker residue, but that one doesn't come through as often. The other John Denver is also $35. And our next Iron Maiden is going up right now. Virtual 11 picture disc, an unofficial from 2011. Virtual 11. Iron Maiden, a $55 start. Very cool. Don't forget, we got signed Taylor Swift for $325. We got a new album over here. We also got Radiohead for $44, Marillion for $33, Rush for $36, Funko pins, signed Willie Nelson movie poster, signed Goldfinger Life magazines by Shirley Eaton, The Golden Girl, and I'm about to dig over here into some other autographs as well. Steve said he would do 27 on that John Denver. I'll do that since you bought the other one. Those are going to sound really good. Half off stuff here. This is the soundtrack to Principal Edward's Magic Theater from 1969. Very psyche. $13.50 on that one. Iron Maiden has a new bid for $45. We have Dayde, D-A-Y-D-E, apostrophe E, a 71 French press. $20 on that. Two-Door Lodge is an 88 UK folk rock. That's $20. That is three very interesting looking records there. I mean, that's some unusual stuff, and it looks like it's pretty good. Scars on Broadway for $55 for X-Wing. $85. This one's EX. Laura said VG Plus copies regularly sell for over $75. This one's EX. Surprised this didn't sell. So what I'm being told is it should demand this and more. But I will sell it to you right now for $75, and that's matching what the VG Plus copies sell for. $75, it's up to you. I'll do $10 off of the minimum bid there. The Doobie Brothers was $13.50. It does have a punch hole and some sticker residue. It was $26.99. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Dayde is $20. It was already $40. Half off is no more, no less. This is a half off, no more, no less crate. Clutch is sold to David Polkey for $45. Lamb of God is at $20, and Iron Maiden is a $55 start. Scars on Broadway is sold to X-Wing for $75. Maiden is unofficial, yeah. We've had a whole set of these unofficial picture discs from around 2001. It is the full album, it looks like, and that is a starting bid of $55. Eric Van Leuven on Principle, and that was his soundtrack here. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven for $13.50. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Hey, we still got an Ozzy Osbourne over here. The Ozman cometh. This is Diary of a Madman, Flying High again. 1981 U.S. Terre Haute VG Plus condition, a $25 start. OG Ozzy VG Plus vinyl, a round of VG Plus cover, not bad. Chris said 55. Sorry. He's bidding on Iron Maiden. There we go. Now it has a bid for $55. What is the signed CD? Signed by Taylor Swift. Tortured Poets Department, the manuscript. Signed insert, framed, $325. We've already sold 4 of them. There's another one, $325. Steve Mason does want Dayde for $20. Lamb of God has a high bid of $20. X-Wing, you've been outbid. Scott Arnold, nice. Al Green, I'm still in love with you. $12.50 for Al Green. We've also showed tonight Shirley Eaton and Willie Nelson signed movie poster. I have Seasons of Lights, Laura Nero in concert, $7.50 for that. And Steve Miller Band anthology. There is some writing on the cover, $17.50 for that 2 LP compilation. Don't forget, I got the Beach Boys on deck. I hadn't forgot about you. For $5, I got some Elvis first day issue postage stamps. Legends of American Music series, first day issue, Elvis Presley. I've got a bunch of them. They're $5 a piece if anybody wants one. Elvis Presley, first day of issue stamps, $5. They're available. Next is Willie Maben, Come Back. Willie Maben is $10. Also, we have Roy Rogers, and this is $5. Roy Rogers, Richard Groove Holmes, Jazz Milestone Series, $12.50. Willie still available. $3.25. I'm pretty firm on that price. It's the signed original movie poster of Honeysuckle Rose. If you want to see it, I don't mind at all grabbing it. It's right here behind me. Next thing is Genesis, Turn It On Again, 12-inch single, promo, $15 start on that. And we have Pink Floyd Relics. Wow. Pink Floyd in the half-off crate, $25 on that. Stephen A. Young wants an Elvis and an Elvis, $5 and $5. Sell those to Stephen A. Young. I've got a bunch of them, as you can see over here. We'll say $4.99 on those. $4.99 on those. Lamb of God didn't get another bid. This is sold for $20 to Scott Arnold. Sold for $20. Iron Maiden has sold one bid, $55 to Chris Gardner. And now Ozzy's at $35 with James Chilcott, and that's a final call. $35 on this. Next thing, Dwayne getting Pink Floyd. That's sold. Fred Goodwin got to meet Willie Nelson on several occasions and got some cool stuff signed. Next Lamb of God is Strum and Drain. This is a 2015 web store exclusive all the way back from 2015. Limited edition Sunburst vinyl, a $35 start. Dwayne Caldwell got the Pink Floyd. Genesis is a 12-inch single of Turn It On Again, 1980 promo. The flip is also Turn It On Again, near mint in the Atlantic sleeve, $15. Berlin in shrink and hop sticker, $17.50, with the hop sticker reading Take My Breath Away, love theme from Top Gun. Ozzy's about to sell. Now Lamb of God's up. And our next auction is the Beach Boys over here. And the Beach Boys is Spirit of America, which is a Japanese compilation. $35 start. It does have the obi. It needs to be put back into the jacket. The vinyl's near mint minus, and it has the insert with it. Beach Boys Spirit of America, $35 start. Next is Bing Crosby live at the London Palladium. This is a K-Tail, $7.50. Also, Jimmy Davis and Junction, Kick the Wall, $10 on Jimmy Davis. And Red Box, the circle and the square, $10 on that. And the Wolves. The Wolves is an 88 alternate rock, $7.50. Joe Castillo on the Tudor. Tudor Lodge is sold to Joe Castillo. Ask Laura about my Garfield. I'm supposed to ask Laura about his Garfield. Lamb of God has a bid for $35. Ozzy just got one bid for James Chilcote for $35. And there is that. Next thing is Lamb of God, $35. And then Beach Boys Spirit of America is a $35 start. Let's move that right over here. Okay. Next thing is another auction. Lamb of God's about to sell. I have Whitesnake slotted in. A 1984 U.S. Club VG Plus with the original sleeve, $15 start on that. We're about to read through those one more time, make sure everybody got what they want. I'll put the Elvis Presley on deck. This is a signed movie poster, Honeysuckle Rose, signed by Willie Nelson, the man himself. This is this. This is this. And this is this. So it's kind of, I'll have to go to the top cam. It's an original one-sheet movie poster. This might get you an idea of what it looks like. It's kind of hard to show. But, you know, it looks like the album cover, the soundtrack cover. Honeysuckle Rose, original one sheet. And then here is the signature. Here is the signature. Right down here. $325. If it doesn't sell tonight, it's going to go eBay $499.99 best offer, which for something like this would still be pretty fair. $499.99. I sold the Stevie Nicks tour program last week for $1,100 on there. Whitesnake has a bid for $20. Whitesnake $15. Queen $15. Do you mean what is Queen $15? And then Whitesnake $22.25. Lamb of God is a final call to Stephen Lewis Jr. This is Strum and Drain, a 2015 OG band web store exclusive on colored vinyl. It has a high bid of $35 with Stephen Lewis Jr. The Beach Boys has one bid for $35, and the $35 bid is a final call with Steve Mason. $35. Whitesnake is at $25 and Whitesnake's at $26. A Laura Crate sticker. There's only one way to get a Laura Crate sticker, and that's when we show a Laura Crate and hopefully you're the random person that gets one. That's how you obtain them. There's no Queen's Rock available in here. No Queen's Rock in here. White Snakes at 26, Final Call on Beach Boys, and then Lamb of God is about to sell for one bid $35. Is the Beach Boys 2-disc. The Beach Boys is not 2-disc, no. No, it's a single LP. It's a single LP. All right, we need to run through these again. White Snakes at 28, and the Jimmy Davis Injunction, $10. Jimmy Davis Injunction, Kick the Wall. You did buy the lobby card. I remember that. So Willie Nelson is not. Willie Nelson's not too cheap of an autograph, especially on an album jacket. We had some album jackets, and I think a couple of them I let go too cheap, because every time I sell a really desirable album jacket, I'll get back online and try to see like what you could buy for one right then, and then I'm always shocked. I'm like, holy crap. And same thing for Willie, because a lot of this stuff is pretty unique. Fred got some of these guys to sign some really cool stuff. Movie posters, lobby cards, sheet music, just stuff. When I get online, I don't see it as often. And a lot of that stuff's pretty cool. A lot of autograph collectors like something odd and unusual. Not just an 8x10 photo or a pick guard. They want like a really cool album jacket, a movie poster, something like that's really cool, and that usually demands a little bit more money. Okay. And Warren Hart on Jimmy Davis Jones and Mark Berger. Okay, sorry, Mark. You was confused, and so was I. I have it done. Lamb of God is sold for $35, and this is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. David, I'm assuming you're passing on the Beach Boys. I've got to wrap that up to Steve Mason pretty quick. And then the White Snake is with James Chilcott for $28. Everybody's out except him. He has the high bid. And Topographic did get Genesis. That's so to Topographic, okay? Let's read through this half-off bin one more time, no more, no less. Here's how these work. They're no more, no less. If they sell, great. If not, we're going to offer them as a bundle. If for some reason the bundle doesn't sell, I will put them back out into circulation, or we'll do something with them later. I'll put them out in the store or something. Quickly, because we got lots more to show. We have Carly Simon for $5. We have the Best of Dupree, $7.50. Country Casanova is $10. Commander Cody. Glenn Campbell, Gentle on My Mind is $5. The Dean Martin TV show is $5. Quarter Flash is $7.50. Pretty Baby soundtrack is $10. Sunfighter, which is Paul Cantor, Grace Slick of Jefferson Airplane, $7.50 on that. Morris Albert Feelings is $5. W.C. Fields is $10. The Doobie Brothers is $13.50, their self-titled debut. Wow, Al Green still available for $12.50. The Beach Boys is sold for $35 to Steve Mason. That is sold for $35 to Steve Mason. The next thing was White Snake. It was at $28. I'm going to introduce at least one, maybe two more auctions. And we have Laura Nero for $7.50, Season of Light. Steve Miller Band Anthology, $17.50. Willie Maben, Come On Back is $10. Roy Rogers is $5. Compilation, Richard Groove Holmes was $12.50. Berlin, a superb copy. Take My Breath Away, $17.50 on that. $7.50 for Bing Crosby. K-Tel Alert, K-Tel Alert. Bing Crosby Live, Red Box is $10. And we have the Wolves, $7.50 on that. Travis Woods on Berlin, Take My Breath Away. And then White Snake is sold for $28 to James Chilcott. I don't have any Merle Haggards to my knowledge. And, man, I do have some cool stuff over here, though. Let me see. Let me introduce a couple more auctions. I have, going up for bid right now, White Snake Snake Bites. White Snake Snake Bites is an 88 U.S. reissue White Snake for a $25 start. And then our next Japanese pressing is going to be Elvis Presley. This is called Special 24. This is a double LP Elvis Presley compilation, near mint minus and pristine. Y'all know that's my favorite words when I'm selling these Japanese pressings. It does have the book with it with the lyrics. The Warden Threw a Party in the County Jail. Elvis is a $35 start on that. Before I offer these as a bundle, I'll make sure everybody's lag got in And I've got a few things that I'm going to try to squeeze in tomorrow that's kind of unadvertised. I think y'all have seen some of these before. I've got these signed Waylon Jennings posters. I got I've got signed posters over here from Buck Owens, Waylon Jennings, and a couple other guys, but I really need to get those out and make sure I have the JSA cards. The problem with this stuff is making sure I have the JSA cards, because I don't like selling them. I mean, I know they're authentic, and they're authenticated, but we got to find the JSA cards. That's sometimes the problem. So let me see who signed this. Do I have the card for this? Here's another cool looking poster. Might can slip in some bargain type stuff. Not everything is, $300 and $400. I do have some $35 and $45 autographs that are authenticated. Who signed this here? This is SD 2531. I have that card somewhere. 2531. Let's look this up on JSA. I think it's Dale Reeves. I got of course, it's Fred's collection stuff, so there's a bazillion things here. Let me look this up. This is SD 02531. Yeah, this is signed by Dale Reeves, country legend Dale Reeves. It's an original movie poster. This is pretty cool, actually. Let's open this up right quick. This is from the movie 40 Acre Feud. Really cool subject matter here. Looky yonder, cousin. The Calhouns and the Culpeppers are at it again with songs and guitars with that Grand Ole Opry country music, gang singing your favorite hits. Ferlin Husky, Minnie Pearl, George Jones, Loretta Lynn's, and blah, 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 blah. And then Dale Reeves, and he signed it really big right down here. Thanks, Dale Reeves. And the JSA stickers on the back of it. It's been JSA authenticated. There's the JSA sticker right there. And there's the big, bold Dale Reeves signature. Let me get that a little bit closer there. There it is. Awesome. That is a $45 start. Dale Reeves signed, JSA authenticated. We'll say $45 start on that. Okay. That's a live auction. There it is. First thing was, what's the condition of Al Green? And then somebody claimed Al Green. Al Green was no condition notes. Joseph, if you want it, it's $12.50. If not, it's sold to Joe Delgado. Ron Mustaine wants N, M, and P, near mint and pristine. That's right. The Elvis was supposed to be a $35 start. David Graves bid $30. Chad bid $31. I'm actually trying to get a $35 start. White Snake does not have a bid. I'm looking for a $25 start. Joseph Ellis does get Al Green. Now, we can offer these up as a bundle. There's some pretty good titles in here still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's 19 records left in here. 19 records. Here's going to be the bundle price because there's some pretty good titles left in here. $80 on the button. $80 for those 19 records would make them $4.21 a piece. I think I said there was 19, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 records, $4.21 a piece. Makes those $80. Bundle deal. Elvis has a bid for $35. The minimum bid's been hit. Dale Reeves, $45. Can I show Waylon? I can. White Snake is a $25 start. Okay. I've got, hey, I do have JSA cards with them. Good. This is an original window card, an original item signed by Waylon Jennings. It says, thanks, Waylon Jennings. It's JSA authenticated. It's been board and bagged. It's that really cool movie poster, The Nashville Rebel, which he starred in it. Waylon Jennings, and introducing Waylon Jennings as Arlen Grove. He played in that movie. He signed it. It's JSA authenticated. Probably one of the coolest Waylon Jennings albums I've ever had. Probably one of the coolest Waylon Jennings items I've ever had. JSA authenticated signed window card. Okay. Bundle, we have an offer for $60. That's a little low. That's a little low. How much? You'll have to let me think on that one. I have no idea. Thousands. Elvis is a final call for $35. White Snake is a buy it now for $25. White Snake is a buy it now for $25. No bid on that. Over here, Elvis Details. This is called Special 24. It's a 2LP Japanese pressing, gatefold, double LP, one bid, $35, final call. Dale Reeves, final call for $45. I know I had a cut Waylon Jennings signature we sold for $325 for a cut signature. Let me try to find some comps, okay? Based on my last bundle, $68. So what was the last offer? $60. My price on these are $75. I'll do these for $70, okay? $70. If Steve doesn't want them, Tim Holloway, I'm sure you don't mind paying $2 more. Let me do, I hadn't checked Waylon stuff in a while. Let me find these. Let me find these over here, okay? Let me try to find some comped Waylon authenticated stuff. I'm talking slab, okay. See, yeah, cuts are selling for $300. Cuts. Just a cut index card is selling for $300. A book sold for $500, and a magazine sold for $449. And we're talking about a magazine. So this is obviously a pretty incredible item. I mean, without me having to advertise this thing tonight, without me letting anybody know we're selling it and putting this thing up randomly at what time? 10 minutes after 10. It would require a minimum bid of $575 for me to put this up. It's an original item with a bold signature, and it's JSA. It would require a $575 minimum bid. That's a really cool item. You could frame, now this is an unused window card, so this was supposed to be stamped Providence Theater, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So it's an unused original lobby card. It never was put up. You could frame it and include that, or you could just frame this part right here. And I doubt there's very little like that for sale. And just cut index cards are selling for $300. So, yeah, well, I mean, just right now, that's what it would take. Trump and Willie, $1,250. Trump and Willie, $1,250. So my last price on Trump was $1,150 after I came down from $1,275, and Willie Nelson was $325. So $1,475 is where I was at. We're close, Brent. If I do 1,000, if I do 1,100 and 300, that would make us 1,400. Let me think on this for just a second. I'm being thrown a lot of information at once. All of a sudden, we've stepped into my vault, and everybody is throwing a lot of activity at me. First of all, these are sold to Steve Mason for $70. All right, so here's what we're going to do. These are sold to Steve Mason for $70. Let me put a sticky note around these, okay? We have a live auction on Waylon Jennings. $575, Danny Thomason's in. All right. First of all, let me clear off the board and get this bundle tagged. That is sold, and whoever's watching, the bundle's going to extend to another crate. The bundle's going to extend over here to another crate. That was crate number 4. Here's this. Here's where this is going to extend. Okay. And I'm going to put a sticky note where the bundle ends. To my knowledge, there was only one bid on Elvis, and it sold for $35 with Chad Sauce. Nobody bid on the signed Dale Reeves poster. It's a $45 buy it now. Which Elvis album is that? Elvis is sold It was up for a long time, and it just got one bid, essentially. And we're down to one live auction, and we have a couple pending offers on Trump and Willie Nelson, okay? Now, I'll say this. Willie, let me show this again. This is a live auction. But if no one bids against Danny very quickly, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to him. $575. JSA authenticated. It says, thank you, Waylon Jennings, an original window card for the Nashville Rebel movie. That's Waylon Jennings right there. He played in this movie. Very cool subject matter, an original item. We're about to sell it to him for $575. We've emptied another crate of vintage LPs. If you're in, I just comped it for you. It's a top price because it's a top-of-the-line item. Unusual to see something like that signed by Waylon Jennings, a movie poster. Final call. Now, we also got a side deal going for number 45 and number 47, President of the United States of America. That's right here. I was asking $1,275 for that. The last time I reduced it was to Brent for $1,150. $1,150. That was my price. Most of those usually sell all the time for $1,200 plus. They do fluctuate. So $150 on that, and then I was pretty firm on Willie at $325 because I think it's also a $500 plus item at the right place at the right time. But those two together was $1,475. And like I said, Brent, I'll get Trump down to $1,100 and Willie to $300. I'm at $1,400. That's getting Willie down to $300 and Trump down to $1,100. I'm at $1,400. And that's if anybody wants just Trump and he happens to pass, it's $1,150. And Willie by itself is $325. Okay? You missed Coltrane Impressions. And I've got to dig through my room over here to see what other stuff I have. I do have more albums to sell. As soon as I get done telling the details of this next album, I'm selling this Waylon poster to Danny. I'm dropping the hammer. But first, I've got Tigers of Pantang, and I've got Cannonball Adderley. First, we have Tigers of Pantang, Making Tracks, a 1982 UK OG original single, a $5 start, Tigers of Pantang. That's now up for bid. This is sold to Danny Thomason for $575. Sold. $575. Danny, I knew he was going to be all over that. He's not going to miss this opportunity. Now, let me blow the air horn. This is sold to Danny. I'm sure he's tickled and giggled right now. I know he's a big Waylon fan. Would you say a guitar signed by Chris Christopherson rare? It depends if you're talking about signed on the body or signed on a pick guard or a falsely made pick guard. There's some misleading signed guitars out there in the market. You got to be careful. People kind of manufacture pick guards to make them look like pick guards. If it's actually signed on the guitar, you're probably talking about a pretty expensive item. Sold. Trump, $1,295 and $295 best. So in my mind, that's getting $1,000 for Trump and getting Willie for $295. That's pretty close. Let me do one look at Willie. We might have a deal. I would love to sell this. We've been back and forth. I know some people have shown interest on Trump, but when they find out it's $1,000, just like most presidential signatures, they're not cheap. Any presidential signature. People try to complete those complete sets. Let me find out. I'm kind of familiar with Willie Nelson stuff. Yeah, we sell those posters quite all. We used to have stacks of those posters. Signed Willie Nelson guitar, $5,000. That was sold an on-body autograph. Pick guard, $1,200. Photo, $980. Photo, $750. The Honeysuckle Rose album sold for $600. The signed Honeysuckle Rose album recently sold for $600. A photo 500. Yeah, I better stay at 1400. We might can do a deal on Trump, but I think, yeah, a poster sign. There it is. A signed poster, $400. A signed poster, $400, and I need 1100 for Trump. I feel like. So we are at 14. Brent, I think 1400 is a great price. I really do. I think I can get 400 to 600 for that poster. I'm asking 300 in the bundle and 1100 on Trump. We're so close. Sorry, everybody, I'm having to do live comps. I usually don't bring out autographs until I have them ready. But the thing about this stuff is we never have time to get this stuff ready. So if I do start selling them, it's literally live. Yeah, those sell pretty regular for that. We're close. Yeah, there's a couple book plates. Those are loose book plates. 1500 and 950. So I think the average on those are about 12, but we're close. What was your price? Your last price was $12.95, and I'm at 1400. We're close. Give me 30 more seconds of thinking time. Marillion is a sealed new picture disc. Whoever asked, $33.99. Okay, and then I had Cannonball Adderley. You know what I mean. Cannonball Adderley with Bill Evans. This is a Netherlands, unknown year, VG Plus, $15 start. You know what I mean. Cannonball Adderley with Bill Evans. Netherlands press, VG Plus condition, a $15 start on that. Tigers of Pantang is at 12. But, you know, Brent is a really long-standing, great customer. And I bet if I took a poll, a lot of people would say, Chad, you probably need to go ahead and strike that deal with them, because where else are you going to sell it? And if I do put it online, I've got to pay some fees, right? So, in my mind, that would be $295 for Willie and $1,000 for Trump. That's not bad. And I bet if I asked the audience, they would say I probably need to go ahead and strike a deal with longtime, great, fantastic customer Brent Robley, because we're only a few dollars apart on a big deal. And we've been trying to do a deal for like a long time. And we would be able to blow another air horn, and Brent would be able to get some really high quality stuff here. So we have a vote for yes, take the offer. Let's see what else happens. Man, this Trump stuff just keeps getting more and more expensive, though. Man. I'm on here right now looking at all this other stuff I've been watching. Baseballs, $5,000, and books, and I mean, it's pretty fair. I'd have to pay fees. Brent isn't a bozo. That's right. Brent's money is good as gold, and gold is pretty good right now. Brent, if you're good, I've been persuaded, and I think I can do it now that I'm thinking here, because I'm kind of calculating. I mean, if I hold out, I probably could get maybe 200 or 300 more, and that's after fees, but I'd rather do a deal with you right now. Okay, Tigers of Pantang is a final call for $13 of Dave Ferguson. The Cannonball Adderley is VG Plus, $15. Okay? Bird in the hand's worth two in the bush. And let's go ahead and get another crate on the table. And I've been selling a lot of vinyl tonight. I think I'm ready for a half-off Paul crate. Anybody else ready for a half-off Paul crate? I think I'm also ready to blow the air horn and do a deal with Brent Robley. Brent, here's how I'm going to break this down for your price so they can put it in the system. We got the signed JSA Trump cut. That is going to go in for the price of $1,000. and we're bundling that for the Willie Nelson poster for $295. One just sold on eBay for $400. See, I didn't even look that up. I knew I was pretty close when I was asking $325. One did sell for $400. Willie stuff is expensive. Willie stuff is expensive. And of course, y'all know Trump stuff right now is obviously really expensive. And that is sold. And let's do it. We've been trying to strike a deal on that back there for a while. It took a Willie to do the Trump. Now, if somebody heard that out of context, they would be like, what is going on? It took a Willie to do the Trump? What is going on? So, Brent, we're going to do it. There was my negotiations over here. We got close. That was what I'd like to get, but not every day is my day, right? Not every day is my day. So whoever's tagging, put this in for $1,000, put this in for $1,295. And I actually did a trade. I did a trade on this for a signed Rick Danko album, and I had to put up a lot of cash too. But a guy I knew wanted a Rick Danko from the band. I had to trade this and put up a lot of $100 bills. So there it is. And it's time for the air horn. I mean, you can't really get those. Can I get your notation notes too? Oh man, what did I just wadded them up. Well, here, I'll make you a new one. I'll make you a new one. I was at 325 and I forgot my math now. I was at 325 and 1150. Yeah, and I was at 1475, and I was saying 300 and 1100. I was trying to get 1400. So I was trying to, because I was originally at 320. Actually, my first price on Trump was 1275. That was my first note. That was my first price on that originally. But yeah, so 1,000. Here, I'll stick that. You never know. There might be people wanting my autograph one day as much as Donald Trump's. One day when I'm in the White House signing executive orders and I'm flashing them up and the cameras are flashing because I'm signing executive orders and I'm showing the book and letting the media see it, y'all will be able to say, I bought my records from that guy. And now he's in the White House signing executive orders on making the cost of vinyl more affordable. All right, Tigers of Pantang got a new bid with Rob Bobby for $13. During all that, Dave Ferguson already had it for $13, though. Rob Bobby, you're out, okay? And then Cannonball Adderley. Cannonball Adderley is VG Plus, a Netherlands press, $15, okay? Taylor Swift is signed and framed, the Tortured Poets Department, JSA authenticated. I think we've sold 4 or 5 of these now. We've sold one tonight, $325. Framed and ready to go, Paul. You need that. No tax on tips. No tax on vinyl will be my campaign slogan. No tax on vinyl. That could single-handedly get a man elected. No tax on vinyl. Music should be not taxed. All right. How about a half-off crate here, some stuff Paul's marked. We've went through some crazy autographs here in the last 10 minutes, doing pricing, it's just been crazy, okay? Tigers of Pantang has a new bid for 14. It's called Tigers of Pantang Making Tracks, a 12-inch single. Laura's in the back right now marking vinyl. Yes. Jared Whitworth did want Marillion. I almost forgot to pull that for you. You do have one. Now you need one framed. Now you need one framed. All you gotta do is say sold. If you say sold, I'll do another happy dance. Next auction. Let's make Cannonball Adderley a buy it now. Cannonball Adderley, $15 buy it now. Tigers of Pantang, David Ferguson has the high bid, but he said he's out. Well, you can be out if Rob Bobby outbids you. He's also out. I'm going to have to sell this to you for $15. This is sold to Dave Ferguson for $15. Michael Freiberger on Cannonball Adderley, sold for $15. Paul, the cheapest I've sold these for is $300. I'll sell it to you for $300. Sold one tonight for $325 since you're picking up, but last week I sold 2 or 3 for $300. So that's about what I need for them. Next auction is a Japanese pressing with Obi, Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group. Japanese, beautiful vinyl, legendary guitarist Jeff Beck with book, cover, and Obi, $35 start. Taylor Swift is sold for $300 to Paul Brothers. Done. Wow. We sold a lot of high-end stuff tonight. A lot. Honestly. Yeah. Chevy Chase, Willie, Donald, Waylon. Golly. What else do I have in here? Don't get me digging some more. You never know. I'm right now inside of the autograph vault. It's a room with metal shelves with just stacks of signed items. What's in here? Honestly, I don't know. Let's grab this little stack right here and see what we can come up with. That's some pretty cool stuff. I just don't know where the JSA cards are. Books, CDs, books, CDs. All right, give me 1 second on all that. Let's start going through this crate here at half off. Paul crate, back the vinyl for a second. Okay, first thing is I need a new record in the back. That's killing my OCD. Let's replace that with... Well, let's put another Rush album back there. Signals hadn't sold. What if we put another Rush album? I've got 2 in stock. This is the 180-gram remaster of Rush Moving Pictures. Tom Sawyer, Red Barchetta, YYZ, Limelight, $36.99. Okay, the first comment is... more Green Day, not at the moment. Mac Davis, not at the moment. Any more signed drum heads? Yes, actually, but they're about to get authenticated. Do you have another JSA Swift? Yes. Thank you, Brent. I do have more signed autographs. And did the news off the press sell already? News off the press. Which one was that? Chet Baker, Pacific Jazz Records. A 1958 U.S. mono. Severe cover damage. The spine is missing and taped. VG condition, just a $1 start. Let's get started with a half-off crate. No more, no less. Danny wants 1 Elvis stamp envelope, first day of issue, $4.99. One sold to Danny Thomason. Here we go. Moving on. News. Oh, that's still available. That's still available. That was in a Paul crate, yeah. We got old Diddy here. Diddy is $5. Tell Me with Christina Aguilera. Mickey Newberry live at Montezuma Hall, Looks Like Rain, $7.50. The Best of Odetta, $5. The Best of Odetta. Earthquake, Rockin' the World. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Earthquake, Rockin' the World, $10 for Earthquake. Two more right quick. Dreams, Imagine My Surprise, a Fusion album from 1971, $7.50. This is our 1030 half-off crate. Should these be half-off? No, they shouldn't. Are they half-off? Yes, they are. Brad Leftwich and Linda Higginbotham, Buffalo Gal, Won't You Come Out Tonight, a 1983 Appalachian folk album, $7.50. Nobody bid on Jeff Beck. He is a $35 buy now. Chet Baker has one bid for $2. Chet Baker has one bid for $2. Denise has that for $2. Leslie Holt on the Buffalo Gal, Won't You Come Out Tonight. Moving Pictures is $36.99. Chet Baker has a new bid for $4. Rocky is going up right now. Rocky is the original motion picture score, the original by Bill Conti. That is a 76 Terre Haute OG in shrink and not really a hop sticker, but a Kmart, and music is your best value. $5 on that. Ron Duffield on Diddy, $5. Rush is a new sealed remaster and amazing sounding record. Moving Pictures is sold to Vladarchek. Living in the Limelight. Nice. My uncle has a country place that no one knows about. Led Zeppelin 4. Clear vinyl. Remastered on clear vinyl. $33.99. Led Zeppelin 4. Okay. Next thing is this. I just peeked in the autograph room. We had some questions about Taylor Swift. We had some questions about Chad Williams. He's not signing anymore. I don't know if y'all heard. He don't sign. You ask for Chad's autograph in public, he will just walk right by you. He doesn't sign. He finds it offensive. Don't even look at him in public. Todd, I have another one. It's not framed, but I have another one. So there's the insert. Okay. It's actually got a barcode sticker that kind of wraps around it, just FYI. She signed a lot of these at her house when this album was coming out. And then there's the JSA card. This is $300. Tortured Poets Department. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this. That's like a poster, isn't it? Yeah, okay, that's the artwork. There we go. All right, then I'm going to take this, and we got sleeves to put these in so that doesn't get the important part doesn't get damaged. So, I don't know if I have any more. I don't think I do. There's that. There's those. There's a good chance, though, I could turn over a leaf, and we have like 5 more of them. As much as I've bought, and as much as I bought of those at one time, I honestly don't know. Okay? I'm asking $300 for that one. Rocky's at 12. Chet Baker is at 10. Here we go. More half-off LPs. Rest in peace, Siegel Schwarl. $5 on Siegel Schwarl. Bill Connors, theme to The Guardian. A 75 jazz album. $5 on that. Danny Wilde, Wild in the Country. A 78 UK Rockabilly. VG Plus, $7.50. Dane Donahue. A 78 Soft Rock. VG Plus, $15. Tello Nonarose. This is a 87 Spanish album. VG Plus, $7.50. Cynthia Herdron on BC for Bill Connors. Chet Baker is sold to Michael Freiberger for $10. Mike Quadrini, you're out on Rocky. Josh Brown has that for $12. This is a half-off Paul crate. Laura's finishing up her crate. Rocky is sold to Josh Brown for $12. I've got other Japanese pressings. The first thing I have is another jazz. Chet Baker and the Carmel Strings, Quietly There. And that's a 66 USOG mono. VG Chet Baker mono 66, $10 start. Brian Augers Oblivion Express, VG $5. And we have the Becky's. And that's a 1976 Power Pop EX edition, $6.50. $6.50. We have Norman Blake Directions. Norman Blake is VG condition, $5 on Norman Blake. Also Dragon. Dragon is VG Plus condition, $5 on that for Dragon. Also, we have The Great American Eagle Tragedy, Earth Opera. This is in VG condition, $5 for The Great American Eagle Tragedy, Earth Opera. VG condition, $5. Preston Rose on Norman. Norman Blake is sold to Preston Rose. VG, $5 sold to him. And Elephant's Memory is VG Plus, $10. Elephant's Memory. We have, going up for bid right now, a Japanese pressing of Pat Benatar, and this one's called Precious Time. This one's only going to be a $25 start. A Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. $25 start on that. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. $25 start on that. Cynthia Herdron on Earth Opera. That is sold. And we have Lens Farn, Fog on the Tyne. Lens Farn is in VG Plus, $6. Praise, The Sun Will Arise. A 77 Canadian Christian rock album. The half-off price would be $18.50. And we have Tim Buckley, Greetings from LA. VG Plus, $7.50. Todd, I will sell this to you, and then I'll send you a message about that, okay? Where we can work something out, okay? I'll send you a message on that issue, if that works for you, okay? I'll be able to definitely work something out in that situation, 100%. Let me just go ahead and tag this, and then I'll send you a message on that. And I'm going to go ahead and take these Elvis stamps that I've accumulated right there. I'm going to lay those on top. We've sold 3 so far tonight. And then let me jump in here and see what else we got, okay? Mike can find a couple more cool thingies. A couple more cool thingies to throw up tonight. And you may ask yourself, Chad, what kind of other cool thingies do you have tonight? Other cool thingies I have? Let's see what I've got right over here. Oh, man, I forgot about these cool thingies. And I got these cool thingies. Let's see, who is this here? Roger Moore, Smashing Pumpkins, Cowboy. I got a signed guitar by Carly Pierce, Depeche Mode, John Voight. I got to sell a couple of these. All right. What is these posters over here too? This is a signed poster of... Wow. Didn't even know I had that. What is this one? Wowie. And that looks like Lita. Man, that's some good stuff. All right, I think I can just do this for a bot now. This is a signed photo from John Voight. Now, what's really cool about this, and I got it brought to my attention, I think y'all are familiar now, the demand for original Type 1 photographs. I mean, I don't really understand it yet. I got to do some more just understanding of the subject. But the demand for Type 1 original photographs is through the roof right now. What does that mean? There's like photographs of Mickey Mantle and Babe Ruth that are the original image. So they're made from the original negative of that era. And there's now like photos. I'm not talking about autographed. I'm just talking about photos of Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle, Jackie Robinson, Ty Cobb, any other body in that realm of people that there could be original photographs of. They're selling for like thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars. I don't know if I fully understand it yet, but it's been hot for a while. But these photos from Fred Goodwin's collection are original press photos. So this is an original press photo of course, from Deliverance, signed by John Voight. John Voight Bitch You, John Voight's Car, Deliverance, Dueling Banjos. That's $125 for John Voight. It's signed and JSA authenticated. Signed and JSA authenticated. Give me 1 second over here. One second over here. One second, please. I'm here. Let me do one thing over here. Okay. All right, so first thing we have is that we pull Earth Opera. We did, and then Dwayne Caldwell wanted praise. Thank you, Dwayne Caldwell. That's so do you. Next thing over here is Pat Benatar, Precious Time. Pat Benatar is a no bid. It's a $25 bot now. And Chet Baker, quietly, why can't I say that right now? Sorry. This is VG, $10 on that, Chet Baker. And Pat Benatar is $25. Those are available. Yeah, I'm about ready for a monster. Yeah, for sure. 100%, definitely. I'm also trying to make sure something over here is okay before I can continue. And then... One second. Okay, so Matt Parsons gets, I'm good to go now. Matt Parsons get Pat Benatar for $20. This is sold to Matt Parsons for $20. Thank you on that. Done and sold. Next thing over here is Michael Freiberger gets Chet Baker, and Chet Baker is sold to Michael Freiberger for $10. This is sold. And Be Yourself Adventures gets John Voight, $125. That's sold to Be Yourself Adventures for $125. Thank you on that. That is sold. Done. Let's lay that right over there. John Voight is officially sold. No more John Voight. John Voight cars no more. Led Zeppelin's new and sealed, $33.99. What's the no bids? Give me 1 second. First, a few more half off. Shasta and the Astral Casters sealed, $10. An 84 Private Press rock album. This is sealed. It's $10, and we already sold a few, and this is like new old stock kind of deal. We have 4 left. It's called Shasta and the Astral Casters Modern Fixations, and that's under an 84 Private Press rock album. Those are sealed originals for $10. Sorry for the dramatic pause there in time. I had to take care of a few things over here. And our next Japanese pressing is Duran Duran. I'm about to start putting up some 45 lots like I was last night. Duran Duran Arena is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has this Japanese book, that Japanese book, and a Duran Duran solicitation card. It's a gatefold jacket with Obi, and Duran Duran's a $35 start. Also have Soul Rivers, R-E-V-I-V-E-R-S, On the Groove. It's a 2022 reggae album. It's sealed, now only $15. This is actually a pretty recent Paul crate. We're doing a late night half off deal here. And we have next, this is Satan's Pilgrims, and this is called Psychosploitation. Or Socksploitation. It's a 2009 Surf Garage album, $17.50 over that. $17.50. Yeah, I actually do have. We've sold one of these already. I kind of hesitated because we're getting into some pricey stuff with Duran Duran, or excuse me, Depeche Mode, and I got to confirm prices on a couple things. But I do have a signed. Let's see what I have here. I have a signed. Is it right here? Hopefully it is. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Give me 1 second on that and I'll let you know. Okay? Let me lay that right there. It will definitely be put up for auction. But first, we got Joseph Ellis on Soul, Chris Knapp on Satan. And these are all half off, no more, no less. Continuing. Should be some cool stuff in here. Chris Knapp, right up your alley. This is called Colorado Architect's Office, Chaff Chunk, Rick Corrigan, etc., etc. It's an experiment avant-garde compilation. $10 on that. We have Mr. Cool, Crazy Caven, and the Rhythm Rockers, 79 UK Rockabilly. $10 on that. And The Jews. And this is a 2002 Garage. It is signed, and it's $7.50. Laura crate's on the way. As soon as we finish this half-off crate, we'll go through Laura's crate. Right now, Eric Van Leuven on Office. Is that what? Architect's Office. That was sold to Eric Van Leuven. Robert Warner was second. And let me do a comp on Depeche Mode. I think I know what to start it for. I know I've sold one before. And this is, let me look it up and I will tell you the details. It's kind of a pricey item, but I've already sold a couple, so I know I've priced them fairly. And let me see what I got going on, okay? Back to the half off, we have Bachman Turner Bachman. That's pre-BTO. That's when they were called Brave Belt. VG Plus 750. Thank you, Laura. She just delivered a whole crate. And whoa, what a Laura crate sticker that is. That's going to be a hot commodity. Ellis, riding on the crest of a slump. Ellis is a 72 US folk rock psych album. VG Plus, $7.50 on that. So Depeche Mode, guitar pick, there we go. LP, signed, photograph. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the last time, yeah, this is about right. Okay, so the last time I had this up, it was, we've sold one. This is Depeche Mode, signed by Gann, Gore, and Fletcher. It's the artwork to Barrel of a Gun. All three of them signed it. I will put this up. The price is $475. $475. That will technically be a live auction. Okay, Chris Knapp on Ellis. That's sold to him. Depeche Mode, and it's fully authenticated, of course, from JSA. Yeah, JSA authenticated. Barrel of a Gun. $475 for Depeche Mode. Dion and the Belmonts, live at Madison Square Garden, 1972. EX, $6.50. The Songs of England's new hit vocal group, Edward's Hand. It's a 69 pop rock psych album. VG $5. Anne Clark, The Sitting Room. Anne Clark is an 84 Euro synth pop. This is VG plus $5 for Anne Clark. A Decade of High Hopes. VG plus $7.50. 1982 U.S. Children's Educational Record. $7.50 on that. And this one is called Angel Pavement, Maybe Tomorrow. Angel Pavement is a 2003 UK. $12.50 on that. Duran Duran is a buy it now for $35. That's called Arena. And that is a beautiful, complete Japanese pressing. $35 buy it now on that. Depeche Mode is $475. Yeah, a signed LP album jacket, a signed copy of Songs of Faith and Devotion recently sold for $1,000. Actually, it sold today for $1,000. Yesterday for $1,000, yeah. A signed album jacket of Songs of Faith, and that sold yesterday for $1,000, and Ultra sold for $1,000. So yeah, album jacket signed by the full band would be around $1,000 for Depeche Mode. They're expensive. James Hicks gets the Duran Duran for $35. Biddlecombe on Dion. That is sold to Biddlecombe, Steve Biddlecombe. Cynthia on Angel Pavement, and Chris Knapp was second. Moving right along, Gone Fishing, Matt Pachui and Tim Lee. 86 Alternate Rock, $5. Brimstone How, We Came in Peace. That is a 2008 purple vinyl. That's a garage band. $10 on Brimstone How. The Del Fuegos, that is $10. Larry, you were third on Angel Pavement. And Doobie Brothers Stampede is $7.50. Denise wants Edward's Hands, or Edward's Hand. That's sold to Denise. Our next Japanese pressing is going to be a twofer. I've got two Linda Ronstadts for a $35 start. Simple Dreams and Mad Love, a twofer. Linda Ronstadt, both of them for a $35 start. Japanese pressings. Final call on Depeche Mode for $475. Thomas on the Del Fuegos. We're in a half off Paul crate. I haven't been able to focus on it because we got so much other stuff going on tonight. Lower crate is on deck. And then after that, we'll be doing more. I don't know. It looks like I need to stop about an hour early tonight, dig out a bunch of autographs, photograph them, and have them ready for sale tomorrow night for an epic Thursday night. I think we can do that. Guadalcanal Diary 2x4, $12.50. The soundtrack to Fame, VG Plus, $7.50. And Vintage Collector's Music, VG Plus, $6.50. But I know what will happen. People keep asking for stuff. I'm going to keep auctioning 45s. I will keep showing CDs. We'll keep putting up autographs, and I'll be here till 2 a.m. Nothing changes. We have the Del Fuegos again. This time, this one's called Boston Mass. EX $9, and Moby Grape Jam, also EX $9. If you decide you want the Depeche Mode, it is signed and JSA authenticated. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if he's watching, I'm pretty sure I sold one of those to Guy Shard already for $475. You can pick that one up for $475 as well. I had 2 or 3 of those at one time. I think that's my last one. Michael Freiberger on Del Fuegos. That is sold to Michael Freiberger. Vintage Info. Vintage Collector Music has artists such as Chuck Berry, Danny and the Juniors, the Monotones, the Monoglows, Dale Hawkins, Buddy Holly, Dale Vikings, that's VG Plus 650. Do you have Elvis CDs? Not to my knowledge, but I honestly don't know what's in this box I'm going to be going through later. Thomas Hujar, you were second on that Del Fuegos. Traffic Shootout at the Fantasy Factory, VG Plus 750. I think we're into some check condition stuff from John now. VG Plus 750 on Stories. Whoever was interested in Depeche Mode, you know, I'm here to sell stuff. That's kind of my price. I think that's pretty fair, but if you're thinking about it and you're wanting it, let me know. We can put it up. What about Phyllis Diller? I don't know about Phyllis Diller, but I do have a Bob Hope in here. Bob Hope's pretty pricey. We sold some Bob Hope album jackets earlier this year for up in the hundreds. I don't know about Phyllis Diller. Knowing Fred, that sounds like something he would have. Once again, autograph inventory is insane. Do I know what I have? Absolutely not. Most of the stuff I've sold tonight, first time me seeing it. The Who face dances, or I have forgot about it and it's refreshed my memory. The Who is EX edition, $11.50. 10 years after, Rock and Roll Music to the World. 10 years after, VG Plus 750. Also, we have Wooden Wand and the Vanishing Voice, Buck Dharma. Buck Dharma, that is the name of the album. That's not Buck Dharma from BOC. $15 on that. Lothel on The Who. And if anybody wants both of these Linda Ronstadt, so I can put up some new auctions, both of those are being sold together for $35. Both of those together for $35. And that is Linda Ronstadt Simple Dreams and Linda Ronstadt Mad Love. A 2-for-1. A 2-for-1. Okay? Let's go ahead and put those in new sleeves over here. And now I'm officially going to show all of tonight's no bids and unclaimed auctions. Okay? So, Brian, you were second on The Who. We've already tagged that for Matt. 2 for Linda Ronstadt, $35. Jeff Beck Group Live was $35. This is a signed movie poster autographed by Dale Reeves. J.S. Aid, it's $45. White Snake is $25 for Snake Bites. $25 on that. And then over here, Elton John is $35. And Secret Policeman's Concert, $35. So Elton John, $35. Secret Policeman's Concert, $35. Whitesnake, $25. Jeff Beck, $35. And both Linda Ronstadts for $35. That is the no bids, along with the Dale Reeves movie poster for $45. Depeche Mode is $475. Okay? That's all of tonight's no bids. Those officially went up for auction. Next thing is, have you ever sold an Elvis autograph? No. I've had a few opportunities to buy and sell them. Most of them I run across are fake. A lot of fakes out there. Elton John is sold to Cynthia for $35. Whitesnake is sold to Oso for $20. And can you describe Elton and Talking Heads? Elton just sold. Secret Police, there's no Talking Heads. There's Secret Policeman's Concert, which is Jeff Beck, Eric Clapton, Sting, Bob Geldof, Donovan. And then Jeff Beck by himself, and then the 2 Linda Ronstadts. No Talking Heads in there. Secret Policeman's, yeah, Secret Policeman's Concert. That's a Beck, Geldof, Donovan, Sting, Clapton, and others. Japanese Near Minus and Pristine, $35. Also, Nada Pode Paras Os Ostro Ramas, a 2014 Garage Surf Punk album. That was sealed for $10. We have Yard Act, The Overload, a 2002 UK post-punk. That is $10. And Y y Los Args, a 2005 Switzerland Garage album, sealed, $15 on that. Jason Anderson. I can see you, Jason Anderson. I can see you. I can see you. Let me pull up your account here. Jason Anderson. Hey guys, trying to bid and I can't find anywhere in the live chat at the top. That's just some kind of error. You need to refresh your comments. I don't see any problem. You're not blocked because you can send us a message. And I don't see any reason why your comments aren't coming through. Let me check on your status over here. So what you're telling me is you can't chat, but you can only reply to others. Well, that is bizarre, isn't it? I don't know. Have you tried to refresh Facebook? You might just want to try to reclose out the app. Okay. First is Craig Thomas. Got Yard Act. Cynthia was second. Joseph Ellis got Otto Ramos. Okay. All right. Great, interesting crate there. Unusual stuff. I'm going to try to speed run that one again without any interruptions or any things to block our focus of going through those one more time. We've pretty much sold every advertised auction. There's a handful of Japanese. I'm going to keep running those. I also have 45s I'm about to start selling and lots of 10s for $10 starts like I was last night. Should be some cool stuff over here. We're going to go ahead and count out the first lot. And we're going to do 10 for a $10 start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Close enough. You might want to update your Facebook app, Jason. Maybe updating your app. There we go. Policeman's ball for $20. I can't take $20 for that. I would do $30 on it. I would do $30. I would do $30. Here's 10 singles for a $10 start. Question Mark and the Mysterians, 96 Tears. Crystal Blue Persuasion, Tommy James. Tommy James, Say I Am What I Am. B.J. Thomas, Another Somebody Done Somebody Wrong song. Three Dog Night, Old Fashioned Love Song. Exile, Kiss You All Over. Dan Hill, Longer Fuse. Firefall, Strange Way. Hot Child in the City, Nick Gilder and the Turtle, She'd Rather Be With Me. Yeah, it sounds like you need to update your phone or your app. A lot of times you'll have errors because of that. Those 10 singles for a $10 start. I will do $30 on the Secret Policeman's concert. And both Linda Ronstadt sold Adam Bernardi for $30. Sold both for $30. Okay? There's Jeff Beck and Secret Policeman's concert still available. So is Depeche Mode and the Dale Reeves signed movie poster. Quick read through. I'm going to read these. They're half off, no more, no less. Mickey Newberry, and then the lower crates coming up, which will be new arrival sticker price. Mickey Newberry live at Montezuma Hall, Looks Like Rain. 2 LP, Mickey Newberry, no condition note, $7.50. The Best of Odetta, $5 for Odetta. Tradition, Everest Folk Archive Jazz. Earthquake, Rockin' the World. Earthquake is $10. No condition notes on that. Imagine My Surprise, Dreams. A 71 Fusion, $7.50. Rest in Peace, Siegel Schwarl. $5 for Siegel Schwarl. Danny Wild and the Wildcats, Wild in the Country. VG Plus, $7.50. Dane Donahue, a 1978 VG Plus, $15. That was $29.99. Peter Haas, you're out on the singles. The first person who bid was Paul Brothers at 10. Cynthia Herdron on Dreams, sold to Cynthia Herdron. Next is Teleranos, which is a Spanish record from 1987, VG plus 750. Brian Auger's Oblivion Express Reinforcements, VG $5. Brian Peace wants Earth, and that was for Earthquake. So did Brian Peace. Next is the Becky's, a 76 Power Pop EX 650. Dragon, VG plus $5. Elephant's Memory, VG plus $10. John Lennon worked with this band. It's on Apple, the Beatles label. They played with with John Lennon live. Elephant's Memory, $10. Peter, let me know if you want to bid more than 10 on those singles. We have Lynn's Fard, Fog on the Time, VG plus $6. Now there's a new bid on the singles for 12. Tim Buckley, Greetings from LA. Tim Buckley is VG plus $750. Shasta and the Astral Casters, sealed for $10. An 84 private press, sealed originals, and we have 4 of them in stock. Mr. Cool, which is Crazy Caven and the Rhythm Rockers, this is now $10. The singles 12, now the singles 14. The Becky's, is that what I said? Can you see it? It's spelled B-E-C-K-I-E-S. The Becky's, B-E-C-K-I-E-S. 1976 under the genre Power Pop, $6.50. The Jews, $7.50. 2002 Garage. Bachman Turner Bachman as Brave Belt, VG plus $7.50. Ann Clark, The Sitting Room, VG plus $5. A Decade of High Hopes, VG plus $7.50. Gone Fishing, Matt Pachui and Tim Lee, $5 on that. Brimstone Howe, We Came in Peace, 2008 Purple Vinyl Garage, $10. The Doobie Brothers, $7.50. Guadalcanal Diary 2x4, $12.50. The soundtrack from Fame, VG plus $7.50. Moby Grape Grape Jam, EX $9. Vintage Collector's Music, VG plus $6.50. Traffic, VG plus $7.50. We have Stories, VG plus $7.50. Pam Murray, if you don't want the Becky's, Brian Peace does. Sold to somebody. We'll wait for Pam's word. 10 years after, VG plus $7.50. And this is $15. It is Wooden Wand and the Vanishing Voice. The name of the album is Buck Dharma. $10 on that. Be Yourself, you're out on the singles. I got to sell them pretty quickly to Paul for $14. Adam Bernardi on Moby Grape. And the last one was Y.E. Los Args, Cuntan in Spaniel, sealed, a garage album from 2005, made in Switzerland. $15 on that. $15 on that. Okay? First thing we have is Cynthia Herdron on Dharma. That is so the Cynthia Herdron. Okay? And I'm going to go get my food off the porch before some vagabond grabs it and takes off running down the road. Some guy that looks like Aqua Lung grabs it and takes off running. I got to have my Subway for later. I got a baked potato up here left over from Demos's, but I got to have something a little bit extra. Got to have something a little bit extra. They leave my food out here. There it is. Perfect. Demos's. Y'all locals know what I'm talking about. Demos's. Good stuff, right? Demos's. We love Demos's. Dun, 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 dun. I need another bottle of water. All right, first thing here is this. Cynthia got Dharma. William Drugovich gets this one. Pam Murray gets the Becky's. Eyes for Earthquake also. I've already got you tagged for that. Bundle coming up. What's on Vintage? The artists are the following. Chuck Berry, Danny the Juniors, Monotones, Monoglows, Dale Hawkins, Buddy Holly, Kalen Twins, Dale Vikings, Bo Diddley, and Bill Haley. That'll give you an idea of the music. Never to hear back from Be Yourself. So these are sold to Paul Brothers for $14. Thank you, Paul. I do have cookies. They were in my Subway bag. I honestly need to eat this thing right quick. I'm pretty famished all of a sudden. I don't know why. I think tonight's been a pretty mind-absorbing sale. Whew, we've done a lot tonight. We've done a lot tonight. But the first thing I have is no mute on the big old whoops. Yeah, I had to chug my water. I was Jim Ciascio. Pam Murray says pass the Becky's to Brian. I'll take it, and now a pass. She had a change of heart. So Brian Peace, you are going to get the Becky's. That's sold to you for $6.50. Vintage is sold to Jim Ciascio. All right, and now let's do a bundle. This bundle is going to be sold to Chris Knapp as soon as I price it. And then we're going to go into a new lure crate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. There's 28 records left in there, Chris Knapp. Here's my price for you to buy them all. $105. $105. 28 records, $105. Dale, you just moved 1 second too slow. If he buys this bundle, I got to sell them to them all for $105. Or if I take out Dane Donahue and sell it to Dale, if I sell that to Dale for $15, then I'll say everything that's left for $90. And Hiram, William Drugovich already got that record. That was already sold to William Drugovich. So, Chris, $90 if you want to pass this to Dale for $15, or if you do want that record, it's $105. All right, let me be counting out 10 more singles. That last lot been pretty good. Let's do 10. We've been doing lots of 10 for $10 starts. These are sleeves that records that John has sleeved and matched company stuff. Like this one. See, it's in a lot of these are in the original company sleeves. Larry Verne, Mr. Custer, that's a fun song. Sweethearts of the Rodeo, Gone Again. John Hott, Sure As I'm Sitting Here. Horse Lips, Exile. Bellamy Brothers, Wild Honey. Gary Busey, True Love Ways. Chocolate Jam, A Chocolate Jam. The Shy Lights Higher. Chili Whack, Last Day of December. Chocolate Jam, This Time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those 10 singles for a $10 start. Those 10 singles for a $10 start. Those 10 singles for a $10 start. Dane Donahue is sold to Dale for $15. And then Chris Knapp gets everything that's left. Should be 27 records now for $90, I think. I think there was 28. So now there should be 27. All those are sold to Chris Knapp. Thank you on that. All right. Y'all know what's next. It starts with Law and ends with Aura. Laura crate. And that is going to fill up that crate. Sold those 10 singles for a $10 start. And we have another empty crate. Wow. Shitting on the park bench. Had to go get my sub. Aqualung will grab it. He'll take off running. All right. Feeling alone. The wonders of... Picks up a boggin woman's feet. Okay. Well, now that I've got your attention, let's see here. There's all that. There's Paul's stuff from today. All right. I've not done this yet tonight, and it will only take me 60 seconds. I want to show you all the newest vinyl that came in tonight, because this is my last opportunity to show you before probably a lot of people sign off. And here it is. Quickly. We had 2 crates of new vinyl. This is everything that's left. If you missed it. Faith No More live in Hollywood, November 1990, a 2LP unofficial, $44.99. Megadeth live in New York, MTV show, 1994, $29.99 splatter vinyl. New for Friday, Record Store Day Essential, Chris Isaak, Forever Blue. 30th anniversary, $38.99 for Chris Isaak. Bush, Loaded, their greatest hits. That's a 2LP, $39.99. Iron Maiden, Twilight in Japan. Iron Maiden, Twilight in Japan, $29.99. 2 copies of STP Live, New Haven, Veterans Memorial Coliseum, 1994. Candlebox, self-titled, $46.99, a double LP, music on vinyl. Paul Brothers gets Megadeth. Also, we have Black Sabbath, live in Syracuse, New York, 1976, a 2 LP, $38.99. Leonard Skinner, live in Cardiff, Wales, 1975, $29.99. Bratmobile Potty Mouth, $29.99. Godsmack 1000 Horsepower, $33. James Taylor Christmas Albums, $29. Cardi B, Am I the Drama, Baby Blue Vinyl, signed, insert, $44.99. Kool and the Gang is $33.99. That's their greatest hits. That's new for Friday. And the Charlie Brown, Vince Guaraldi Trio, Zoetrope Picture Disc, $38.99. So 2 crates of new vinyl came in today. Now we have 1 crate of new vinyl. Those 10 records did not get a bid. $10 buy it now on those 10 records if anybody wants them. So that was Charlie Brown, Kool and the Gang, Cardi B, James Taylor, Godsmack, Bratmobile, Leonard Skinner, Black Sabbath, Candlebox, Stone Temple Pilots, Iron Maiden, Bush, Chris Isaac, Megadeth, and Faith No More. Godsmack is one of their original studio albums. It hadn't been pressed in years. Back on vinyl, Godsmack 1000 Horsepower. That's one of their official releases, $33.99. Yep. They have slowly but surely put the entire Godsmack catalog in print. For the longest, they had nothing available. They had nothing available. All right, time for the lure crate. And she has left me the difficult task of figuring out where to put the sticker. I like the sticker. It's a beautiful sticker. It's an incredible sticker. And now I'm going to make a decision on where to put said sticker. I'm either going to put it somewhere so obvious you're like, wow, of course Chad would put it there. Or I'm going to put it on something so random that it's going to be like the last record left, and it's going to make everybody buy the entire crate possibly to claim it. I could put it on one of my favorite albums. I could have put it on an album I have no idea what it is. And I have made my decision. It's in my brain. I'm going to go write it down so we can hide it and officially say the decision has been made. And Leslie wants CB. That's for Cardi B. And James Lavender on Candlebox. So Leslie got CB for Cardi B. And then a Candlebox is sold. Done and done. Hi, Chad. When might last week's purchases go out on invoice? Those went out 48 hours ago. Everything was invoiced. Everything was invoiced already. All invoices were sent Monday by 4 o'clock. If you bought something last week, you've already been invoiced for it. Reverly, I see your invoice right here. For the tool anima, right? I don't know how to send this to you. I honestly don't know how to send it to you. Okay, there should be one to your email. Yeah. All right, Paul Brothers got these 45s. Thank you, Paul. Those sold to you for 10 bucks. There was one other lot I've only shown once tonight that didn't sell. If you want these as well. Eric Clapton, I Can't Stand It. Gilbert O'Sullivan, Love and Spoonful, Little Peggy March. Gary Puckett, Love and Spoonful, Gary Lewis, Mamas and Papas, Jethro Tull, and Paul Revere. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was 10 more for $10. Yep. Oh, I got to write down the Lorik sticker. Hold on a second. Y'all getting me distracted. Where's my pad of sticky notes at? My big ones. Hold on one second. I'll just take these. Yep, lower crate's being set on the table right now. All right. I will show the CDs at the end of the, at the conclusion of this crate. Now, Tim, I kind of offered these to Paul. I know you were first to claim them, but I kind of was offering them to him. So I'm going to go ahead and tag those for him. But don't worry, there's a bunch more coming up. All right? And those are coming up right now. $10 singles, $10 start. The first one's a good one. The Beatles, Yesterday, and Act Naturally. The Raspberries, Let's Pretend. This is the Dales, Make Sure. The Cufflinks, The Kiss. Bobby Darin, Dream Lover. Linda Ronstadt, All My Life of Aaron Neville. Linda Ronstadt, Don't Know Much with Aaron Neville. Cher and Peter Cetera, After All. George Michael, Praying for Time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Also, the theme from Love Story. Those 10 singles, a $10 start. The bid is now live. 10 singles, $10 start. Also, we have a Japanese pressing that has not been put up tonight. It's called The Scope of the Bee Gees, which is a Japanese compilation with Obi, a $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Lower crate. These are sticker priced. Sticker price. No more, no less. White Stripes. $59.99. Third Man Vault Package number 44. 1 LP's white, 1 LP's red with book and CD. $59.99. $59.99. Michael Nesmith. It just depends on what it's signed on. Is it a signed album? A signed, what is it actually signed on? The singles have bids for 10, 10, and now 11. Baroness, the red album. Baroness is a picture disc. $34.99 on that. Tom Waits, Orphans, Bastards. 2018 Record Store Day exclusive. Tom Waits, $22.99. Unleash the Fire, Riot. This is $27.99, blue vinyl with CD, $27.99. 9 Inch Nails, The Fragile, Nothing, Interscope, 3 LP set, 2017, a note from Laura that says Essential. It does have a little bit of cover damage right here, and it looks like maybe right there on the spot. It's a really big package for 3 LPs, $32.99. White Snakes, more info. Third Man Vault Package number 44. The White Snakes, the White Stripes, De Steel. Third Man Vault Package. White and red vinyl, $59.99. The first live claim, the singles got a bid for 11 and then 15. Eden Riviera got Riot. Lothel was second. Kelly Vlodarchek on 9 Inch Nails. George Delisle on Tom Waits. That leaves Baroness and White Stripes. Chad was next on 9 Inch Nails. Baroness is $34.99. Leslie, it's up to you on the singles. Kelly Vlodarchek has them for 15. Final call on the Bee Gees for 35. Metallica and Justice for All. A 2 LP remaster 2024. $22.99. Darkness, Imprisoning Me, All That I See, Absolute Horror. Patty K, let me know if you want the White Stripes. Boy, I'm having trouble saying that tonight. The White Stripes. If not, then it's sold to David, and then Autumn's next in line. Dave Alvin, West of the West. A folk album, 2 LP sealed, $14.99. Albert Collins with the Barrel House Live, A 2021 Record Store Day, sealed, $19.99. Leslie's back in on the singles at 16. Kelly, it goes back to you. I'm going to mute my mic for 5 seconds and chug some Dasani water. Whew. White Stripes is sold to Autumn Betts. Done. Or excuse me. No. Sold to Patty K. I call her Patty K because look at that last name. It looks like it's pronounced Karzwisky, but I call her Patty K. I have for years. She got the White Stripes. Thomas got Dave Alvin. Kelly Vladicek, these singles are now at 16 with Leslie Holt. We also have Jahara Masamba Unit, pardon my French, a jazz album, sealed, $14.99. Kelly's back in on the singles at 20. Leslie Holt, you've been outbid. And the National 4-track compilation, an indie comp, indie bands, indie compilation, $9.99. The Scope of the Bee Gees, this is a buy it now for $35. The Scope of the Bee Gees, $35. $35. Whew, sorry, I'm adjusting my neck. That was a really, really good neck adjustment there. The singles are at 20. Next is Ada Bernardi on Jahari. Cynthia on National 4-track. Sold and sold. Senza Sapra. This is an Ennio Morricone film. What is the English title? Sealed, $14.99. Cam Sugar, I think is what it's called. Cam Sugar, a dreamy, dark, tingled, and psychedelic Galileo score from the maestro Ennio Morricone. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Preston was second on the National. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication, yellow and purple vinyl, just not, wow, what a great price, $19.99 on Californication. Thomas Hujar next on the Ennio Morricone. The singles are a final call for $20. Jay Barnes on Chili Peppers. Autumn Betts was third on Sinsna. Matt, you were next on Chili Peppers, and then Joseph Ellis. One second, please. Okay. Kelly, you get these singles for $20. Those are sold to her. Joseph was next on Peppers. Chad Sauls was next. Then Stephen Young, then Ron Duffield. Los Angeles, Modern Northern Soul. Sealed, $19.99. Northern Soul, amazing stuff. A compilation, Los Angeles Modern Kent Northern Soul, $19.99. Preston wants Albert Collins. Wow, so the only thing that hadn't sold is Baroness of Metallica, which is lightly used, and it's half off of retail. And then I just showed the Northern Soul compilation. If you had to buy original pressings of all of these, you're probably talking about thousands of dollars. Some of these records here cost thousands and thousands of dollars. Very rare, very tough to get. Hundreds and thousands. Music from the Hunger Games. Sealed, $24.99. She noted a couple songs. Olivia Rodrigo, Catch Me Now, Can't Catch Me Now. And Billy Strings is on here doing Cabin Song. Billy Strings is on here. Olivia Rodrigo's on here. Hunger Games is $24.99. Stephen A. Young on Metallica for $22.99. Leslie says, how much was Northern Soul? That is sealed for $19.99. Cynthia got Hunger Games. Lothel, you were second. Dave and the Blues Express. Fred Davis, Cleveland Blues. This is an electric blues album, a Record Store Day exclusive, sealed for $14.99. Here comes the next records. The Box Tops, I Met Her in Church. Beefcake, There You Go Again. Clubhouse, Do It Again, medley with Billie Jean. The Isley Brothers, You Make Me Want to Shout. Pure Prairie League, Let Me Love You Tonight. Baltimora, Tarzan Boy. The Bangles, If She Knew What She Wants. Glen Campbell, Arkansas. RESPCT, Aretha Franklin, and You're All I Need to Get By, also by Aretha Franklin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And Billy Joel, The Longest Time. All 10 singles, a $10 start. All 10 singles, a $10 start. Leslie, if you don't want the soul compilation, Matt does. Bo Diddley, Boss Man. Bo Diddley, Boss Man is sealed for $17.99. Champion Jack Dupree, Blues from the Gutter. A limited edition 750 on gold vinyl. Sealed $24.99. Black Label Society, Doom Crew Inc. That's a 2 LP. Black Label Society, $19.99. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, a 2015 remaster, just $22.99 on that. These 10 singles are a $10 start. My next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Billy Joel, because I just mentioned his name in that lot there. Here is a Japanese pressing of Billy Joel's An Innocent Man. Shrink wrapped, OB insert, $35 start. First thing we have is this. We have the Soul compilation is sold to Leslie. Leslie Holt got that. Robert Warner first on Bo for Bo Diddley. So to Robert Warner. Lothel got BLS and Zeppelin. He got Black Label Society and Led Zeppelin. Joe Sontag next on Diddley. Stephen A. Young next on Zeppelin. Chris Martin next on Black Label Society. Christmas Time with the Three Stooges. $9.99. Christmas Time with the Three Stooges. That's pretty cool, honestly. Cynthia Herdron, going back a couple, wanting the Baroness album. That is sold to Cynthia Herdron. That is sold. Also, The Descendants, I Don't Want to Grow Up. A 2000s reissue. $29.99 on that. Adam Bernardi on the Stooges Christmas. Matt, you were second. That looks like Iggy Pop. Iggy and the Stooges, Ready to Die. That is a sealed copy for $24.99. Nice. Nirvana in Utero. A 2013 3 LP, 5 unreleased tracks, all analog, direct metal mastering, $54.99. Cynthia third on the Stooges. Autumn Betts fourth on the Stooges. Thomas fifth on the Stooges. Joe Sontag sixth on the Stooges. Chris Frazier first on Nirvana. Matt next on Nirvana. Baroness, another one. Blue, or excuse me, let me get my colors right. Yellow and green. Baroness Yellow and Green is on green vinyl, $34.99. The Baroness albums, the name of their albums are colors. You got the red album, the blue album, the yellow and green album. They have different colors, and they're different albums. Autumn Betts on Iggy. That is sold. Mark Stanley on Baroness. Cynthia was next. And then we have Tool. That is their album Lateralis. It's only been released on a picture disc. $37.99 for Lateralis. Never been pressed on vinyl. Joseph Ellis wants The Descendants. We also have Riot, another one. The other one sold earlier. This one's called Armor of Light. Riot is $19.99. And we have Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. A blue vinyl Friday music pressing, $37.99. Joy Fino on Tool, Lateralis. These 10 singles are a no bid. You can pick them up for a $10 buy it now. And Billy Joel's a no bid. You can pick it up for a $35 buy it now. That is Billy Joel and Innocent Man. Mr. Joel, $35 buy it now. Sweet as cherry pie. Pecan pie. Whew, it's almost Thanksgiving. Oh man, my mom's gonna make a lot of food. Thanksgiving, you just eat and eat and eat and eat and eat and you, etc., etc. Ed Riviera on Riot. That's sold to Ed Riviera. Autumn Betts was second. Wow. Let's just make this easy. Let's sell these last 3 lure crates. We'll blow the air horn, and we'll have a knockout, sellout lure crate. That quick, poof, and they're gone. That was pretty epic, honestly. Thanks for everybody that made a purchase out of there. We've almost sold everything. Okay? Blueberry cobbler. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Fred Davis, Cleveland Blues. Never before heard Cleveland Blues from 1969. Sounds like an unreleased rare album. Sealed, $14.99. Champion Jack Dupree is a music on vinyl, numbered on gold. Now think about that. $24.99, brand new and sealed. Y'all know music on vinyl pressing started at $40. That's just $24.99. And Meatloaf, one of the best-selling albums of all time. This is by Friday Music. They do a great job. Look at the jacket. Beautifully remastered. There's the original sticker. Look, pressed at RTI. It's on blue vinyl. And that is fantastic for $37.99. Friday Music is, I wouldn't call them audiophile, but they do a great job. I mean, they take really good care of their stuff. Lothel, let's see here. Lothel on the Blues. Lothel on Champion. Joy Fino on Meatloaf. Joe, you were next on Fred Davis, and Samuel next on Meatloaf. Awesome. The lure crate is sold out. That's it. Poof, they're all gone. Billy Joel was a Japanese pressing. An Innocent Man. Shrink, Obi. Yes. $35 buy it now. It's all gone. Poof. See you later, lure crate. Until you get arrived at these fine people's houses. You may ask yourself, Chad, who got the lure crate sticker? We must show it first. Wow. Wow. This pumpkin loves lure crates. Wow. 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 Congratulations, Joy Fino. Congratulations, Joy Fino. Congratulations, Joy Fino. I don't think I've said her name too many times. This needs to go right smack in the middle of this, like this. Look at that. Whoa, how cool is that? Schism. Billy Joel is sold to Mark Chesler for $35. Sold. Okay? Done. Gonzo American's cats are running all around the house. Cats are freaking out. Gerbils just woke up. Dogs are barking. Wow, Parabola. I was looking at the track listing of Lateralis. Look at the artwork on Apple Music. On Lateralis, look at that. Wow. That's amazing. Parabola. You got to listen to this. Parable, and then how it goes into parabola. That's so good. Oh, yeah. Ticks and Leeches. Lateralis. The Grudge. Wow, there's some great songs on there. That album is actually mathematically synced to the Fibonacci sequence. You can get in some deep tool discussions on the Fibonacci sequence with that album. It's like mathematically sequenced. It's a remarkable masterpiece if you look into it, how they made that and recorded it. So, all right. What is next? I don't. That's it. Show's over. I can't top that. You know, they say showmen end on a high note. No, that's not the end of the show, but man, if we ended right there, we'd be ending on a high note. That's going to be hard to top. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out what this says right over here. Yep, CDs and more discount crates. Who's ready? So we need to do some more discount crates. We need to do CDs. If we can get somebody to buy these 10 for $10, I'll put up another lot for $10. I don't like having lots left behind. 10 for $10. And the only remaining Japanese pressings, my kind of bonus crate I've been working out of tonight had mostly Japanese and Christmas records. The Christmas records I'm going to give to Laura. The remaining Japanese I will put up for a $35 quick grab buy it now. And let me show those to you right now. These have not been shown tonight. Paul McCartney, and take a look at this. It's on yellow vinyl. Paul McCartney, $35. Simon & Garfunkel compilation, $35. And John Denver Spirit, $35. I think that's all of the Japanese pressings I have. These are Christmas records that I pulled that I think was worthy of auction. And this one needs further research. Okay. David Jennings gets these 10 records for $10. Leslie gets Paul McCartney for $35. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Are you back to buying Japanese? We're still buying them. The problem is there's confusion when they leave Japan. There's not supposed to be any tariffs applied to media. And I guess, you know, I'm sure there's confusion at Japanese post offices trying to figure out what's going on in America. There's no telling how much they ship to America. And they think they have to pay tariffs. And so they're asking us to pay them. And we're trying to tell them through email, we don't have to pay tariffs. There's no tariffs on media. So it goes back and forth. They try to get us to pay it. We're not paying it. Stuff has been sent back, and then they have to redo the paperwork and then send it back again. So, yeah, there's that. But, yeah, for the most part, it shows up. Sometimes we basically have to fight the post office. And that's pretty much it. But I think we have honestly, we have a pretty good relationship with Japan, but there's still tariffs being applied. All right, so we're about to do probably another half-off crate. I'm going to put up some CDs for buy it nows. We've got Beach Boys, Bing Crosby, Carpenters, and Ray Charles that's got to be tagged for auction. And then I do have the 2 Christmas crates that Paul went through when I wasn't here. Those hadn't been shown. But if y'all are ready, I've got another half-off crate here. When was these marked? These were marked back on October 8th. I guess that's a good time to do a half-off nonsense crate, right? Let's do a half-off nonsense crate. It looks like possibly some more stuff that Paul had marked. Maybe some buyers are still hanging around for those. And I have 2 crates full of Christmas albums that we're going to do later. Buy it now, best offer. I've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over here the tag for auction. Bing Crosby, the Beach Boys, the Carpenters, and Ray Charles. Because I feel like John had those well underpriced. And the only no bids are Simon and Garfunkel, John Denver, Bee Gees, Secret Policeman's Ball, and Jeff Beck. The Dale Reeves autograph poster and the Depeche Mode autograph CD. Those are technically all the auctions that have been put up that has not got a bid. And I did promise more singles if that lot sold. I also promised CDs to Jay Barnes and other people. So here we go. Wanda Jackson, You'll Always Have My Love. The Kinks, Sunday Afternoon. Wanda Jackson was a promo. Melanie doing Ruby Tuesday. Johnny Cash, I'm an Easy Rider. The Browns, Bull Bell Ring. The Kinks, Everybody's Gonna Be Happy. The Belmonts, Come On Little Angel. The Beatles, Twist and Shout, and There's a Place. The Kinks, You Really Got Me. You Really Got Me going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then Aretha Franklin promo, Try a Little Tenderness. Those 10 singles for a $10 start. As I'm showing half-off records in the Paul crate, every handful, I'll take a pause, and we'll do some CDs here at $6.99. Looks like some pretty good titles. I'm ready if y'all are ready. CDs for $6.99. If you haven't got a Hatchet Ed t-shirt already, let me know. We've sold a bunch tonight. We have sizes small through 3X, and they start at $19.99 and go up if you got to have a plus size. Okay, we'll go ahead and get CDs going right now with this handful. I haven't really got to check these. Most of the time, though, if we buy CDs, they're already pretty clean and pretty nice, and these are pretty dang good titles. I think you are going to be grabbing these up left and right, okay? So $6.99 CDs. Those singles are got a bid already for Robert. Half off records coming up right here. These are $6.99. The Beatles Anthology Volume 1. Rod Stewart, Merry Christmas Baby sealed. Bob Marley Exodus, Rush 2112, Jar of Flies, AIC, and Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. Those are all $6.99. Here we go. Half off LPs as well. This is called Storm. Storm is in VG Plus condition, $6.50. MCA Records, $6.50. Precious Wilson, Eruption, Leave a Light. A promo marked record, no condition notes, $7.50 for Eruption. We also have Rory Block, I've Got a Rock in My Sock. That is sealed for $7.50. Bobby Wayne, Outlaw, a 1980 U.S. country rock album, $5. And we'll pause right here with John Mad Dog Watkins, Here I Am, a 1985 Chicago Blues, now $15. First, final call on those singles for $10. Robert Warner has them. Burt Jordan first on the Beatles for $6.99. Levi Hilton on J, and J was for J and then JF. J and then JF. What the heck was J and JF? We already sold Old Man Hilton. Jar maybe? Jar of Flies? Jar of Flies. Yeah, sorry. Jar of Flies. Scott Oman second. Burt Jordan first on Rush. Chad next on the Beatles. Thomas first on Exodus. Thomas next on Jar. That leaves Zeppelin and the Rod Stewart is sealed, the Christmas album. Ed Rivera first on the Storm. That was VG Plus $6.50. Robert Warner gets this stack of singles for $10. That's sold to Robert Warner. 5 more half-off records. Baby, Did You Hear? Jean Durand or Jean Durand or Jean Durand. I think I'm close. 1962, $7.50. Scott Oman gets Zeppelin for $6.99. CDs will be $6.99. That just leaves Rod Stewart. Ideola, Tribal Opera, an 87 U.S. alternate rock, $10 on that. Champion promo sticker and a white label promo, $5. Adam Bernardi on Jean or Jean. The United States Air Force Band, Commanders and Free Flight, $5 on that. And we have Roy Harper, When an Old Cricketer Leaves the Crease. Roy Harper, as in the Led Zeppelin song, Hats Off to Roy Harper. Same guy. Here comes some more CDs. Boy, these titles tonight. Great stuff. Nirvana, the Black Album, $6.99. Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, $6.99. Boston's Greatest Hits. I wish they would make that on vinyl. What happened to the tray? The tray's not in here. No tray. That looks like Audio Slave. It is Audio Slave, Sublime, and Bruce Springsteen's Greatest Hits. Bruce Springsteen's Greatest Hits. So far, every disc I've looked at looks clean, just FYI. As always, if you ever get a CD, 99% of these come through unchecked. If you ever have a problem, just let Ed know. He'll take care of you. But we don't have time to check all these. But y'all know, I mean, we rarely run across CDs that are trashed, so we just go ahead and move them. Dwayne Caldwell on Ideola. That's right here. That's so Dwayne Caldwell. Scott Oman first on Nirvana. Jay Barnes, you were second. Nick Bergeron on RS. Nick Bergeron, RS for Rod Stewart. The sealed Rod Stewart Christmas album. Burt Jordan third on Nirvana. Chad fourth. David Jennings first on Boston. Scott Oman first on Audio Slave. Chris Cornell. Thomas next on Audio Slave. That leaves Bruce Springsteen, Sublime, and Tom Petty. Let's put up 10 more singles here for a $10 start right quick. 10 more singles for a $10 start. And here those are. The Platters, The Sound and the Fury. Crow, King of Rock and Roll, the band Crow. U2, Discotheque. Bill Haley, Skinny Minnie. The Byrds, To Everything, Turn, Turn, Turn. Jimmy Bowen, By the Light of the Silvery Moon. Bill Parsons, The All-American Boy. Harlow Wilcox and the Okies, Groovy Grubworm. The Box Tops, My Baby, She Wrote Me a Letter. The Hollies, Bus Stop. Ray Charles, Your Cheating Heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 there for a $10 start. 11 there for a $10 start. Okay, let's do 5 or maybe 7 more half-off LPs. Flaming Ember, Sunshine, EX, $6.50. I don't have any empty jewel cases. No, not just like regular ones. No. Unfortunately not. I mean, we have a billion CD cases around here with CDs in them, though. Johnny Burnett, Rock and Roll Trio, VG plus 10. I mean, up front, I've got a ton of CDs that we've shown here that didn't sell. People's been digging through them in the store. But I don't know how many is going to be in, like, good condition. You know, a lot of them are going to be, etc., scuffed, scratched. David Ruffin, Gentleman Ruffin. That is now $25. Look at that. Half off for $49.99. The singles have 2 bids, 10 and 10. Eric Burton Band. That is a French import, VG plus $7.50. G-Baby, Donna Hightower, a 59 US stereo, EX $9. And Glass Harp, It Makes Me Glad, VG $6. Okay, there's a few more half-off LPs from the Paul Crate. And here comes a few more CDs. These are all $6.99. First is Rush, A Farewell to Kings. Neil Young, Live Rust. Hole, Celebrity Skin, with Kurt Cobain's girlfriend. The Best of the Grateful Dead, What a Long Strange Trip. Poison, Open Up and Say Ah. Cher, It's a Man's World. Madonna, Don't Tell Me. And Van Halen 2. Those are all $6.99. Adam Bernardi on G-Baby. That was Donna Hightower. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. The singles have a new bid for 12 of Burt Jordan. Burt Jordan was also first on the Rush CD for $6.99, A Farewell to Kings. Old Man Hilton on P. If that's for Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, that's so to you. Dwayne Caldwell gets Glass Harp out of the crate. Jay Barnes gets Hole, Celebrity Skin. The singles have a new bid for 13. Leslie got Madonna. Scott Oman on Van Halen. Sherry Darnell on Grateful Dead. And that leaves Neil Young, Hey Hey, My, and Cher, It's a Man's World. Todd, you were next on Van Halen. Okay, the singles have a new bid for 13 and now 14. Back to the half-off LPs. The Popper Magic People, VG Plus 750 for the Poppers. Tax-free, that's the name of the band. Tax-free is a US 71 press, jazz rock, art rock. $9 on that. Bill Staines, S-T-A-I-N-E-S. That's a 71 country album, $7.50. And the Three Ring Circus, Groovin' on Sunshine. A 68 US VG Plus, $6. And England's Greatest Hit Makers. The Stones is on here, Tom Jones. Them with Van Morrison, the Zombies. And that is VG minus $5. Adam Bernardi on tax-free. Sherry Darnell wants the Neil Young CD for $6.99. And this stack of singles is sold to Burt Jordan for $14. And before my stack gets any crazier, I'm going to take this gigantic stack of sold CDs and sold CDs and sold 45s. I'm going to go ahead and take those and shed them right in here. Those are sold. Done. See you later, alligator. All right. Leslie gets the Cher CD for $6.99. And we need some more CDs and then some more singles. Here we go. These are all $6.99. Boy, look at this stack. Oh my gosh. Here we go. $6.99. Sabotage, The Wake of Magellan. Whoops. I dropped one. Motorhead, Overnight Sensation. Corrosion of Conformity, Wise Blood. Rob Zombie, Sinister Urge. Slayer, Christ Illusion. Slayer, Diabolus and Music. Jawamba and the Negro Saxon, Come On in the Waters, Fire. And that is Kip Winger. The Conversation Seems Like a Dream. And I dropped Louder Milk, Selections from the Red Record, which is like some kind of 3-track promo sampler from Louder Milk. $6.99. Great CDs here for $6.99. Wow. Jay Barnes on 3 Ring, sold to Jay Barnes. Fred Noop, I am pretty positive you did not win that Motorhead. No, you got outbid, and I was waiting for you to come back, and I never did hear from you. First in the $6.99 CDs, Mark Stanley got COC for Corrosion of Conformity. Thomas Hujar was second. Chad Zalls on Z for Zombie. Chad Zalls on S for Slayer. So you'll have to let me know if you want Christ Illusion or Diabolus and Music. Jay Barnes next on Zombie. Ed Riviera on Motorhead. Kathy DeMoss on Sabotage. Jay Barnes next on COC. Edwin Riviera next in line for Slayer. James Lavender next in line for COC. That leaves Jawambamba, Kip Winger, and the Louder Milk promo. More half-off LPs. Traffic, Shootout at the Fantasy Factory, VG Plus 650. John Travolta, Travolta Fever, a 2-LP John Travolta compilation. Cover Damage is Present, VG Plus 650. Chad, let me know on the 2 Slayers. Man, that's the name of the band. It's a 69 US blues rock psych. That's not the British band. That's not the British band, man. A different man. Okay, man. And then we have the Guess Who Road Food, VG $5. Pass on both Slayers. Ed Riviera, do you want Diabolus and Musica? Do you want Christ Illusion? Or do you want both of them? They actually now fall down to you. Here's 10 more singles for a $10 start. The Bell Notes, I've Had It. The 5 Keys, Wisdom of a Fool. Ray Charles, a classic song, What I'd Say. Laverne Baker, Shake a Hand. Look at these early, really cool floating head Atlantic inner sleeves. I mean, awesome. There's Ray Charles. right there on the back. Look how cool that is. Laverne Baker should be advertised back there as well. Yep, big artist that was on Atlantic early. The Hollies bus stop. This is from a local. This is Elm Hill Meats, Chattanooga, my hometown. That's pretty cool. Magic Man by Heart. That's a classic song. This is a pretty good lot here. Wandering Star by Lee Marvin. Lighthouse, One Fine Morning. Larry Williams, I Can't Stop Loving You. And Andy Gibb, Love is Thicker Than Water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 singles in that lot for a $10 start. So the Slayer is Christ Illusion, Soda and Riviera. Diabolus and Music are still available. The Man record was right. What happened to it? Man was VG Plus, $7.50. Let's go ahead and knock out another handful of CDs. These are $6.99. First up, The Cure, Greatest Hits. Whitesnake, self-titled. Here I Go Again on My Own. In the Still of the Night, Is This Love? Molly Hatchet's Greatest Hits. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication. Drains, Freaks of Nature. Biohazard, Mata Leal. 7 Year, BITCH. That's another one from Gato Negro. And Hatebreed, The Rise of Brutality. Those are all $6.99. The first thing is the singles have a new bid for 10. Adam Bernardi passes on bad. Tennessee Vols versus Alabama Crimson Tide, day after tomorrow. What days will we be away, Chad? I have got plans to go to Tuscaloosa. I will be doing the sale on Friday. It's a night game, so if I go, I can leave Saturday morning. So Laura is doing the sale regardless if I go or not. She will be here doing the sale Saturday, hosted by yours truly, Laura. Thomas Hujar commented C. That was for The Cure. Todd Saw commented white for Whitesnake. So did Todd. Todd put Molly for Molly Hatchet. Mark Stanley on Bio. That was for Biohazard. Jay Barnes on 7 Year. So to Jay Barnes. Ed Riviera on Hatebreed. Chuck Haley also bid 10 on the singles. So we have two $10 bids. Drain and Red Hot Chili Peppers. Those are $6.99 and $6.99. Those did not go unclaimed. Let's do some more half-off LPs. Minnie Riperton, Perfect Angel. VG minus $5. Upindo Ni Pamoja, the Ramsey Lewis Trio. Ramsey Lewis, Shrinking Hop, VG vinyl though, $5. Rockets. It does have some cover damage. EX 1150. The plan is my brother's supposed to have a final answer tomorrow if he's able to go to Tuscaloosa. If he doesn't go, I'm going to see if my final call on my group, if any of them want to go, and maybe my uncle. If not, then I'm just going to be watching it from my house. That means I can go really late Friday, so we can be around here. I'll probably might just be watching it from my house, but if not, I'll be in Tuscaloosa. Okay? Chuck Haley, you're out on the singles. The first bid is Be Yourself Adventure, and somebody wants me to read them off again. Let me show two more half-off records. Freddie Hubbard Super Blue, VG5, and The Temptations, Touch Me, EX650. Let me show some CDs, and I'll read those off. Hiram, is that a claim? Drain, STH, or maybe you're just giving some information. Hiram's got some really good information there on what Drain, STH is. I've never heard of them, but it sounds interesting. Here's some more CDs, $6.99. Sammy Hagar, that one's called Unboxed. Sammy Hagar, Michael Jackson, Escape. This is Fear, American Beer, Fear. Raging Slab, Sing Monkey Sing. Soulfly, whatever that one's called, that symbol. Soulfly, self-titled. And Sabotage, The Edge of Thorns. $6.99. Adam Bernardi wants The Temptations. The singles are at $13. I'm going to try to read you the A-sides, okay? We sell lots of singles, 10 for $10 starts. Andy Gibb, Love is Thicker Than Water. Larry Williams, I Can't Stop Loving You. Lighthouse, One Fine Morning. Lee Marvin, Wandering Star. Magic Man by Heart. My Hometown, Elm Hill Bill, Nashville, Tennessee, Chattanooga. The Hollies Bus Stop. What I'd Say, Ray Charles, Laverne Baker, Shake a Hand, Five Keys, Wisdom of a Fool, and the Bell Notes. I've had it. Okay? Singles 13, singles 15. First of all, this stack of CDs. Whoops. Jay Barnes, you're first on Soulfly. Let me know if you want symbol or self-titled. Singles are at 13, singles are at 15. Kathy wants Sabotage. That leaves the following. Chad Saul says he'll take Drain STH. So did Chad. We still got Raging Slab, Fear, Michael Jackson, and Sammy Hagar unboxed. Pending on Soulfly. Those singles are at $15. Jay Barnes wants both Soulflies. You got it. Okay. Moving on in the half-off crate. This is Dr. Dirty and the Band du Jour Live, A Garden of Weeds. VG Plus, $6. Joe Sontag on MJ for $6.99. That is Michael Jackson. Nice. Foil packaging. Looks like it's really cool. Looks really nice there. Sweet. All right. Whoops, wrong way. Here we go. All right. The shingles are now at 6, and now they're at 18. Moving right along. Sandy Bull, E Pluribus Unum. Sandy Bull is VG Plus, $10. And Rockabilly Dynamite. This is a Rockabilly compilation. VG Plus, $5. Rycooter Get Rhythm, no condition notes, $5. And Merle Haggard, Someday We'll Look Back, VG, $5. The singles are out with Chuck Haley. If anybody wants to place a bid, now's the time. Here comes another stack of CDs, $6.99. God Forbid for Constitution of Treason. Extra large, Now I Eat Them. Rat and Roll, that's Rat's Greatest Hits. No, that's their self-titled album. I forget about that one. Yeah, they got an album just self-titled. Yeah, that's definitely not available on vinyl. Galactic Cowboys, Feel the Rage. Ministry, The Land of Rape and Honey. Fear Factory, Demanufacture. Go to Heart, Go to Hard, and Go to Hard Domino Effect. So the singles were at $18 with Be Yourself Adventure. Chuck Haley went out. Adam Bernardi got Rycooter. Chuck Haley got the Rockabilly Dynamite compilation. Joe Sontag was second. Be Yourself Adventure. Whoops, I pulled the wrong records out. Hold on a second. Rycooter sold to Adam Bernardi. Chuck Haley on Rockabilly. Joe Sontag second. Be Yourself Adventures gets Merle Haggard. Scott Oman first on Rat. The CDs are all $6.99. Sherry Darnell second on Merle Haggard. Jay Barnes wants Fear from the previous stack. So did Jay Barnes. Chad Saul's first on M for Ministry, I'm assuming. Thomas was next. And Hiram wants FF for Fear Factory. And that's so to Hiram Aponte. That leaves Galactic Cowboys, Extra Large, God Forbid, and then Goto Hard. It looks like Got Hard, but there's an upside down T. And then these singles are sold for $18. And those are sold for $18 too. Oh, he wanted Fear Factory. That's right, there was a Fear Factory in there. My bad. Sorry, Hiram. He does get Fear Factory. He does get Fear Factory. My bad. I don't know what I was thinking. So, yeah, that's sold to Jay Barnes, and then Hiram, you were second. Sorry about the confusion there. Okay, a few more half off. We got, this is not the band Vanilla Fudge. It confuses a lot of people. It's called Mark Stein and the Pigeons, While the World Was Eating Vanilla Fudge. No condition notes, $10. David Bruce Jansen, Follow, Sealed, a 1980 Private Press folk rock album, $7.50. I've got 2 copies of those, original sealed. Third World, All the Way Strong, $5 on that. And Patrick O'Hearn, Between the Two Worlds, $7.50. Next auction. Be Yourself Adventures got the singles for 18 bucks. Yes, you got those for $18. We need another stack of 45s. I'm trying to figure out where those are at. I think this right here will do us. Yes. Yeah, some of these were claimed from a Hatchet Ed. Let's just put them up for a low start. These are actually some Hatchet Ed singles. So we have The Carpenters, Calling Occupants of Interplanetary Craft. That was that song from that Collectible album. Roy Orbison, Beautiful Dreamer. Les Paul and Mary Ford, Mockingbird Hill. The Ohio Express, Chewy Chewy. Simon and Garfunkel, A Hazy Shade of Winter. And then, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there's 5. And then here's some that have actually already been sold at one point for $6.99, which was a classic. We got to get out of this place. Song Sung Blue by Neil Diamond and Jackson Browne, a promo of Running on Empty. Well, guess what? I'm now going to add those to this lot. That makes a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 records there for a $10 start. Those 8 for a $10 start. And some of those had sold before for $6.99 each. Okay, what's left here, I'll put in a lot by itself because you'll see a good one that's left in that one. More CDs. Here we go. Let me grab a few right here. We're officially, with me grabbing these 2 right here, we're officially halfway through the crate of CDs. This is the halfway point. Albert King and with Stevie Ray Vaughan, In Session. Highlights, The Very Best of Yes. That was the first Yes CD I ever had. Epic. Zacchaeus, Illegitimus Non Carborundum, ZAKAS. Off-Broadway, USA. Homegrown, radio station KOMP 92.3. Local music that just kicks ASS. 9 Mile Road, Nights Like This. The Lizards, Flicker Tongue. Boy, look at that cool lenticular there. The Lizards. And Reggae for Love, Marty Dread. All those are $6.99. That lot of singles, those 8 are a $10 start. Okay, moving through these CDs. Let's go ahead and finish up the half-off crate. I have Joan Armatrading, sealed for $7.50. That's a 4-track EP, half off. Maggie Bell, Queen of the Night, $7.50. We're doing a half-off crate, no more, no less. There's Maggie Bell. Highway 101, a sealed original, $10 on that. And then we had Connor Lemire writing copies, a 2022 indie record signed, $7.50. Johann Schmoling, this is Uvenden Rivet. That was a former member of Tangerine Dream, a solo album, $7.50. Chuck Carbo was sealed, a New Orleans funk soul album for $12.50. And Roy Harper, Stormcock, $15 for Roy Harper. All right, the only CD out of that stack that sold was Sean Bailey on Albert King. That was with Stevie Ray Vaughan, $6.99. That left Marty Dread, The Lizards, 9 Mile Road, the local compilation, Off-Broadway, Zacchaeus, and Yes. Those are all $6.99. First is Jay Barnes on writing copies. That was this right here. Chuck Haley's in on those singles for 10. Final call. Let's grab another handful of CDs. Coming at you right now. These are all $6.99. Got some cool stuff coming up. First is Beck Odelay. Matthew Sweet, Girlfriend. Widespread Panic, Choice Cuts. Paul Simon, essentially a greatest hits, negotiations, and love songs. Foo Fighters, One by One. Blues Traveler, Live from the Fall. And Blues Traveler 4. Those are all $6.99. Oh, man. Chad is stretching. I got to go down for a second. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Laura just walked by. I was like, what is this guy doing? Oh, I've not sat down in 6 hours, I don't think. How long have I been live? Whew. Yeah, I think we've probably surpassed 6 hours. How long have I been live? Let me refresh it over here. 6 hours and 26 minutes since I have sat down. That's nothing though. All right, Chuck, you get these singles for $10. Thank you. Let me go ahead and take this stack of stuff over here too before we have another spiel. CD claims have exponentially decreased. That's not good, but I'm going to keep showing them. I think I might go ahead and just do a big run of them. I need everybody to wake up. Welcome to the CD machine. So that stack of CDs left the following: Blues Traveler, Foo Fighters, Paul Simon, Widespread Panic, Matthew Sweet, and Beck. Rare on vinyl, not on vinyl, pricey on vinyl, available on vinyl, not on vinyl, pricey on vinyl. That's why those should be selling. All those on CD, OG pressings of all those, hundreds of dollars on vinyl. $6.99. Okay, let's grab another handful. All these CDs are $6.99 each. We got Peter Gabriel. This one's called Us. Van Morrison, Beautiful Visions. There you go, Sherry. Tiger Lily, Natalie Merchant, originally sold at Goodwill. Sarah McLachlan, Building a Mystery. Frampton Comes Alive, remastered. Deep Purple, Perfect Stranger. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. And Tonic, Medsquee, Martin, and Wood. Fred Knoop wants Foo Fighters and Beck. $6.99 on each. He gets that one, and he gets Beck. Those are $6.99 and $6.99. Okay? That stack left Peter Gabriel, Van Morrison, Natalie Merchant, Sarah McLachlan, Peter Frampton, Deep Purple, Tom Petty, and Tonic. Robin Glenn on Tom Petty, sold. Robin Glenn. Sherry on Van Morrison, I knew it. That's sold to Sherry. Chuck Laley on Frampton Comes Alive. You got it. Do you feel the way I do? Here we go. Coming up next is another stack of CDs. Really? Todd second on Frampton. James Taylor Flag. That's another Van Morrison. Moon Dance for Van Morrison Moon Dance. Sarah Lee Guthrie and Johnny Iron. Midziski, Martin and Wood. It's a jungle in here. Ari Honing, Lines of Oppression. Don Henley, Cass County. Art Ensemble of Chicago, American Swinging in Paris. Martin Offler, Sound of Philadelphia, No Booklet. And this is Missing the Case. It's Lee Mays, Fictionary, Mark Johnson and Jack DeJohnette. Blues Traveler Live is sold for $6.99 to Joe Sontag. And all those are also $6.99. Okay. Here's kind of my agenda for the rest of the night. We still got CDs to show. We're in front of a half-off crate of some stuff Paul marked. We've read through it once. We have almost filled up a full crate over here. I'd love to finish filling this up. I'd love to get the rest of these sold. Big sale tomorrow. Laura has officially sent me the hot pictures. And it's just a big sale tomorrow. I would love to try to sell the rest of these, do a bundle. We'll see if they sell. Y'all know the drill. Typically, if they sell as a bundle, or we can get, if they sell as a bundle, I might move into another crate. Right now, with the flow of CDs, I'm going to show this crate and see if I have any more. I'm going to take a quick pause out of that box, and I'm going to show you the ones from earlier tonight. And there was a small stack that was $9.99, and I'm going to reduce these to $6.99. Okay, so I had some when the show started that were left over from a Hatchet Ed crate, and some were $9.99, some were $6.99. So The Police, Regatta de Blanc, now $6.99. That one has Message in a Bottle. And then their first album, Outlandos, that one has Roxanne. That's $6.99. Sherry gets Van Morrison Moon Dance for $6.99. That's so does Sherry Darnell. Prince, his self-titled album, $6.99 on that. Def Leppard Diamond Star Halo, $6.99. Buffalo Rock City 2, Western New York's tribute to Kiss. ABBA's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Heart Fanatic, Heart Self-Titled, Eagles on the Border, and Dire Straits Brothers in Arms. Some of those earlier, not too long ago, was $9.99. They're now $6.99. Okay? Burt Jordan got Prince. That's now $6.99. And Scott Oman on Def Leppard for $6.99. Chad Sauls on K for the Buffalo Rock City, the tribute to Kiss. Is that right? That's the only other K I see. Robin Glenn on Heart Fanatic. That's sold for Robin Glenn for $6.99. That leaves that and Dire Straits. How did the dollar sale go? What do you do with doesn't sell? Wax melt value. I wish there was a wax melt value. No, we sold combined nearly 4,000 $1 records over the weekend. I gave away all the leftovers to my cousin who sells at a flea market. So he's going to take them and take the burden of storing them and moving them. And he sells at a flea market and he puts them out for $1 a pop. Okay? And now, these were $9.99 and they're still $9.99. These are the only 4 CDs that will be $9.99. They're all Kiss. Kiss Monster, Kiss Hotter Than Hell, Kiss Dynasty, and Kiss Destroyer. And that stack when we started tonight was like this tall. That's all that's left. Those are $9.99. Everything else is $6.99. Let me show one more handful, and then we're going to take action on some vinyl here. One more handful of CDs, and then we're going to take some action on this vinyl. Here we go. Meditsky, Martin and Wood. Robbie Robertson from the band, of course. Contact from the Underworld of Red Boy. Mark Knopfler, Boom Like That. What an interesting looking one here. Mark Knopfler. Looks like a double disc or something. Roy Gallagher, Calling Card. Mark Knopfler, Sailing to Philadelphia. Jethro Tull, Aqualung. That's who I said was going to go outside and steal my lunch earlier, or my dinner. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, Greatest Hits, Volume 1, The Real Deal. Okay. Burt Jordan on Kiss, Destroyer, and Hotter Than Hell. Make sure these go in for $9.99. One for Burt Jordan and one for Burt Jordan. That leaves Dynasty and Monster. The Art Ensemble Chicago CD. Chuck Haley wants ABBA Gold. We're back now to $6.99. That fresh stack I just showed is all $6.99. And the Art Ensemble of Chicago. Right here. David Hoy. It is the Path Sessions. Art Ensemble Chicago. American Swingin' in Paris. Fontella Bass, Piano Vocals, Lester Bowie, Roscoe Milchin, Joseph Jarman. Okay, how about this? I'm just going to count up. Let's try to do a bundle deal with the Paul Crate. So did David Hoy, the Art Ensemble. If we can go ahead and do it, because we've already read through them once. If we can do a bundle deal before the night's over with, in between these CD lots, and I'll try to focus on it. I've got a short but sweet half-off crate, and we'll dock those out, and then we'll probably wrap up with these CDs, but who else? Who knows? Who else? Who knows? What am I trying to say? Who knows what I might put up? You never know about me. We get on a streak, I could be here all night. I usually am. I will say this. I'm extremely hungry. I didn't pause around 10 or 11 o'clock like I normally do. My head has got that feeling right in the front of my temple, right in the front of my forehead. It said, Chad, you need some calories. Stevie Ray Vaughan, so does Sherry Darnell. So maybe we can bundle these. This would be like a great, I don't know what I'm buying, but it's going to be fun to put them on and listen to for sure. That's what we call a Paul Crate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me restart. 1, 2, a lot of sealed stuff in here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. There's 35 records in there, folks. 35. Where's my phone at when I need it? 35. My bundle price on these would be $135 divided by 35, $385 a piece. 35 records, $135. Let's try to get those sold. While y'all were thinking about that, here comes another handful of CDs. $6.99. First is David Allan Coe Live, If That Ain't Country. The Black Keys, El Camino. Kathy Mattea, A Collection of Hits. Century Media, Sampler. God Forbid, The Haunted, Diecast, Heaven Shall Burn, and Stamping Ground. Eric Clapton, Changed the World, Motion Picture Phenomena, CD single. From John Travolta, Phenomena. Century Media, Death Springs Eternal. Erudite, E-R-U-D-I-T-E, Sealed. The Meat Men, Stud, Powercock, The Touch and Go Years. Is that supposed to be like that, all taped up? Meat Men. Discover the Bands That Rock the World, Music of the Games. Nice. Survivor, Korn. Alice in Chains, Run DMC, Living Color, Suicidal Tendencies, and Quiet Riot. Extreme Sound Sampler, Epitaph. Another Sampler, Liquor and Poker, The Best DAMN Rock and Roll Sampler Ever, and The Essential David Allan Coe. Wow, 2 David Allan Coe CDs. Those should get grabbed pretty quick. This bundle's available. We have Robin Glenn Murphy on Kathy Mattea. That's so to Robin Glenn Murphy. Still got the Black Keys, David Allan Coe, David Allan Coe. Sherry, let me know if you want one or both of David Allan Coes. Let's go ahead and grab another handful right quick. And that is going to be coming from right here. The Great Divide, that looks like Willie Nelson. It is. The Great Divide, Willie Nelson. Christian Scott, Rewind That. Natalie Merchant, The House Carpenter's Daughter. Collective Soul, Hence Allegations and Things Left Unsaid. Bobby Darin, The Hit Singles Collection. Jenny Scheinman Quartet, Live at Yoshi's. Jenny Scheinman, The Rabbi's Lover, and Neil Young, A Letter Home. Old Man Hilton on W for Willie Nelson. Sherry Darnell wants both DACs. Both David Allan Coes are sold. Chad's about to touch his toes. Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. Do y'all hear me popping? I feel like that just sounded like bubble wrap. That was a low squat position I'm in. Wow. All right, let's finish this crate of CDs. About 3 more handfuls left. Eric Clapton and Friends, The Breeze, a tribute or an appreciation of J.J. Cale. The Best of Cat Stevens. Joe Cocker Classics, Volume 4. Piano 25 Favorites. Jean-Luc Ponty. Paul, I don't know how to say his name, Motian or Motion. M-O-T-I-A-N. He appears quite often on jazz stuff. Lionel Loueke, L-O-U-E-K-E, Caribou. Madisky, Schofield, Martin, and Wood, Out Louder. Wilco, Yankee Hotel Foxtrot. And Madisky, Wood, and Martin, The Dropper. Those are all $6.99. Almost done. The Very Best of the Eagles. That's really cool. Look at that. 2 disc. The Very Best of the Eagles. Eric Clapton Unplugged. Bruce Springsteen Tunnel of Love. Traveling Wilburys. And The Offspring In Exe of the Ombre. The jewel case on this one is broken. The Offspring. Sherry Darnell on Eric Clapton and Friends. That's pricey on vinyl. It's out of print. That's always been kind of pricey on vinyl. Chad Sauls on the Eagles. Burt Jordan was second on that one. And we have Winston Lights, Winston Cigarettes Holiday Music Collection. Deck the Halls, a Robertson Family Christmas like Duck Dynasty, sealed with hop sticker. Don't miss the Duck Dynasty Christmas Special. Wow, what year is that? 2013. Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Beautiful World, cracked jewel case. The Police, Every Breath You Take, the classics. Another Van Morrison Moon Dance. The Best of Bill Frisell, Volume 1, Folk Songs. And Medeski, Martin, and Wood, Uninvisible. Sherry Darnell also wanted Wilco. That's so does Sherry Darnell. Bear Bryant University, 27, Vol Nation, 24. Well, I would like to respectively say you couldn't be any more wrong in the nicest way possible. Hopefully that helps. You couldn't be any more incorrect. But nice prediction. Robin Glenn on the Police. Every Breath You Take, I'll Be Watching You. Roxanne. Whoa. Robin, I'm going to try to get this to you without breaking it. Chad has been all news on Mr. Bungle, scheduled for October 10. Offspring is sold to Scott Arnold. Let me pull that up. If you didn't hear, almost every Rocktober exclusive a few weeks ago, they announced they were pushing them back. So let me pull up an email. Here's the email that came out back September 10th. The following release dates have been bumped to 10/17 that was originally supposed to come out 10/3. And the ones coming out 10/10 were bumped to 10/25. So the ones that were coming out 10/10 that were pushed back 2 weeks was Stone Temple Pilots, Jethro Tull, Mr. Bungle, Mr. Bungle, Mr. Bungle, Fleetwood Mac, Dream Theater, Dream Theater, Dream Theater, Dream Theater, Ministry, and Ministry. So all those were scheduled, that list there, those were supposed to come out 10/10. They're coming out 2 weeks later. STP, Tull, Bungle, 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 Mac, Theater, 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 Ministry, and Ministry. And then this Friday, the ones that come out this Friday was supposed to come out the first Saturday. So 10/3, see those right there, 10/3? They're now coming out this Friday, which is the Distillers, Black Sabbath, the Von Bondi, Spain, Morphine, Death from Above, David Lee Roth, Lenny Kravitz, Yes, Yes, Typo Negative, New York Dolls, Porno for Pyros. We will actually have all of those here tomorrow. Every one of those will be here tomorrow. We have pre-orders and we have extras to sell. Rocktobers are in tomorrow. Next is Paul Motion, Motian, however you say his name. It's sold to David Hoy. That is We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. Green vinyl. Rocktober exclusive. Folks, this little milk crate, that's a real milk crate there. That's not a super crate. That's a real milk crate. That was full of CDs. What's left, you see stacked up in the back, and what is sold is stacked over here next to me. Steve Biddlecombe, there is very little 50s in this crate. I've actually already offered it as a bundle. There's very little of your 50s and 60s pop interest in this crate. I've actually already offered them as a bundle, but nobody took them. Kind of one of my requirements maybe to do another crate was possibly sell this bundle. I think we've almost found a pretty good point to stop. I've went through CDs. I do see one little crate over here that I can't get to. Let me see if I can move some stuff around. And this would be a great time for me probably to stop. Let me not say I'm done yet, though. I see one little handful of CDs. Now, y'all know how CDs work. If you don't claim these now, when the show gets kicked back up tomorrow and these are still laying on the table, as soon as I go live and people can read those spines, they're going to start grabbing them. Oh, man, yeah, here's some other great CDs. These are more Hatchet Eds. Yeah, these are great ones here. We have Overkill, Feel the Fire, Extreme 2, Porno Graffiti, White Snake, Slip of the Tongue, Ozzy, No Rest for the Wicked, Sammy Hagar, Unboxed, Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy, Blues Traveler 4, Queensryche Empire, and Overkill, FU, and then some. I will read off the artist. If anybody wants any information in here, let me know. Roy Harper, Chuck Carbo, Johann Schmoling, Highway 101, Maggie Bell. This was a half-off crate, no more, no less. Joan Armatrading, Patrick O'Hearn, Third World, David Bruce Jansen, David Mark Stein and the Pigeons, Sandy Bull, Dr. Dirty and the Band du Jour Live, Freddie Hubbard Super Blue, Rockets, Ramsey Lewis Trio, Minnie Ripperton, Man, The Guess Who Road Food, John Travolta Fever, Traffic Shit at the Fancy Factory, England's Greatest Hits, Bill Staines, The Poppers, Eric Burden Band, David Ruffin, Johnny Burnett, Flaming Ember, Roy Harper again, the United States Air Force Band, Champion, John Mad Dog Watkins, Bobby Wayne, Roy Blark, Precious Wilson. Scott O'Man got Ozzy for $6.99. That was quick. Chad was second, then Burt Jordan. Chad was first on Queensryche, and Sherry Darnell got Whitesnake. Ozzy CD waiting list. There is no waiting list for Ozzy CD. No CD waiting list exists. These are pre-owned. These are pre-owned CDs. Priced is marked. First come, first serve. Here's another stack over here. What are these? Let's show them. I don't know. Sherry Darnell wants England Greatest Hits. England Greatest Hits? Oh, that's in the bin. That was right back here. That was sold to Sherry Darnell. $5. Ministry Psalm 69. I honestly think that will be here tomorrow, right? No, that comes out October 24th. It is available for pre-order in our private group, and we should have extras. Okay, these are $6.99. Sweet, Give Us a Wink, Whitesnake Saints and Sinners, 6 a.m. The Heroin Diaries, Sabotage, Poets and Madmen, Stone Temple Pilots number 4, 2 copies of that, Shotgun Messiah, Second Coming, Raging Slab, Spitfire, Master Spears, David Lee Roth, A Little Ain't Enough, David Lee Roth, Skyscraper, Rockstar, Supernova, Paul Stanley, Live to Win, Symphony X, Twilight in Olympus, Whitesnake, Come and Get It, and Talk Show, self-titled. Did Megadeth restock yet? 2 showed up today. They went to the next 2 people on the waiting list. But we haven't had a big restock yet. No. Not a big restock has come in. And then also, this bundle deal was offered $135 for 35 records. So now it's $130 for 34 records. So if anybody's interested in this total lot, you can buy them all for $130. Both STPs are sold, $6.99, $6.99. Luckily, we had 2. Now, we can get new CDs. Like, I can get brand new sealed Aussie CDs, but they're not cheap. They're like, new CDs are like $15 from distribution. Sometimes they're maybe on sale. You can get them for like 11 or 12, but I mean, Aussie's in print as a CD, but not on vinyl. That No Rest for the Wicked. I could look into it, but not tomorrow. So the Johnny Burnett was called Johnny Burnett's Rock and Roll Trio and their Memphis Rockin' Friends, or their Rockin' Friends from Memphis. VG Plus, $10. Sherry Darnell got White Snake. That was from over here. Saints and Sinners. Whoa. The second Roy Harper, or he looks like he's playing sports, he is a very back. Is that $5? If so, I'll take it. Chad, the other Roy Harper where he's playing sports. Roy Harper, when an old cricketer leaves the crease. That is in VG Plus, $7.50. Great time right now to ask me questions. Horrible time to ask me, golly, I can't get these CDs. They're wanting to like fly out of my hands. The worst time to ask me a question is as soon as I start the show or right in peak hours, when the most people's watching, and I get asked so many questions. I probably ignore a lot of people, not based on the fact that I don't like you or I don't want to answer your question, but there's so much that's coming in, I honestly can't keep up with it. It is like a bazillion things being thrown at me. This is honestly the best time because we're wrapping up. The show is coming to a close, and I'm still looking around for more CDs and whatnots. I'm going to get all these stacked up. I might snap a picture and post them at 12 o'clock. And yeah, somebody asked for I'll take it for $7. I can sell it to you for $7.50. It's a half off, no more, no less. You can take it for $7.50 or you can pass on it. MT Matt asked me earlier for lower pictures. Smash Gladys's, Metallica, Overkill, LA Guns, Metallica, LA Guns, 30 Years of Nuclear Blast, Metallica, Creator, White Wolf, Pantera, Twisted Sister, Wasp, Violence, Beneath the Massacre, Trivium, Pantera, Nuclear Assault, Rob Zombie, Iron Maiden, King Diamond, Ozzy, Iron Maiden, Slayer, Queensryche, Iron Maiden, I don't know. Anthrax, Striper, Sepultura, Motley Crue, Striper, Battle Cry, Poison, Striper, Motorhead. Steve Biddlecombe got Johnny Burnett. Be Yourself Adventures got Roy Harper. Two more records out of the bundle. Man, somebody could revive the show. The bundle price keeps going down. A couple more out of there. So now we're down to 32 records, and we just took another, we'll say $10 and $20 off. 15, we'll say 15. So now 115 for 32 records. 115 divided by 32. Now the bundle's just $359 a piece. And that's for 32 records, $115. What's the Overkill CD? I think it's pretty self-explanatory. FU and then some. Blues Traveler, Rat, Sammy Hagar, Extreme 2, and Overkill Feel the Fire. an amazing collection, a little stash of CDs we've went through tonight in the last few moments. All that's still left. We've already read through them enough times. My eyes are going to go crossed. I'm going to stack them up after the show, snap a picture for midnight or noon tomorrow. That's going to be a great, fantastic night of metal ahead. Plus, I got a whole crate over here of surprises. Wait till y'all see what some of the surprises are, which I'm not going to tell you, obviously because it's a surprise. I'll say I have a crate of surprise auctions over here. The first comment that will pop up says, "Can you tell me what the surprises are?" It never fails on Metal Night. I'll say I have a whole crate over here of surprise bonus auctions, and there will be a comment. You can bet on it. Vegas has odds every week. It will say, "Can you tell me what's in the surprise crate, Chad?" And I'm like, either this person is messing with me or they're not familiar with the definition of the word surprise. That's why you got to watch. You got to at least try to make plans to be on the feed and hopefully not distracted, because anytime something could come up, I've seen people get on and be like, "Dang it, Chad, why didn't you tell me you were going to be selling that Slayer album tonight? I would have bid on it." And I was like, I did. It was a surprise. That means anything goes. You got to be watching. "Dang, Chad, you didn't tell me he was going to sell that Aussie Randy Rose tribute. You just sold one last night." Well, it was a surprise. You got to be watching. I do everything possible. Make sure you don't lily-dad, lily-bod, bod, bebop-bop around trying to feed your cats and walk your gerbils. Next thing you know, you've missed 20 records you would have all bid on you've been looking for half your life. It's called a surprise for a reason. Meaning, Chad's going to tell you there's really good records over here. He's not going to tell you the name of them because he wants you to watch intently and not do other stuff like watch meaningless TV shows that mean nothing. I'm actually sweeping right now. Y'all can't see me. I'm actually sweeping. This place can get dusty quickly. Can y'all hear me sweeping? That's what I'm doing right now. I am sweeping. It's pretty dusty back here. I'm in an area of the store that catches all. Catches all. Was that a rant? My bad. That wasn't supposed to be a rant. Just gotta let some people know what surprise means. All righty. Ooh, I got crab chips up front to eat with my Subway, Craig. Fake Black Sabbath autographs. Look at that. Not real. Boy, they look real. They could fool a lot of people, but those are fake. Fake. Pre-order Funkos. Yes. You can. I got some up right now. Anybody else? Can we see the small crate? Tomorrow. No one bought the bundle. Robin, don't blame me. Blame the person who didn't buy the bundle. Now I forgot I got crab chips. You might as well forget it either way, because I've got crab chips to go up and eat from Craig Thomas. Sorry I ranted there. I was actually just sweeping, and so I was trying to fill dead air. I was sweeping and trying my best to keep talking while I was sweeping. Make sure nobody's claims came in. Now my station's pretty clean. We're chipping away at these CDs and 45s though. I clean my area up and then they come up here and just pile stuff up around me. They do it on purpose too. They think it's funny. They bring just random crates of stuff. and just pile up stuff around me. I'm like, guys, I'm never going to sell all this. I'm trying to keep everything organized. They keep piling stuff up around me. But we've sold a lot of it tonight. We sold a lot of stuff tonight I didn't expect to sell. Willie Nelson autograph poster, Trump autograph, 3 Taylor Swift autographs, John Voight autograph, Hatchet Ed t-shirts, copper rounds, CDs, 45s, tons of stuff, and 6, 7 crates of vinyl. Are you bundling LPs? Man, Chris, where have you been the last hour? Man, an hour ago, you could have bought these and we'd been already into another half off crate. You must have been out lily-dillying around. I've got a Paul crate, sight unseen, right here. 1 Paul crate. Let me pull up my calculator. My calculator is showing 32 records, $115. Sight unseen. 32 records. You're going to get teased by just Roy Harper, Mark Stein and the Pigeons, Travolta Fever, Champion, Minnie Riperton, Bruce Jansen, Maggie Bell, Highway 101. It's 32 records for $115. Bundle deal. Oh, man. Hey, I forgot about this Keith Richards. I need to sell that up. I need to sell that tomorrow. Travolta killed the bundle deal. I shouldn't have showed Travolta. All right, we'll wrap up there tomorrow. I'll take these up front and put them in the store. These will go up front in the store, and I'll sell them there. John Voight sold for $125. What was the other question? Oh. Dale, I'll let you know. Yeah, my brother should be able to go. He's supposed to let me know tomorrow. John Voight sold for $125, and I have others from Fred's collection. I should have 5 or 10 other signed 8x10 John Voight photos. $125. $125 for John Voight's car. John Voight, bitch you? But yeah, great sale. I knew some last minute questions would roll in. That's why I stay here, to make sure everything's addressed. We still got a few Hatchet Ed shirts. We went ahead and ordered extras. Show is coming to the end. I feel like there's one more thing I didn't answer. NOLA 45s, Alabama game, John Voight. Yeah, I think we're done. Not many no bids either. Okay. I'm going to go eat, rest my brain. I usually take about a 30-minute break, and I'll be going to bed in about 7 hours. That's when my day will end. I'm halfway through my day when I get done with these sales. When I get done with these sales, I'm halfway through my day. Long story short, I got a lot more to do. Thanks, everybody. If we could have sold this bundle, it could have been done. Thank you. Good night. I'll be back tomorrow. Big metal night.